Chris,
Yellow.
he's on time.
That was very good timing.
Are you guys in game? That's the real question.
I'm in game.
I'm in
Come
game.
in, sir.
I have people saying Nephis posted one that was like a week or no, over a week. I forget what it was. Now it was definitely more than 8
What are you
days.
talking about?
Let's see. I don't know if it was his. Nah, never mind. 8 days was much longer. He had to wait over 15 minutes. to get
How
in.
long did you have to wait, honey, when it put you in a queue?
It was a little under 30 minutes.
Am I
Did
gonna
you
have to
hear
wait?
that?
But when I got on this time, it was just boom, instantaneous.
Maybe they had a problem. I fixed it.
Hmm. Oh my goodness. So for future reference, if I end up saying a bad word, pretend that never happened.
Why would you do that? In case you see a bug?
I mean, see. Do you know what it's like to be their city?
Your little
This is real blood music
little
vibes.
aunt's best friend.
I made a deep cut 80s sci-fi novel reference.
That's a cool deep cut 80s sci-fi novel reference, Jared.
One of the first biopunk novels.
I think your mic's too close to your mouth.
I'm sorry, I'm just so excited.
I thought
about
that's how
the
you doing.
Sci-fi novel
I know.
by Greg Bear. It's about a guy that creates biological AI using his lymphocytes, and they build a city inside of his body until they become so advanced that they transcend the need for him, and they retrofit all cells in existence
Oh my god!
into like nanocomputers, and they transcend humanity into another plane. It's
It's like
very
Bionicle, but not.
very trippy.
Oh, I don't know my stat. Yeah, we're doing fine. We just finished our, or my birthday meal and presents. At least what presents I'm getting so far.
I know this would be kind of extreme, but would it be helpful if Kyle was allowed to have a bottle of bug spray in his room?
It's not. I'm not gonna like find an.
We don't know where they're coming.
But the thing is, he's saying he can't kill them. When they hit the carpet, he can't smush them.
I've
And
done it like 9.5 times out of 10. They die. But like sometimes
okay.
I swear I can't explain it. I see them on the wall. I grab a napkin, it's just like smash, and then and then I lift it and I look and there's not there. I'm assuming their
Not
bodies
real
are
to
so
begin with.
their bodies are so
Cryptic.
thick they don't
Probably
stick
was.
to the paper because they're huge, and they just drop and I don't notice. I'm hoping.
Probably.
I'm guessing.
Well,
they won't
the
hurt
thing to
this way.
do is you put the paper on the wall beneath them and
So you take a
slide it
hammer.
up and then flatten them.
Oh,
But that way, if they fall, if they let go of the wall to fall, they're going to fall right into the paper and not slide out underneath it before you get them.
or use a hammer.
Well, I don't want a hole in my wall.
If they're crawling on me, I need to carefully and cautiously get
Hammer
them
still
off.
works.
If I freak and I try to like
Yeah.
shove them off, then they could go anywhere, right? And then I lose them.
Yep.
I have them crawl onto a piece of paper, and then I put the piece of paper down and smash.
Maybe you're like their deity
Do
and
you
they're
know what
searching
it's
for a
like
religious
to just-
experience.
It's so
Not
weird. I don't know why
freak.
they choose him to climb on. It is pretty weird.
I mean, there might just be so many that statistically some of them will be on him. It's just one explanation. Are you covered in food?
No.
Or dirt.
Or dirt.
Covered in.
I don't find it very funny.
I'm still getting like wind noises, like you got the window rolled down.
I'm sorry. I've got this condition called lungs.
Do you have a
Called what?
Lungs.
do you have like a do you have a foam cover or something on your mic or?
It's these things, and you wouldn't understand.
I hear it too. I mean,
I'm sure.
we
I'm
hear
just
every
gonna
puff,
tilt.
puff.
I'm gonna keep tilting my mic receiver, rotating it until it goes away.
We're gonna do like you're standing on the edge of a cliff. and you
Keep
take a
going.
selfie.
Keep
Keep
going.
back.
I'll disconnect.
It'll be. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I could just mute myself if that's preferable.
No, I don't know. You just
We just get the.
Let's rotate it the other way. All right. It's way. Can you hear me from here?
You sound farther
Yes,
away, but I'm
but
not hearing
that's
the
better.
breathing. Yeah, I hear that.
No, I mean that's a good point. This mic receiver doesn't actually have any foam on it. It's just bare plastic, which might be why it's a little bit more sensitive.
You guys can, well, I guess group me and then port to me when you're ready.
Yeah, I'm not in a group either.
I'm still in my PJs.
Oh, I guess I'm the leader. So okay.
you're still in your PJs.
I'm in
what?
my PJ outfit. I didn't get dressed.
Should I port to Dad in Stone Falls?
Nah, port to me.
Probably not.
But Dad's the
I
leader.
was removed.
Go to the leader.
Oh, now Kyle's it. It still says Stone Falls. I guess when you transfer leadership, it doesn't transfer the port location.
He's an apocrypha.
I'll just manually select him.
So Sharps does not like cities.
I don't know if a companion that
Bastion
does.
didn't either. Well, Bastion actually he always had something to say about cities.
I think Ember might like cities because she sees it as more opportunities to pickpocket.
Well, Mary says, you know, I grew up in a big family. You know, the hustle and bustle of cities. She doesn't mind it. Sharps does
I'm
not
Victorious.
seem to care for
Yeah, a lot of people are. We got super lucky.
I
man.
travel.
We were
Sooner we
nervous,
get out
but
of
we
here,
got
the
lucky.
better,
Hopefully we don't
you
get
know.
booted. My friend Victoria says he has to wait 35 minutes each time. 35 minutes.
How are
to
we
get
in?
I don't know. We all got lucky. All right, let's just. hold
No one
on.
told me that I had a chance of not getting in. I just kind of.
It wasn't useful information. It would have been discouraging.
I mean, I could have died. You didn't need to know.
What you don't know can't hurt you, right? All right, I'm supposed to. We have to look for Xandar. He's somewhere around here.
That's a new outfit.
Oh, yeah, these are my PJs.
You look Greek.
Yes, I forgot.
Should I change?
I don't know where this is gonna.
Should I be on?
This is gonna be
What
the
are we
next
doing?
companion.
Oh,
So I don't know if you want to
Let me
change, then you can change.
When did Dad become a Dunmer?
There's a login here.
we made Arcanus.
I'm
What
a
does he do?
dark elf.
Yeah,
That's
that's
a
But I
Dunmer.
changed the color of my eyes to fool people and lightened up my skin.
I am also a Dunmer, and you did not fool me.
All right, well I'll just stay on this one.
Okay.
Oh, this will be fun. You're gonna get a
That
companion.
fish man's on a mission.
I think
He's a
Jared
big
got
bad guy.
Bastion and Miri.
Oh, but
I
he
don't-
just.
He doesn't.
I
use them.
travel alone.
He-
All
he
you guys
doesn't-
talk about
alone.
is what they say, and it's like always
You
annoying.
never travel alone. You
You have
specifically
an
travel
intelligent
alone.
look about you. A moment of your time?
All right, Xandar. I don't know if Dad wants to pick this
Oh,
wood, but
Are we talking to him?
Greetings!
Azandar?
You have
Alright.
a sharp look to you, traveler. My name is Azander. I'm an Arcanist, and I'm hoping we can help each other out. I've decades of esoteric knowledge, a bit of coin, and a convivial attitude. What do you say?
Oh, that's a word I don't understand.
I'd like your help tracking down a
Use a
former
big
associate
words
of
on me.
mine. I was attempting to create a relic of great power, and now find my fate frayed, for lack of a better term. I call this relic the Fate Weaver Key. Martina was a brilliant collaborator, and may be able to identify where I went wrong. To find her, we'll need to find a tome, summon a Daedra, and brave the terrors of Apocrypha. What do you say? Join me in an exploration
Goodbye.
into the unknown?
Sounds too
I'm
scary.
looking forward to our collaboration. As I said, we'll need a book on Daedra summoning to get us on the right track. Let's convene in the center of Cypher's Midden. Is there anything I can clarify for you before we begin? That mystic phenomenon I was struggling with, I'm calling them frayed fates. They're echoes from a choice I once made. My work to create the Fate Weaver Key has snarled them up. So untidy. If I'm ever to perfect the key, I'll need to unfray my fate. A good question. I need to reset. Return to the roots of my research to unravel this issue. That's why I'm hoping to find my old colleague. Their name was Martina Abor, a talented researcher, though we've since parted ways. My hope is that a Daedric consultant, a watcher named Tim, will know where they are. The book will lead us to Tim, you see. Thankfully, the Ciphers of the Eye have given me access to their stacks. Ha! An excellent question. I'm a scholar of esoterica, eldritch secrets, and things mortals were not meant to know. I'm an Arcanist of the highest order, proud to say, wresting the power of Apocrypha into my quill-gnarled hands, as you do. Arcanist is a broad brush, to be sure, but we're all devotees to abstruse arcanum, individual proclivities aside. From mad hermits raving about tentacles to precision rune crafters. I consider myself a scholar, first and foremost. It's not my fault. I mean, I was attempting to peer beyond the veil of reality, much as Hermaeus Mora does, to gaze upon other fate lines. It would have been brilliant. I should have spent more time developing my Infralux notation. Just think, what could you learn by looking beyond your own life? At the paths unwalked? What kernels of truth could you hold with such a tool? I hope to gain knowledge about myself, about the universe, why, about the very nature of mortality. A simplistic example. Not all choices are equal. But if the choice to have oatmeal instead of eggs changed the course of your life, think of them like divergence points, and everything you could learn seeing the might-have-beens play out. The stacks aren't far at all.
The Australian
I'll
Mega
see you
Server,
there.
wait, you mean EU? Do they have an Australian Mega Server now? Like a specific one?
When did you get glasses?
I use them to read.
You weren't. You're just wearing them.
Dad, this wood's waiting for you.
Whoa, what is this thing? Oh, it's a hush. I thought he was small, but the hill was covering his legs.
Alright, we're gonna go into the city.
City's a very
No, but you
generous.
like one? Yeah, I mean, like, I'm sure that would be really good. I think a lot. I know.
Sure,
I know of a
just
few
gonna
people
like
that would
this.
really like one.
It's just some buildings close together. Go get over it.
And don't pull out any of the books from these racks, or the entire foundation goes down, and the housing market crashes.
Since their housing is made of book stacks.
The search
Oh.
for knowledge
They're
begins.
too high.
Ah!
Here he is.
How'd he get here?
I have no idea where in Orbis to look for my old colleague Martina. But I know she was working with a Daedric consultant, a creature named Tim. If we can summon Tim, we can find Martina.
Tim.
Indubitably, I knew I was right about you. Now, an esteemed elder within the ciphers once summoned forth this Daedra. If we can find the notes from this elder, you and I can summon Tim and engage in parley. You've never been to the Library of Dusk, I take it. Or the forbidden section of Gwillem University. Dedicated scholars must develop their own search magics. I'll begin the incantation. Just be ready for anything. Apocrypha is full of surprises.
I've been to the Library of Dusk at least.
Incantus eruditum. Abyssal sea, hear my call. Find the secrets beneath this wall.
Oh. Ooh.
So close.
It's like a search engine. Yeah.
I caught it. Stop.
It's over here for me.
No, it's what happens after that.
I can't catch it.
Oh.
No, I can't
Mine's
catch it.
still going.
The tome show has the text. Get after it. The chase is on.
Okay, I'm a little bit faster. It'd be cool if we got a Marak cameo. Marak is referenced in this DLC, but I'm not gonna say where. But he doesn't show up. Yeah, I know you guys suffer with the pain.
Which one is him?
Trust me,
There's 3 of them.
I really wish they would add more servers. I think it would really pay off. Ah, yeah. Hmm. Late Fate Locus.
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 I'll wait to close the book in case it closes.
Ah,
up for
man,
a
I wish I
minute.
could read more of this.
I mean, there's only 4 pages.
Yeah.
Excellent work.
I guess I can close it without ruining it.
I closed it.
Alright.
Ha! That was bracing.
Oh, there's
Pity
a lot
the
of them.
tome will smell like transliminal parasite now. Let's see what it says. Here's the ritual to summon
One
Tim.
book.
Easy enough, just a question of the appropriate summoning materials. We'll need expunged tome dust, the talon of a seeker, and black ichor from the spumy pools of Apocrypha. Let me mark your map. Seekers
There's more
tend the
details
flora
in
of the
that.
region. Their talons often break off in the resin. And there should be plenty of tome dust scraped from parchment in the cipher's midden expungatory. Try to get some from a Daedric incantation. I'll procure that, worry not. Don't want you to think I'm taking advantage of your assistance. Once you have the dust and talon, we'll meet back up at the ritual site I've marked on your map. What do you say? The tone dust should be found in the Cypher's midden expungitory, while Seekers tend to congregate around those resin plants to the southwest. Easy enough, and soon we'll be talking to Tem. Well, I should hope so. I've been coming here for years. Fascinating place. You can learn the ways of the Arcanist back home, of course. But to truly understand the forces of fate, tides and the Abyssal Sea, there's nowhere else like it. Oh, here and there, you know. You've seen one post-feudal city-state, you've seen them all, am I right? My family hails from Hammerfell. Born and raised in tall Papa's shadow. I'm no youngster, obviously. My parents now dwell within Aetherius, and the rest of the family politely pretends I don't exist. Best for all involved. Now then, we have a Daedra to summon. Knowledge to gain.
I wonder if we could split up for this. Yeah,
Not
we'll
really
just,
much use in that.
yeah, we'll just do it along the way.
What's that? Oh.
Excellent. I don't know why it would be over here though. Ugh. 1, 2. Hold on.
The dangers of the truth.
I just lost.
Truth is
You
dangerous.
can't handle the truth. It's over here. I have a door over here.
You're right.
Oh,
Wait.
yeah. No, it's over here.
Are we? Okay.
Sorry. So we gotta get some
Do
tome
be
dust.
careful. Don't rush about and
It has to
scatter
be
the
from a
dust.
Daedric tome.
Oh, hi. She's the one that wrote that book. I got
We
some
got
of
it?
this.
Alright, I need Seeker Talent.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I hope you're happy. It's going to take
Oh, yeah, she
hours
wrote
to
the
clean
book.
this up. My book on... oh no. I'm guilty of authoring that nonsense, yes. A journeyman effort from several centuries ago. If you have it, please take it with you. It is trash. This is the expungitory, an important hub in our settlement. Here, palimpsests are recycled for reuse. Scrolls are scraped clean of old sigils, ready to be used again in a new and potent arcane working. The expunged spells are still quite potent, so we hold them for a time to allow their energies to dissipate naturally. If you must, feel free to search the rune piles for your summoning ritual. And let me return to my work.
Well, we got what we needed. She doesn't think much of her book.
Just a second.
I wish I could read more of it though.
Wasn't able to finish talking to her because
We're
it says I'm not connected to the internet.
what?
Just a second.
But
I'm
you're
having-
talking to us.
I know I'm talking. I'm having a... There we go. Alright, now I'm gonna try talking.
That was weird. Can't do it right.
Alright. Oh, you're already gone.
We just went outside the room. I like these lamps.
Yeah. What's making them light up?
I don't know. Probably fate, know this place.
Fake fuel.
Fate fuel. There should be one Seeker Talon. Over here. And then we get to talk to Tim.
Is
Tim.
Tim tiny?
Tiny Tim.
They still haven't given Apocrypha its music that they said they were going to. Still waiting.
I put on a Lord soundtrack.
Oh, the Lord soundtrack. Like Lord with E at the end?
Yeah. It fits.
Soundtrack? Like one of her
Playlist.
albums? Oh.
Album. Whatever you call singing. OST.
The Lord OST. Alright, perfect. Now we gotta head over to... Where did he go?
Oh, dog time.
Where did he...
He's off this way.
Oh,
Yeah, it
yeah,
is
I
on
see
the
it.
compass.
Yeah, he's at the altar of the one who knows.
I can't climb that.
Follow me. We should probably hit the road down here.
My dog can't swim.
Is this stuff gonna
Hi,
race
Driz.
out?
Hi. Good to see you. Alright, now we're going to get on our mounts. It's just really around the corner. It's kind of at the border between the library and the Chroma Incognito.
Your dog looks cool.
Right? He chomp. Chomp.
I don't know where I'm going.
Just gotta keep following the road and we'll get there. It'll be on the left side of the road. I swear it just looks so weird, those
Are those imps?
like blood streams.
Yeah, we still don't know what those are.
Nope, still don't understand. I don't know if I'll ever understand. Things here just... I'm not that smart.
It's probably just
I
nonsense.
have but a mortal mind. Drizzy says hi.
Hi.
Drizzy?
She says she's come out of the shadows.
Yeah.
Begone! My fate line is my own. Did you hear? Never mind.
No.
Welcome. This should be most illuminating.
I saw something. I didn't hear anything.
Ah, my new collaborator.
That's
Good to
me.
see you again. By Mora's eyes, these frayed fates are becoming increasingly annoying. I look forward to putting them to bed, as it were. Do you have the items we need to summon our Daedric consultant? Peerless work. Let's see. Here's the Ichor. Unpleasant to gather, but I've done worse in my day. Now then, I'll light the fonts and begin the incantation. As we go, I'll need you to offer up the Tome Dust, Talon, and Ichor. In that order.
Tome, Talon, Ichor.
Just so. With any luck, this Tem can tell us where the whims of fate have led Martina. If this doesn't work, well, I'm sure I'll think of something. But let's hope it works, eh? Onward! We light the flames to summon Tem, the omen of destiny.
Keep hearing Tem.
Come before us! We offer the dust of an ancient spell. I seek the location of my former colleague, Martina Abor.
Tome is first. Tome Dust is first. Oh, I guess we don't choose.
Nope.
Recalcitrant, are we? We offer the Talon of a Seeker. I need Martina to correct an error. Where are they?
It's moving too fast.
It's the middle one.
Daedra, I have called, and you must answer. With Ichor as payment, I command you. Where can I find Martina
I'm
Abor?
I
lost.
can't read what he says.
Where do I do this? Oh.
audacity
Is
of
Tem
that
not supposed to
creature.
have a voice?
I don't think so. He's not talking, he's not listening, he's not talking to us.
I mean, he is saying things.
Hmm.
Where's
Yeah,
the
no.
font?
Mom,
Oh,
follow your
I'm
arrows.
behind.
Yeah, follow your arrows.
Okay, I'll wait.
We'll wait. I don't hear Tem's voice. Does anyone want to do voice acting for Tem? Who wants to voice a Daedra?
Is it just supposed to be in our heads, or is this a glitch?
You'll do what now?
Because like it skipped his dialogue real quick. Anytime we dumped something, he'd say something, but I couldn't read it, and then it would go away. Because like normally you're supposed to wait
You're
for
right.
him to finish talking.
Yeah.
They couldn't find a voice actor for him.
Okay, well hold on. Can we just put the brakes on it for a second? Yeah, so I'm gonna put this in my notes really quick. For a report.
I mean, if there's no music, why voice anyone?
Okay. So
paid money.
Tem does have dialogue. So when Xandar first summons him, Tem is supposed to say, "Tem is summoned. Ask your questions. Make your offerings. We make an offering." And then Tem says, "Tem's eyes have seen you, Xandar Alcibiades. You search for one who does not wish to be found." And then we try again. We offer more. He says, "You tamper with fate, mortal. Tem sees a darkness approaching, one you have unmoored." And then we keep
just
trying,
talk.
and then he says, "I shall answer, but not to you, Arcanist. Tem will speak to the one who made the offerings." He doesn't want to talk to Xandar. He'll talk to us. I don't know why we can't hear him, but... He doesn't speak at all.
I think Mom and I are on the same page. It's right after we asked him why he wouldn't talk to the other fella.
I can't say I've ever had this happen before. I mean, I had it happen once with a line during Sharp's Quest, but that's it. Just once.
Thanks, Tem.
It was like for one line. 920 days ago. The Heart of the Underweave.
That "am I" is messed up. The
All
text.
things being equal, that went rather well. It seems we're off to the Underweave. Oh, exciting!
Tem has spoken. No, he hasn't.
The Underweave is a powerful nexus of fated potential in Chroma Incognito.
Now there's another mistake.
Terribly powerful, terribly dangerous.
When you're talking to
Sounds
Asendar,
just
you'll
like
see it
Martina
after
set up a
he goes,
lab there.
"Am I?" But there's like some
Onward and
cryptic meaning
upward!
between whom and am I?
Am I? No, not particularly.
It says A, which means
Daedra are
is.
strange
Are we supposed to be
beasts, you
talking
know.
to
Their
Xandar?
concept of mortality,
Yes.
time, and danger are very different from our own. Clearly, there have been some unintended consequences, but nothing the two of us can't handle.
It's 2 reports. You're a nerd. You nerd. Wait. Wait, did you just... Oh my god. Oh my god, wait. Thank you so much for the donation. I'm so... I didn't even see it. The alarm didn't go through. Oh my god, thank you so much. It didn't go through. My
Again.
my freaking thing didn't respond. Thank you. It's appreciated. I'm sorry I didn't see it. I feel so bad now. What the heck? Oh my god, I'm glad I caught that. Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah, he says Underweave
I don't know
is
why I
just,
did. I
blah, blah, blah,
refreshed the
ominous.
URL last night.
It's a bunch of
I refreshed the
nonsense letters.
alert box. It should work. What's happening? Shit. That could have been bad. Thank you so much.
We were excellent collaborators. Together we gathered power from across the Daedric realms. But in the end, she had very different goals than I do. If Nothing else, damn it. I want to have some fun. Ha! Yes, of that I have no doubt. Martina is a consummate professional. Just don't get her started on the transliminal properties of exogenic materials or the writings of Deno Gorath, the Dread Archivist. We'll be there all day. You must understand, I have been studying arcane ephemera for decades now. The Underweave is just so obvious, and I try very hard not to be boring. Plus, it's extremely dangerous in there. Fate shifts like the tides of the abyssal sea. A thing can be both dangerous and boring. The universe contains multitudes. I truly believed I would be able to master fate itself without entering its walls. Vexing to have been proven wrong.
Kyle?
Sorry.
We're not following the leader.
Give me a second.
Given the focus
I'm
of
almost
our
there.
research, it makes perfect sense.
You see those
I was a little
weird
bit
letters
delayed.
that are
Itself
popping up
closest
though,
to
right?
the corridors of
Yeah,
the Underweave,
I'm making
and
notes
it's
of
tradition
those.
for powerful arcanists to
For
establish a
later.
sanctum.
Punctuation.
I have
things.
one myself, you know. Quite proud of it.
Yeah, I'm making notes. It occurs whenever there's supposed to be an ellipsis, so it might have something to do with the coding.
Ah, I wondered why it was every time he would pause. in between
Yeah,
things.
that's the pattern I'm putting together. It's probably supposed to be an ellipsis, and instead it says A, looks like an E, A-E.
Oh, why are you having to fix their game for him?
Reports,
Or at least
man.
report it, yeah.
Here's the thing about ESO, is that ESO has a lot more updates than, like, usual MMOs. I mean, Final Fantasy
That's
had their
no
last update for, like, a
excuse.
year or two, and
Others are worse, so it's okay.
others are... No, I'm just saying that they have a time crunch. That's what I say. They have to put out a DLC every year.
I want to refund.
So I don't know.
Ruin
But
my experience.
then again, though, they didn't have to work on a quarter 4 this year.
I paid for music,
Well,
voice
okay, not
acting,
a-
and
not a
ellipsis.
zone. If I don't get my ellipsis, there's gonna be a problem. Thank you, Gendriz. Really.
I mean, the lack of music and voice acting is a huge oversight.
That was very special to me.
Because they probably put in the work to record those things, and then they just didn't properly plug them in. Like,
And
what
this
a
is
waste.
this guy's even like he's an actual actor. He's in TV shows.
Yeah, what? It's like who's double checking this stuff before they press publish.
He's liking the role though. He's posting a lot on Twitter about it.
And so he likes the role, and yet no one can hear what he sounds like because they just forgot to check that it works.
A little bit of an overreaction.
I mean, the lack of music's the biggest thing to me. Like, how did they not notice that the music wasn't working before they
Okay,
published?
I don't believe they didn't. I heard from someone that they
Just let
said
it
they
go?
didn't. This is me not getting it right from the source.
Well, you're probably not going to hear the official.
I don't know what they said about the music.
Sounds like they don't care about their customers.
Is there something wrong with me that I hear music?
No. The music that they have for Apocrypha is the same music that they use for the Deadlands.
They're recycling.
Despite the fact that they do have music written for Apocrypha and people have heard it, they just, for some reason, haven't coded it. So maybe there's an issue. We'll get to it eventually. Give them a year.
Not to belabor the obvious, but we'll need to be careful here.
You keep saying
We should make haste to the heart of the Underweave and find Martina's sanctum. Onward and upward! The Fate Weaver key is palpitating, pulling me.
I know where the heart is,
Off
kind of.
to the east? Fascinating. Something in Martina's sanctum must be synergizing with the relic. Let's find that laboratory.
I trust people who say laboratory and not laboratory. Instant trust.
But then it sounds like laboratory.
This is my lab! This is my laboratory! SpongeBob reference. It wasn't Dad. public dungeon, by the way. It's interesting how they keep pulling us into these public dungeons.
Haven't we already been in the Underleaf?
We have, yeah. I go in here sometimes. I've taken pictures of all the bosses, and I should probably make UESP pages, as I haven't done it yet.
Is that creepy?
I've taken secret pictures. I let them murder me, and then I take the pictures. They go in my album.
Am I in your album?
You're nowhere near a boss. I, however, do have my own UESP page. I should upload a picture of Okay, so I know it's saying that we have to go like back that way, but I'm pretty sure we have to go this way to get up to the path.
Boy, we got quite an entourage.
Right?
Yeah, what's the point of these fake people again?
Because
You each
technically
have one.
you're in an open environment where the character is interacting with things, and you can't have an actual copy of the Xandar because you don't actually have a companion yet.
I understand why you can't have the actual one, but
Yeah.
just seeing a bunch of fake.
Because what if another person was here and suddenly they're watching an enemy get damaged and there's no one doing anything? It doesn't work. There
Yeah,
needs
I
to be
forgot
an
they could help.
NPC.
I guess it just makes more sense to just not have them help us fight.
I guess they're
Usually
assuming if
so
you're doing a
good help.
companion quest, you need help. It's like
They always have
you
great
need someone to help
excuses
you.
for why they can't help us, though.
Somebody
You-
needs to pick all these books up.
Yeah, that could have been an excuse. They'll be like, you go on, Traveler, I gotta pick all these books up.
I have to read books, traveler. There's the laser beam. Wow, that looks more powerful than it was last time. Alright, we beat up the lore master.
Oh,
Pretty
under
sure we
Earth,
did this.
Allenwood seedling. What's that doing here?
Lead, I guess. Please tell me this will
Let's
work.
see.
Please tell me this will work.
Of the green Phillips
Looking
Hue
good.
lights.
I guess maybe we could have found an easier path, but this will take us there.
Hi, Agram.
Makes me wonder what a Xandar is going to like and not like. What kind of vibes do you get from him?
I can't figure him out. He's kind of.
I think
Oh,
he's,
well, now
for
spoilers,
one,
it doesn't
he's definitely keeping stuff from us.
You see, he doesn't seem trustworthy.
Hmm.
He doesn't. I'm not getting a. I want him for a friend.
I don't know if I want you as a friend. He seems reckless. That's the feeling I get. Kind of reckless sometimes.
Kind of a shyster.
Shyster.
Hey,
What does that
guys.
mean? That's not a word he taught me. I think he's smart though. I like smart friends.
He's
he
smart,
smart?
but a little bit.
He might just be playing you as him being
Yeah.
smart.
Maybe shady.
Nah, he's definitely smart. I would know. I'm smart.
He told me.
I would know he's smart. He told me.
I know he's smart because I'm smart. He told me I'm smart.
Okay, so we want to go past this. I always misread this guy's name as Kevin. Can read, Kevin. Oh, that's not yours, is it? That's his. That was a boss. Okay, so what we're looking for is right here. Whoa! I don't know what that was. Is that him?
Did he do that?
Maybe he did. He's an Arcanist.
I
Oh, this is probably the Sanctum, but it's all warded off.
Martina?
Well, I can just go in.
All right. Let's get my I'm afraid.
Unafraid.
I'm very afraid.
The air smells like triangles.
Damn it.
Said that.
Bright moons, a bonus reward.
I had hoped.
Haven't said it all.
Thank you so much for the sub and for it's appreciated.
Why must the
Why did that work?
Very
Donation did.
bad. He's
Curiosity's blade.
Thank you so much.
Take a look around.
You're all
if you
doing
don't
this
mind.
on. You're all doing this during
I need
story
a moment.
points. Oh God.
I'm supposed to search it.
Covered in ink?
Well, the scene's
She's got a
interesting.
unique outfit I've never seen.
Thank you
I want that.
for the
outfit.
birthday wishes.
I wish it was more like plain clothes like that.
What are we searching for?
Do you
What-
see
what-
arrows?
I
Never
see
woke.
If there's
Where we are.
there's a mysterious
see.
experiment here.
no arrows.
Idea what that concoction is. Curious.
Yeah, what does your quest say?
Search Martina's sanctum.
You don't see any arrows?
If you come
I'm
to where
just-
Mom and I are,
I
there
am,
should be
I
a
am in a
book.
big green circle.
Look around you
Is
to your
it-
top bar.
I see nothing. I see. Okay, now I see one arrow over
Yeah,
here.
Come to where
Mysterious
Mom and I are.
experiment.
Yeah.
Maybe
Jared?
once we look, maybe once we pick it up.
I'm reading a book.
Jared.
Okay, now another one showed up.
What, Kyle? What is that? It's just some sort of old scroll? Yeah, there's another one over here. It's an old scroll, Kyle. It's fine.
This lady just has 2 Elder Scrolls.
Oh, her
I wouldn't
body
call
is
them elves,
down
but
here.
they're old. I can't read the
Are
book
they
again.
actual
I
Elder,
didn't-
Elder Scrolls? Are they imitations?
Kind
She
of hard to
didn't
get a
make it.
good look. They are huge. Are they really that big?
Yeah, they're pretty big.
I carry like 4 of them in Skyrim.
The Never Woving. Does anyone want me to read this?
Yeah, that's what I was reading, and then I put it down to go look at your old scrolls.
Okay, well I'm gonna audiobook it. Give me a let me drink. Entry 1.
Yeah.
You want to say something? Really quick.
I was just gonna say, once you close out of it, you can't go read it again unless
Oh,
you
I
find
can.
it. and-
I know
Well,
where
you can.
I'm quick. Entry 1. Is it worth my eroding sanity? Knowledge, endless knowledge, as long as I'm willing to seek them out. Every fate teeters on a precipice, a threshold where they might be made or not. We make our choices, and the strands of what we choose to do, the way we choose to follow. Fate itself weaves its strands in and through and around until the tapestry of our fate line is strong, and it is unbreakable. Entry 4. I've been able to identify the threshold, the never woven, the unwoven. The moment it starts to form hangs in abeyance, waiting, anticipation, as a Xandar used to bark at me. And then sometimes a choice made and nothing. But it's not nothing, a power in the unwoven fate. The reach of Herma Mora stretches past the boundaries of what is to what might be. Perhaps one day my reach will meet his. If a Xandar were here, he would laugh at me, and I at him. He was so right and so wrong at the same time. His ideas do not encompass what I have seen. Entry number 5. I see them everywhere. Everywhere I go now. My forlorn, unmade choices. I found a way to scry them out. One drop of blood connects me to these unrealized potentialities. The frayed and unwoven fates that lay scattered behind me like so much debris. We leave them behind us, an unending chain that links us back our first breath of life. So many lives unlived, and all mine to learn from, just as the Xandar and I always hoped. They say that fates are bloodbound to an individual. This is entry 12. It jumped ahead like 7 entries. Or do they say that? Perhaps I just said that. It's been hard to tell now where I end and where they begin. The power, the potential. I sought merely to learn that there is so much more to be gained. I can weave my tired, untaken fates into power, They are nothing, just shadows on the cave wall. Ha! Why should I not? Am I not the flame, the light that casts those shadows? Entry 14, we jumped ahead 2. Worth it. The knowledge is mine. I know it. It is me. I can smell the drift now. I could wander the drifting tides of fate. Never to worry. Never again. I have done it, Azandar. I have the knowledge. All of it. And...
Martina was a zealous
yeah,
note-taker.
there's a lot of notes. He's
That
sitting
may be
down.
helpful to our inquiry.
You should... I don't know if you have the sitting scholar. But... this is what I like to do.
That's just
What?
the same emote except for 10.
Sitting scholar, I don't know if you have it. It came with the Necron pre-order.
Mm-mm.
Sitting scholar, you do this. I like doing it.
Oh.
Well, I'm gonna check her bodies. Something that I've done a zillion times before. Strange fragments. Pieces of some sort of invention found in the
Come,
Underworld.
come. Let's talk.
I was gonna point out, she has a bunch of brains in jars over here.
That's not as unusual as an Elder Scroll. The brains are normal.
I've seen a lot of Elder Scrolls. I haven't seen a lot of brains in jars.
I know you haven't seen a lot of brains.
I wish I could say this was the first time I found an old friend dead.
I mean, where do you see
cannot.
what's obviously an
From the spell
elder?
lattice surrounding
second,
them,
I'll
I
show you.
believe Martina's
I'm talking to a
research
Xandar.
may have followed a similar path to my own. Let's take a look at that journal. Martina says here she could somehow scry for the fates frayed from her timeline. Fascinating. She experimented with several different methods, including using her own blood. It's messy, dangerous, but perhaps effective.
Sounds kind of dark.
Yes, I believe
Yeah,
so.
let's do it.
I have some thoughts that need to germinate, and I'd like to dispel this ward. Take care of Martina. Let's retire to my rooms at Cypher's Midden, near the Way Shrine. I'll see you there, my canny colleague.
I mean, I
I'll see you back at
scrolls.
Cypher's Midden, my perspicacious collaborator. Just need to see to Martina here. Research, of course. Always research. Just like in the old days. Martina and I were excellent collaborators. I was the gab, the talker, the trader. But Martina was the silent strength, astute observations after lengthy contemplation. I'm an arse. It seems wrong to coat the truth in moon sugar
Even in
standing
this.
over Martina's final work. I can be challenging to know and worse to work with. Martina put up with me for the better part of 5 years. Longer than anyone else. I'm not quite sure. I think perhaps she was trying to manipulate fate itself. But I'd have to examine Martina's notes to fully understand what happened here. Martina was as nimble-witted as anyone I've ever met, and stubborn as the abyssal sea. Now, if she thought they could twist fate itself, nothing would slow them down. Changing the fate lines is something not even Hermaeus Mora himself can do. I hope I can honor Martina's memory somehow. I'll see you back at Cypher's Midden.
Alright. Yeah, there's a lot of scrolls just kind of hanging around here, right?
Yeah.
Now follow me.
Okay.
I'm gonna get him out.
You see that? That's definitely
Oh, the one that's
It's got
Oh
it.
my.
You see that? There's two
Yeah.
of them.
It's too big though. They're not
Nah,
that big.
they're pretty big.
Mm,
Not, and you see him in Skyrim sitting there like
No,
to take.
that's
It's not
the
that big.
That is definitely
So,
a scroll.
are they
You
going to
think there's the
explain
new
that?
scroll.
Well, I mean, it kind of lines up with her research, I think. It's the same general idea. Reading things, telling about where
that she shouldn't have been
what might
reading,
happen
okay.
for
Mm.
things that are very difficult to read.
There could just be some metal balance.
These are there's no way
Eh.
there's no way they're gonna like reach into the files and get like Elder Scroll model and then put it into a jar and not think this is not something you just find hanging around. You know,
They're the new scrolls. The
They're
recent
new scrolls, the recent scrolls, the young scrolls.
Okay, let's go.
This is probably the end of the quest because you know this is the beginning of the quest that as you do as Xandar, as you like get his rapport and stuff, you start unlocking more quests from him, and it'll continue. But
Oh no.
we're just gonna get him, and hopefully he likes being dressed up. But he does have a nice outfit. I killed two toe shells on accident.
Gloves are kind of weird.
I know that his chest piece is Sapiarch.
Here it does look sick.
I like the blue.
Very.
I don't remember this boss.
Who? Oh.
Kaziyu, the Executioner. Calzone, the Executioner. Sweet. I might have even gotten the special thing. I didn't realize it. Yeah, I did. I got a seedling. If you get a seedling, don't throw those away. Don't sell them.
I see a sky shard off that way.
Sweet Sally. Oh, careful! Whoa, whoa. Okay. Alright, I guess you can't fall easy.
Oh, have I already gotten this one with you, Kyle? 'Cause I don't
Probably.
see-
We've been in here.
Yeah, I remember this.
Yeah, and they were on their other characters, so.
Yeah.
I just don't fall off.
I'll try.
Well, actually, you could fall off
It's fine.
here. This is a good place where these enemies
fall
are.
off here.
Probably shouldn't have jumped, but. See, you live. Barely, but you live. Dad also barely lived, but he lived. Nice. Honestly, I mean, I might as well. Should we just like? Maybe I should just port there and have you guys follow me.
Port where?
Cypher's Midden.
Alright, we can travel to him.
I'm not there yet.
Is he not? I
I'm there
switched
now.
his location.
I'm right next to Bill Nye, the sorcerer guy. That's his name. His house. You get to go to his house.
Welcome. I've just been preparing. Pardon the simplicity of my setup here.
Yeah, it's really basic.
Martina's research lives on. I believe with further development I can adapt her methods and modify the Fate Weaver key itself.
Go for it.
But let's crawl before we walk. First, we confirm if scrying for frayed fates is even possible. It's time to put my failure behind me. So far, the fates have come to me. With Martina's research, we can scry for one, find it, and shut it down. What do you think of that? This is why you make a good collaborator. Your focus.
Don't put it yet.
I place in your hands the Fate Weaver key. Still flawed, unfortunately, but newly modified thanks to Martina's notes. Follow along with me, and we'll seek out a frayed fate. Observe this thaumaturgical quadrant. Gripping the key, activate each of the beacons.
In any order I want.
Yeah. Free to choose.
And then do not stand in the circle.
Conducting a synth.
Wow.
Oh, that'll do it.
Hmm.
He didn't say those
Drift
words.
is in the
he said-
far north of the region. I'll meet you there.
This is a little bit longer.
Now we gotta talk to him.
That was rough, unrefined. I can do better. But we've got our first success, and a location. Fathom's Drift. We shall stitch together the unraveled threads of my fate. Mistakes made in forging the Fate Weaver key will recede into the past. Together we will reap the rewards of knowledge, insight, and scholarship. Just as Martina would have wanted. Truly, I have no Orbiso idea why a path unwalked would lead me there. But Martina was shrewd, clever, and other complimentary words. We can trust their work.
Well, probably won't be that much longer.
Are you not talking to Essendander?
Is that a no? Jared's gonna be stuck on this.
Stuck on it.
Who just left?
That was.
We're
Jared
supposed to
just
meet
ran
him
out of the
now.
room.
I just talked to him. I talked to him, and then I was leaving to go meet him.
Okay, Kyle's porting there. Tell me when you're there.
I'm there.
This looks vaguely like it.
I'm faster.
I'm faster than you, though.
Away,
running.
you pestering phantom. You're here. It's so pleasant to work with someone so prompt and cunning. Blast these
He's trying to
frayed
butter me
fates.
up.
Let's get in there and turn theory into practice, eh? Smooth these things back into the universe.
Hi guys, how you doing? Also, I don't think I thanked you for the follow because I didn't get the notification, but thank you for the follow.
First, we enter the drift and find the darn thing. The Fate Weaver key in your able hands will lead us where we need to go. Now, properly attuned, it should allow you to tug on the threads that bind my fate to me. We use the Fate Weaver key itself to
Huzzah.
bind this frayed fate back into the fabric of the universe. Now, I'm not... Well, to be totally honest, I'm not exactly sure what
He's
that
dead.
will look like. But
Huzzah.
we're armed with the dead friend's knowledge. We'll see it done. Into the drift!
Huzzah!
Huzzah!
Huzzah! Hooray, hurrah, hooroo!
There's a bunch of people running out. Is that a good sign?
I don't see anything on my map.
Fate Weaver key will be our guide.
Oh, well, maybe we begin right here, I guess. I see the green thing! That looks like one if I ever saw one.
Treasure planet.
Yeah.
Got one flying off.
Ah! Of course
So
it
we have
is.
to keep following it, I guess.
Over there.
We shouldn't get lost.
A thread, untie it, and we'll follow the thread to the next, and the next.
Forever.
He's excited about literally anything we do. I hate it when my headphone cable touches my leg and I freak out.
That's why I have wireless.
Oh.
Are you okay?
No! How'd I get down here? I fell through.
Alright.
Give me a second.
Follow me. There's a ladder over here.
Wow, thank you. I don't know how I did that.
It was this corner here.
Oh.
Onward and upward, as always.
Say
I think it's annoying.
You must have a catchphrase.
Pretty sure that was a C.S. Lewis coinage.
I get like Excelsior vibes. Hold on. There's an alternate path, I think. Yeah, it's over here. In the doorway.
Just roll through that. You left them back there, Kyle.
No, I didn't. They left themselves. I clearly turned around.
That thread was woven past that door. Up the ramp. I think I see something.
Yeah, more bad people.
Well, he went first.
Look there. This distortion is afraid fate. Let's pull this situation into focus.
What? This way.
Pump the deck, Azander. Stop lollygagging, Azander. I'm tired of all this.
What? A sailor? How odd. I haven't wanted to be a sailor since I was a child.
Bilge rats and stale bread. I'll never make it to first mate.
Oh.
Twitching tentacles. What is that?
Use the key. These room forms should banish that thing.
Okay. Zeta.
What are we doing? Oh, there we go.
I wasn't sure it would. What we just witnessed. Distressing, horrid, disconcerting. Apologies, cohort. I'm free associating to deal with my emotions.
This is Dr. Strange.
Of course, yeah, just processing. Tem, it seems, was telling the truth. Afraid fate has grown in strength somehow. Become adversarial. Allow me to take back the Fate Weaver key.
No, it's mine.
I'll need to consider this new information. The introduction of this adversary into the experiment was unforeseen. Let's reconvene in my room at Cypher's Midden.
That better be it, Xandar. I'm spending a lot of money teleporting around, my dude.
Much to think on.
Which shadow am I
much
looking
to
at here,
do.
Kyle? Kyle,
Some
can you
kind
stand
of
right
fate
here
light.
and look, please, quickly? Look at the shadow on the post. Look at the mast, the base of the mast.
The curved one?
The human silhouette.
What human silhouette?
Straight. Oh, it's gone. Keeps moving. Further to the right. I got pictures.
Right, okay, I'm sure you do.
Let me show
They're
you.
probably blurry.
A
Okay.
human silhouette. Poof.
Almost.
Tell me when you're there.
I thought about being sneaky about it. Oh, that's Jared. I'm there.
Yeah, you should be able to see the picture I sent.
Time's ticking.
That
It's almost
Nothing
a
we can do
quarter
about
after.
it.
looks like it should be probably it's probably from one of the fates, and it just didn't disperse when the
I
model
looked in the
dispersed.
sky and I couldn't see.
Okay,
I was
let's
Go, go, go,
continue.
go, go.
Times of the
It's
essence
late.
for me.
I'm on a loading screen. I can't go anything.
Oh.
Ah, there you are. Come, let's talk. I'm ecstatic. Ebullient, even.
Incredible. Somehow, my experiment seems to have created a new, previously unseen mystic phenomenon. One frayed fate consumed the other by means and for reasons unknown. I'd be even happier if it didn't want me dead. Ha! Yes. I mean, would I prefer this adversary enjoy a strenuous argument over a pot of tea? Without a doubt. But you have to understand, I believe the Fate Weaver experiment was an abject failure. Indubitably. And mark me well, this discovery would not have been possible without your insights and abettance. We make a superlative research duo, you and I. I haven't had a competent cohort in some time. I must. My fate is still frayed after all. It must be restored and this dark being dealt with. But now, a question for you. Would you be willing, if you have the time and inclination, to continue our collaboration? Together, my new
Did I say sure or
cohort,
goodbye?
we began the
You're
work
just
of
speaking about the
understanding the
companion, so
nature of fate. We
Wait,
put
what?
an old
Say
friend
yes.
to rest.
If I say yes, then he becomes my
Someday
companion.
soon,
Yes.
we'll repair
But
the
you don't
fault.
have
But for
to
now,
choose him to follow.
Accept my promised coin.
Yeah,
with
if I say goodbye, then-
enthusiastic thanks.
I don't have
Onward
him as my
and
companion.
outward.
Exactly. At least this way you'd have a choice.
Jared, it's not like Skyrim. You can bring him in and out like a merchant.
I don't know why it's telling me I've unlocked my first companion
Together,
collectible
cohort,
because I already have
we will
sharps.
accomplish
This character, I guess.
stupendous things, Remarkable things.
Oh, maybe it's yeah.
For research.
Sharps was on another character, so this is the first one for him. Okay.
What if I brought him?
Good.
Now I can summon him. Ah, man, he left. It would be funny having two of them.
I'm here. What's next?
He's now my companion.
Here's
He's
the way
mine.
shrine over here, right here. Way shrine's right here to your left.
Oh.
Right here.
But how can I do
Okay,
more
okay,
quests for him
okay,
now if he
okay.
can be my companion? Couldn't I pull him out as a companion as I do quests for him?
The way it works is that you keep him as your companion, you do stuff, and over time as you level him up, and you do things he likes and avoid stuff that he doesn't like, you will earn the next quest.
Oh.
You do the
okay.
quest, and then you do more of that, and then you unlock his next quest, and then it just kind of goes on. So it's
But
like,
he also helps you fight things.
Yeah.
It's just another.
and you
I
unlock skills for
found
him, and things like that, so. But
You
you
probably
don't
don't
need
play
him
enough to where
because
you
I
care.
carry you enough.
I guess I do have Ember.
Yeah, you do.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Make sure you did the dailies
I am done.
or the event thing.
Oh, I didn't do the event.
You don't. Oh,
Why can't I
dang
talk
it,
to them?
forgot.
What's the point of having a companion if I can't? Okay, now I can. I was spacing it all.
Here, here's a quick. Let's see. What do you have to do for the event thing for tickets?
I'm switching.
You have to go
characters.
to Craglorn.
Yeah,
talk
it's
to, what is it?
it's
15,
level
whatever.
antiquity. Mom can just do an antiquity, right?
Do an antiquity.
Yeah, I'm switching characters.
You can do a treasure chest or a hidden chest. Level up or a companion point or champion point. Yeah.
Alright.
Treasure chests are usually the easiest. Well, I'm at 59% of 22,
Treasure chests are the easiest for you because you got a cheat telling you where they are.
Cheat? I have a map that I keep track of things.
Cheat.
I
It's a
have.
cheat.
I have. What would the ESO equivalent of Google Maps be?
Well, we at the UESP we've got a map. I don't think it lists for treasure chests though. But we've got an interactive map that I use sometimes.
Sometimes when I'm watching a video or something like how to find stuff, they will have a map, and the map will have markers on it, and I'll go, oh, there's a way shrine over there. Oh, there's a treasure chest over there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you. Had a good time.
Same.
See you guys tomorrow.
See you.
Alright.
Thank you for the
Bye.
gifts.
Bye.
Night.
Welcome.
Night. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
I guess we're at an impasse now.
How's it an impasse?
Or rather, a fork in the road. Do you want me to see if people are free for Deep Rock, or do you want to not do Deep Rock?
Did they want to do Deep Rock?
It seemed like both Dylan and Steven were open to doing Deep Rock, yes. Once again, if you check the Discord, you will not only see that, but you'll see Dylan wishing you a happy birthday.
I've muted every Discord, including my own. I don't get any Discord group messages for any.
Yeah,
I don't know who does.
It should pop up as like a recent group with activity, right? When you go to your
I
you hit the Discord symbol in the top left corner, right, to see like people that have messaged you or group chats that you're in. You hit that direct messages, and then you'll see in direct messages, it'll be orange.
What?
And there's 4 of us in the group. It's a group with you, Steven, Dylan, and I.
No, I've got nothing. I didn't even get it. I didn't even get any notifications for this chat. Wait.
Around 5:50 today.
Wait, which chat is this?
It'll be one of the most recent direct messages. Direct messages are categorized via
Oh shit! Yeah, this.
Message, yeah.
Yeah, no, this entire thing's muted.
Well, but it's still a recent. You know, like if I message you right now, it would pop up above that one as the next most.
I don't. I have groups. To show up, not DMs. So like, yeah, it would be at the top, sure, but I don't DM enough people to have my DMs showing. I have my group chats showing. Telegram geniusly mixes both of them, so I know who's messaging me via DM or chat. Discord.
A group like this is probably safe to unmute because this is a group where you're probably interested in activity in it. Because
why are you telling them I can play Vermintide? Why are you doing this?
Your reason you couldn't play Vermintide before was your computer couldn't handle it.
Yeah, kinda, but also I wasn't particularly interested.
I would assume that once you start playing Vermintide, it's going to be one of those things that you actually enjoy doing, and I'm just kind of skipping to the end where you actually enjoy playing it and skipping the part.
But like, I enjoyed playing Hunt, right? I think it's fun, but like, I wouldn't go out of my way.
Vermintide is not against other players, though, so it's not going to be as frustrating.
But I do like playing against other players. You're putting me in your shoes again.
Well, then you want to play Hunt?
Well, no, I don't have it installed. But, I mean, like...
Dylan's always wanted to play Hunt, so...
I know that.
It's only 3 people, unfortunately. Vermintide is 4 people, though. And it very much has that sort of style as, like, an old... What was that GameCube game we played that was, like, fantasy-themed?
Wait... You're telling me it's like a top-down?
It's not that view. It is a first-person view, but the rest of the game is exactly like that. Like like all the slots for powers and stuff have that old retro feel to it, and the characters, you know, you're playing as a adventuring party of 4, and it gives me the exact same vibe as like a modern version.
That was Gauntlet, by the way.
Yeah, it feels like Gauntlet, except first-person and better graphics. Soundtrack's great, very retro fantasy.
We weren't allowed to finish playing Gauntlet.
Yeah, well, now you can play Vermintide. I once again, it would be very fun. We always like Dylan, Steven, and I play, and then we always have to have a AI as the fourth person, or sometimes we'll pair with a random stranger.
That must be fun.
Sometimes they're very good. The AI actually by itself is very good, but Vermintide is a very fun game to play. It's you get into the flow of it, and it becomes very addicting. And the maps are all very interesting with like events that happen and stuff. Like you'll just be doing you'll just be doing stuff, and at any moment like a boss could show up or like a swarm, so like you're always like on edge that something's gonna happen. What? Yeah. Obviously, we won't do that tonight, but I would recommend you install that so it can become like a regular rotational thing that we can do. At least give it a shot. If you play it and you're like, "Oh, this sucks," then yeah, save the.
I don't like. When was the last game I played where I'm like, "This sucks"? I don't think I can think of a single game.
Yeah.
But...
I don't think you would think this game sucks. I honestly think that you would openly want to play this as one of our regular rotational games. I mean, I was so confident in that. That's why I spent $40 to buy it for you.
Didn't ask you to do that though.
Yeah, that's how confident I was that you'll enjoy it. I was like, he'll thank me later after he plays it.
After I play another game where I'm just getting carried because it's got a progression system that I don't want to spend 8 hours trying to learn by myself because everyone else is consistently working really fast. I don't like
it's a really
that.
quick game to get the hang of, and there's like a tutorial. You're forced to start like the story in a tutorial where you're by yourself, so you'll get the ropes without Steven having to give you the ropes. Everything from that point afterwards, it's like your progression is your own. Like if you unlock more armor and stuff, that only, no one's gonna carry you. Again, you should just try it to see like what exactly how stuff works. I mean, Steven and Dylan play Deep Rock without you all the time, and they've leveled up a whole lot in Deep Rock.
Yeah, I know. No, but you can in Deep Rock. You can. I mean, like I've been doing fine without even leveling up, but.
Yeah, Vermintide is very much like Deep Rock. It's a 4-player drop in. You do a mission. If you like Deep Rock, you'll like Vermintide. The whole thing is kind of similar. You have like a map that you're supposed to go through and do a thing at, and you kill swarms of stuff while doing it. And your individual character is like your business. No one else has to like help you with stuff, other than rezzing you when you fall down, which again is a Deep Rock Galactic thing. Anyway, I am open to either playing Deep Rock or not playing anything. I was just wanting to see what you were feeling like.
We could probably do Deep Rock.
Okay.
If they want to, but I don't want them to do it if they don't want to do it.
Yeah. Oh, War in the North. That's another game I was thinking that Vermintide reminds me of a lot. It's like a first-person War in the North.
Did we have to? No, that was third. It was Third Age that glitched. Why did we didn't finish
Yeah,
War
Third
in the
Age.
North?
War in the North, we got to a boss level where trolls were trying to break into, I think, Aramor, actually. And there was 2 trolls, and the boss fight was just so hard that we never finished it. It wasn't a glitch or anything. But yeah, Third Age, we couldn't get into Maria because something with the disc. Oh. I will let them know that we are to go.
Buying, selling, trading.
There's always more to do.
Oh no, are they in a game together?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, they're both playing Satisfactory.
What?
Yeah, they do that.
That's true. No rest for the weary.
Those are also both idle.
But see, I don't want to drive them away from something that they want to do.
Steven also said, let's see. Evnicky's working tomorrow, so he's not sure he can talk much, but we'll see.
That might not be great for a deep rock.
Should I revoke my message saying that we're free?
We are free.
Well, if it sounds like
you're free.
I mean, technically until like for another 3.5 hours, but like I'm also okay if I had free time to do other stuff.
She was gonna say happy birthday to me for like 3 days.
That's all I ask.
I can be like, yes, I mean like Daryl, Dylan's like, I'm gonna be like level 1. Oof, fantastic.
I mean,
I don't.
I think that only would affect like you yourself. It's not gonna like drag any of us down.
I don't. Oh my god, I don't understand how you're not getting how. I mean, it's like I get into a game and here's the thing, everyone sucks at teaching other people how to play games, but me. It's just kind of a fact. No one understands how they're moving so fast. No one understands
the game. Is like Deep Rock Galactic, where it's basically, you know, the same thing every time, and
Yes.
you are forced to do a tutorial before you can play with anyone else.
I get
You're
that.
gonna know how to play the game.
Yes, but
No one's gonna like drag you
tutorial
along and
doesn't
be
teach
like,
you
"How did Kyle
every
not
single little
know?"
bit of upgrading.
There. Upgrading is again something that you handle yourself. I never got a tutorial on upgrading. It's all very intuitive. Compare it to Deep Rock and think: is Deep Rock a game where you would refuse to play it? Like if you just started today, like would there be any downside to you joining us playing Deep Rock? If you were like, it'd
You'd
be
have
just
cool
like if Dylan
hats.
said, "What?"
You'd have cool hats. I wouldn't have
I
cool
guess.
hats.
This is exactly like Dylan being like, "Oof, Kyle will be level 1 in Deep Rock." Like it's that kind of thing. Like yeah, you would be level 1 and
Then what's
we're
with
higher
the oof?
level. That you would be playing as level 1
That doesn't track.
and like what?
That doesn't track. There's no oof. The oof is meant for things that are like, you know, wince. Why is there
Yeah,
a wince?
if you were level 1 in Deep Rock.
But there's no issue with being level 1 in Deep Rock. I mean,
You
that's
have,
what
like,
you're
low
saying.
tier
So
stuff.
what's with the oof?
Well, you're wrong by saying there's no difference as playing level 1 in Deep Rock.
It's really
You
not
would
that. I mean,
obviously-
like, sure, I wouldn't have any upgrades, but it's nothing that I would say oof about. It's not a big deal.
It's Dylan just over exaggerating then. But yeah, it's like that. You just wouldn't have upgrades that you would get later. I mean, half the stuff in Vermintide's all cosmetic stuff anyway. There's not, you know. I would just give it a shot and play it before you're like, oh, I'm gonna be like at the bottom of a staircase that I gotta climb to get to where everyone else is at. You can do all the same stuff that we're doing. You know, it's not like you're gonna be locked behind any skills or lack of knowledge. It's usually run to an area, do a thing, you know, like have a list. There's usually multiple tasks. It's like a main task to do on the mission, and then like subtasks. And we try to get collectibles that'll be scattered around hidden places.
Selling, buying, trading, right here.
And I guess I can try pinging Steven on Steam.
Why am I cursed with such a task?
Alright, I'm saying Kyle and I are free for a bit if you guys want to rock and stone.
Buying, selling, trading.
They have those Z's next to their name though. You see on like your Steam friends list where you can see your friends active. What do the Z's mean? Does that mean that they just haven't been active in a while?
I actually don't know.
I always thought that meant like they've been AFK, like they're snoozing. But they're both like that. Dylan says initiating new session. It's been saying that for a long time.
Initiating new session.
And Stevens says resting in Northern Forest, and I don't know what that means.
Selling, buying, trading, right here.
I don't know. I really don't want to do that limbo thing where like we have to wait an hour for people to respond. If I move on to doing something else, I'd like to be able to commit.
Yeah, but I mean, like, then we start doing something else, and it's like, okay, we're not gonna play, and then they come out of nowhere an hour later.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is I would have to pull the, hey, like, we let you know when we were free, and now
We let you know and you missed your chance.
I really wasn't able to give them a heads up for around what time we'd be able to play, because I didn't know how long everything was going to take.
It's pretty crazy how much real information they have on the Meow Wolf wiki already, because it's
yeah,
only been out
there's
for
a
like
lot
couple
of
weeks.
Yeah. I mean, even if it'd been up for years, there's just some wikis where like you'll just get like a page, and it's like I'm pretty sure there's more information than that.
Yeah, there's things that are things that are missing and things that need editing. Do you remember? I for some reason am completely spacing. Is Gary's name spelled with one R or two? What do you remember just off the top of
I
your
think
head?
it's spelled the exact same way as Gary normally is, which I think is with one
Yeah,
R.
that's what I thought, but every page on the wikis has it with two.
That might be.
And that might be a problem because renaming
I
pages on
actually
the wikis
combined.
are a pain in
I
the
took a
ass.
picture. I took a picture of his when you were on the computer reading their message boards,
Okay.
where he christened him Happy Gary, and I'm sure there's other places it's been spelled. So let me look.
Okay.
It is spelled. Let the picture load. 2 R's.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it's accurate. Huh.
Mainly because the part that's Gary is Hapologus garrulus, and the gar has 2 R's in it.
Buying, selling,
So
trading.
that's
Yeah, that's
probably
right.
but then his friend does say Happy Gary and then jokes about it being the emote, and when that guy says Happy Gary, he does do it with 1 R. So it is a variation of the Happy Gary emote, but spelled with 2 R's. Also, yeah, that message board thing was very well done.
That was fun.
It was like exactly
I
like
could have
this
gone
guy.
through it all day, even though I felt a little bit intrusive, but...
Yeah, this guy says name it Sansus Undertalius.
What? Wait, what? I missed that. No, I didn't see that.
I took a picture. Here, I'll just
yeah,
send you the
no,
picture.
I gotta just go back and see the album.
This is why I take
I would have
pictures
laughed
of.
so hard. I had you called me and I had to go immediately.
No, this was early in the.
I must have skimmed through it then.
Yeah.
I must have just saw him jibber jabbering in Latin. I was like, okay.
Yeah, it's before that. It's one of the. Yeah, you should have the picture now. It's DW Pegasus. Also, I like that his name's Squidboy23.
He plays Splatoon, no doubt.
Well, he likes ocean life. That's why he's called Squid. He literally is wearing a shirt with a squid on it in his Lost poster.
He does like ocean stuff.
But yeah, stuff like experiences like that, like with wiki pages being incomplete, tons of the pages for stuff on the Galactic Star Cruiser on Wikipedia, it's like 1 sentence.
Yeah.
Like I went to the Star Cruiser and like the crew will be like talking like paragraphs about the history of like this one pillar, and then you go there and it's like Wikipedia page is like this room did this, and it's like, yeah, but like, what about the part where like there was a ton of history that happened there, and it's like, I guess because you got to hear it from the cast members, and like if the person updating Wikipedia didn't hear that, then they don't update it. I don't know.
I legit cannot believe that he says Sansus Undertalius. Sansus Undertalius.
You have to say sus. I assume the sus is.
Sansus
It's supposed to be a
Undertaleus.
Undertale and
Sansus
Among Us.
Undertaleus.
And then yeah, the Happy Gary emote is a reference to the the name is a reference to the Happy Gary emote. Plugged into meme culture. But yeah, I mean, I got a ton of pictures of you doing stuff on the computer. Like I tried to get pictures of any messages like that. Like I got the message about them naming the kid, giving it the moniker The Real Unreal, and then a bunch of pictures of you playing.
Mind test.
What they call it, yeah, mind test. And you can actually see the group is talking, like the group is building that. He's giving them instructions for how to build the world that Gary's from, and they're like, "Were there trees in this area?" And he's like, "Yeah, Gary says there were trees in that area. Put trees."
It's pretty. It's a pretty crazy concept. Like this interdimensional alien shows up, and you're like, "Hey, you know what? I have a program where I can make what you're telling me in 3 dimensions. I can just use."
Yeah, they
this
couldn't
game."
do that in ET.
What?
They couldn't do that in ET.
No, you couldn't do that in ET. Like, you didn't have Minecraft.
Oh yeah, I got a picture of you playing the computer and then sitting at the computer in the game.
Oh,
Like
just like
on the room
Inception.
sitting in- Yeah.
Dang it. Oh wait, no, here it is.
Also, I watched a YouTube documentary on the making of Inception the other day, and it was insane. Like the inspirations and stuff. I mean, Nolan was developing that movie for like a long time. Because it started when he was in college, and he had like some sleep pattern that made it so that he just had very vivid dreams, like he was sleeping and then waking up very shortly afterwards, and then he would like keep records, and he was just super weirded out by the fact that like his dreams would be a narrative that his brain was creating, and yet he was also experiencing it in real time. And so his brain was like, he'd pick up a book and he would read the book, and the book would have words, but he wouldn't know what the words said until he actually read them, even though his brain was already his brain was generating an environment and experiencing the environment at the same time. And then he had a separate idea for a heist movie, and then he just was like trying to merge the two obsessions into one thing, and it ended up being like
Must
a
have been
weird.
pretty hard to do.
What's like the last thing? Because he wanted a heist movie that didn't take place in reality, and then he wanted to take all his weird observations about dreams and then like force them together. And it sounds like it would be a super messy thing that doesn't work. But he spent like years refining it to make like characters stuff make sense, and yeah, making sure like everything was fully like there were mechanics to it so that everything was self-consistent, so it wasn't just like crazy random dream stuff happens. It doesn't make any sense. Also, the definitive answer from Christopher Nolan
I heard there was none.
is that the end of the movie is not a dream, and there are several things that actually
I
point.
swear
to
I
that.
saw it wobble.
There are several things. Not only does the top wobble, but something else. I didn't even realize this until it was pointing out. Is that Cobb mentions that when you're in a dream, you can't remember how you got there. Like it's always like you just accept what's happening around you. You can see how Cobb got to his kids at the end. Like it shows him like get there. Like it's like a logical progression of okay, he did this, then he did this, then he did this, and now he's there. It's like if it was a dream, he would just be there. Like there would be no like thing
But
explained.
in a dream, you can move places, and you would remember how you did that. Like you're in the dream, like you walk into a hallway in the dream, you'd be like.
The whole thing is that the dream would take place while he's still in limbo at the end with Sato. That it would be that's when it would take place. Not that the whole movie was a dream, but that at that point things diverge off into a dream. I think there's another thing where his kids are wearing different clothes at the end, and when they're constructs in his mind, they're always wearing the clothes that he last saw them in because it's always a mirror image of your memory. Not there's no new thing happening. So like he left a bunch of clues to make it so that there was an obvious answer, but then enough to where it was still an interesting open-ended. I think because actually he specifically stated that he doesn't think it's good writing when someone makes something and there's like an open-ended, it could go either way. He says like that's fine, but if the author doesn't have a set like actual answer in their head for which one it is, then it's bad writing. Like you need to actually have a decision in your head, like is it the lady or is it the tiger? If you just don't actually have it set anywhere and you're just kind of like I don't know, it could have been anything, then it's not good.
I do prefer there being a definite answer, but I
Yeah,
do
that's-
like making it harder for viewers, like readers,
Well,
or
yeah, because then
whoever's
people can
experience.
debate it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's like, he wanted to do that, but he also wanted there to be a clear, obvious answer so that people wouldn't just like lose their mind for decades on like, oh, what was it?
I would like to see more trees, perhaps, and more shade.
Because otherwise, it just kind of feels like you didn't want to write the ending into something.
Yeah, it's like fake. It makes it seem like you were more like intelligent. It's like a cop out. You know, it's used to mask. You don't have anything interesting to say, so you just let the audience make up in their head what they want. Because the thing is, that's another thing, is the fake out ending has something interesting to say. It's not just like a mind bending, like, ooh, was he in a dream or was he not? The whole point is that, like, he's realizing, like, does it matter whether you're asleep or awake? Because he ended up accidentally killing his wife by making her think that everything was a dream. And, like, to him, it's super important to know if you're in a dream. He's like, you need to know if you're in a dream or reality, or you'll go crazy. That's why we have the totems, that you can hold it, you know if you're in a dream. He's always spinning the chop and checking it, and he's not happy in life until he can make sure it's real. That way he knows he's not faking himself out. But in the end, like, he was just so happy to see his kids again that he didn't wait for the result. He just left the top spinning, because it didn't matter to him whether he was in a dream at that point.
I still
So
think
it's
it
like-
mattered. Otherwise, it's just desperation.
He'd been away from them for so long, and, like, he didn't think he'd ever get that moment.
But that's
so I
not.
think
But if it was a dream, that would be then.
if he hangs out with the kids and comes back to the table in 4 hours when the top's still spinning, then yeah, he's probably going to cap himself in the head. But
Oh god.
I mean, that's how they get out of the dreams.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was the point of that scene, wasn't to like give the audience something to debate whether he was in a dream or not. It was to show the character development of Cobb getting over his obsession with needing everything to be real. And they set that up when they're before they go on the plane. They pass a religious sect that all sink into a dream every day. Like they all get up in a circle and link into one of the machines. And the guy's like, yeah, they come here every day to share in the dream. And he's like, for them, it's become reality, and then this waking world is like a dream. And then he's like, and like, who are we to tell them any differently? And you can see Cobb like sneer at him, like, yeah, that's bullshit. Like that kind of mentality kills people. But then by the end of the film, he's like, it doesn't matter what's a dream or reality, as long as like, you know,
I think it matters.
he was letting go of past trauma.
Well, that's good. That's good. But like when you're dealing with something, I mean, it's like if you're dealing with something and you're dealing with if it's true or not, you don't care if it's true or not. You're going, this could be the fictitious version. That's, I mean, like, isn't that specifically only self-centered and not? It's like you don't actually care about who you're interacting with. Like, oh, I don't care about interacting with my real children. I just like the idea that these might be my real children. I'm not even gonna check. But it's like, are you thinking about yourself at that point, or are you even thinking about the fact that, you know, your children are individuals?
It says earlier in the film where he's like, people crave catharsis. Like that's why they set up the whole.
Yeah, well, this
heist.
kind of catharsis is what turns people to religion, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it's more just him
Your
not
hand
take like
the
him
value.
experiencing the relief that he
Senator.
wants without having to like
Prosperous eyes on
be
this
paranoid
laborer's work
about,
this day.
you know. He's carried the weight with him for so long of the death of his wife and trying to make sure that, you know, he's not in just another layer of limbo. And then he's actually just like letting himself be happy for once.
So it is self-centered.
To a degree, I think that that's more of the debate that you could have about it versus like, oh, did Top wobble? Maybe.
But it did wobble.
Yes,
Totally
it was going to tip over probably due to lack
Absolutely.
of. Again, there's a lot of problems with people that are like, he was still in a dream at the end. It's like, probably not.
They pulled that. They pulled that excuse when it's even something like Pokemon. They're like, well, it's Pokemon's all a dream. When you give them an actual franchise where things could all be a dream, of course they're gonna jump on the it's a dream train.
Well, yeah, it's also set up and it's filmed to where they cut the end of the shot before the top would, realistically.
It's just as simple as going step by step, and then even just onion skinning one frame against another frame. You can see that it wobbled.
And again, the kids are in different clothes, whereas when they're the illusion, because the thing is, he sees the kids throughout the film all over the place, but they're always facing away from him. And right as they're about to turn to him, something happens to where he can't see their faces. But at the end of the film, they turn to him and he can't see their faces, which seems to indicate either that something has changed in his psyche that now allows him to engage with the dream version of his children, or they're his real kids. I mean, that movie has a ton of, people that don't understand what's going on and they make they come up with fake conclusions. Like, when they go to Limbo, you can see all the, crumbling constructs, because, he was in there with Maul for decades, and, they were building cities and stuff with
It's like
their
Narnia.
mind. Yeah, and when they, except the kids didn't build Narnia, but...
No.
When they go back to Limbo at the end to, why am I forgetting the name of the business guy that they were pulling Inception on? Well, he gets sent to Limbo because Cobb shoots him, and they need to pull him back out, to make the whole heist work.
Was it Sato?
No, Sato was the guy setting up.
Oh yeah, that's right.
The
no, I don't
heist.
remember the. I don't remember the.
Who also
the
goes down there.
entrepreneur or whatever.
He ends up bleeding out. Yeah, we should watch the film again. But when they go down there, all of Cobb's city is falling to ruin, which means it's still there, and so people are like, oh, does this show all humans share a subconscious psyche, and so when Cobb and Maul were in Limbo, anyone that goes to Limbo sees the result of what they built? It's like, no, they're jacked in with Cobb. That's why when they go to Limbo, Cobb's stuff is still there, because that's, they're in that version of Limbo. The film's not trying to say all humans share the same Limbo. It's specifically because they're going in there with Cobb again. People have a bunch of weird takes I've seen for that movie, where it's like the film was not saying that at all. I get that you're trying to make it as weird as possible, but there's much cleaner, logical solutions.
Oh, oops.
Also, apparently a ton of the stuff that you think is CGI was practical. Not only was the spinning room fight an actual practical spinning room, the train going down the city street was not a CGI train.
Oh.
Yeah, they ran a train down the CGI, or down the street, and I was like, that's the one thing you'd be like, yeah, well, of course that was CGI, because it just looks so weird.
That sounds like him.
It'd be like if they said, yeah, the folding city wasn't CGI. It's like, oh. They just built the city and folded it on it.
Thank you, Kavu.
It's still weird how Doctor Strange blatantly gets away with the folding city, and they do it in every Doctor Strange film. They replay the city folding in on itself. It's like, we get it. It's like Inception. It's a cool visual.
What else? I mean, I guess the city floating around was kind of cool. Oops, I was muted.
Oh.
Work's always good when it's chill. I was saying I at least like what they did in Strange with the pieces of city working like fractals and floating around, and then having it seal in on itself was pretty cool.
Yeah, they did more of a fractal mirror thing, but it is obviously if Inception didn't exist, they probably wouldn't have had that light bulb moment to be like, let's have the city bend on itself.
After your whole, I watched a movie that stole my entire plot of my fictional world that I told nobody. I can't say
I think it's safe to say that Doctor Strange, though, the people making Doctor Strange have probably seen Inception.
Sure, but like,
And everyone said it
about
looked like
as much as. I
when
didn't.
when the trailer came out, they showed it. Everyone's like, "Ah, it's Inception." Yeah, they were like featured heavily of them. I mean, there was a lot of like dreamscape imagery in Doctor Strange.
They didn't do the dreamwalking stuff until the next one, though.
And then they didn't do it as cool as the visuals in the first one, oddly enough.
I guess we could do that. I hate.
I don't know.
What can I do?
But yeah, a lot of the the character writing. I mean, because Inception also really is a good film just based on the character dynamics and stuff. Because if it was just like a film that was relying solely on the concepts, like it would still be a cool movie, but it wouldn't be like a perfect movie like people normally regard it. Because like the dynamic of like Cobb having the projection of his dead wife, who was also like his partner in pulling off, you know. The whole thing is that Cobb knows that Inception works. Like the whole reason why he does heists, wholly pinned on going in and doing all the dream stuff and planting ideas, is because he did that to Cobb or to Maul, and then found out it works because the whole thing was they got sent to Limbo. They both died in a dream, and when they were trapped in Limbo, like. Maul didn't want to leave. She got convinced that like it was much better there, and to get her to leave, he planted the idea in her head that the world like wasn't real, that there was something not right with it, and like he successfully planted that idea in her head so well that when they woke up from the dream, that idea stopped, and she couldn't get rid of it. And so even when they were in the real world, she was so convinced she was in a dream that she, you know, tried to get she wanted a double suicide where they both kill each other, and she knew that he wouldn't do that, so she killed herself and then framed it for murder, made it look like he murdered her so that, you know, he would have to be on the run and potentially, in her mind, hopefully kill himself. So he realized Inception works because, you know, of an accident that caused like the worst event in his life, and now he just does that to other people to make money, which is like a really good.
It's his best movie. In fact, I would say it's my favorite live-action movie to watch. Like,
yeah,
just because of the originality of it, the fact that it's like so violent, but also not really violent because a lot of it's just in a dream.
Yeah,
and so you're able to use like, you know, guns and all this incredible like super violent stuff.
I love the concept where it's like, yeah, if you're in someone else's dream, like the brain knows you're not supposed to be there, and so all the constructs in the dream it'll just dream up the situation where you die. Basically.
It's a brain antibody.
Yeah, they call it the psychological immune system. And as you go deeper in the dreams, the layers of security rev up, and you can see in the film, you know, the first layer is just like normal small arms fire, but by the time they're at the end in like the ski, you know, it's more like a spy movie, and they're up against like military grade technology. Like the security's got up higher because they keep going deeper and deeper into the different layers. But like the thing is, in the documentary they talk about how like Nolan had ideas and then he like whittled them away until they became like the best version of themselves. Like he wanted to give Cobb a construct of a former partner that he was always fighting against. Like the dead partner would pop up in the heist and ruin things. But he was like, that's a good idea, but like the motivation's kind of weak, because then you're just fighting against a ghost, like a phantom, and then when you have victory over it, you're not really getting victory because, you know, the guy's already dead. And then he had the idea of, well, what if this was his spouse, and like he was indirectly responsible for their death, and it's like him fighting against the guilt he feels for killing them, and that's why defeating them is like him actually coming to grips with a part of himself, like a mistake he's made. So when you defeat the antagonist, it's not just like defeating a ghost, it's like giving yourself permission to walk away from a mistake that you made that's been like controlling your life. And like because he like sat there with ideas and like worked with them until they became like really good, even if he had something that sounded good at first. He just has a really good grasp on like character motivations and like something that can be compelling, but how can you make it more compelling? Which also makes the heist really good, because then when the characters in the film are discussing like what idea can you plant that would make someone totally change their mind about something, Nolan's the kind of person that would like understand how the psychology works to like like, oh, that's a good idea, but if you do this, then it would be even more effective to the audience, who would be the dreamer in that scenario. Because the whole thing was they were trying to get the guy was the next in line to run an energy company that had such a large monopoly on the world's energy that if he doesn't dissolve his company, essentially he'll control the world. Like, this company is so important to the way the world works that all the nations are like dependent on the energy. And Sato's whole thing is like, they're not just like business rivals. Sato's like doesn't want this company to have that much power. And that was another thing that they wanted to give, even though like Sato's like a business guy, right? So normally the motives is rich guy doesn't want other rich guy to get richer. And Nolan was like, well, that's not a compelling narrative. The audience isn't going to care about Sato. Sato's just another rich guy who doesn't want his rival to get richer. So they gave Sato the altruistic motivation of, he honestly doesn't want to see this company get that much power because it would be dangerous for humanity. So even though Sato's a rich guy that can fund the heist, he also has like motives that don't make him like a super...
It's a moral heist movie.
Yeah, he's like, he honestly has good motivations for humanity, even though he's a rich guy. So now the audience is like, okay, he's rich, but he's doing this for good. Which again, like other films, I could see just making it like, rich guy just doesn't want other guy to be rich, and then just not realizing that there was a better way to write it. Because then, like, you care about Sato when he goes in with them on the heist, you honestly feel bad for him that he's like gonna die because he's not just like an asshole.
And plus, I mean, he shows that he's into it because he literally goes with them instead of...
Yeah, he could have just...
he could have just been like, good luck.
Yeah, and then like the whole idea they have is that, you know, the guy that they're infiltrating, his last experience with his dad, who founded the company, was his dad's dying words to him was that he was disappointed in him. And so they're like, okay, we're going to play off that and try to form some sort of a, because, you know, they're like, the human mind doesn't crave like a bad ending, like it wants catharsis. You want a resolution that like brings you peace. So they're going to try to play with his mind and change the way he perceives his father's death. And like, it's very interesting how they go through the different layers, like planting small seeds of like, okay, well, you know, they make him think that he's in a dream in the second layer. In the first layer, when they're in the city and getting in shootouts, they honestly make him feel like he's being kidnapped in the real world and being held, and that these guys are trying to get to his father's safe because it's a will, and the will break up the company. And he's like, well, why does my father want the company to be broken up? And then they have one of the other guys, Tom Hardy's character plays, you know, someone that specializes in impersonating people in dreams. Like, he takes on the role of people that the target knows. So he pretends to be a friend that works with the business guy, who also gets captured, and he tells them that the other guys want the will so that they can break up the company, because the will has instructions to break up the company. And they're gonna try to, you know, get the location, the location of the safe by performing Inception, by going inside the dreams. So like, he only thinks that they're going inside the dreams in the city level, the first level, and then they go deeper in, and that's when they're in the hotel, and they pull the Mr. Charles scheme, where they pretend to be agents that are in his subconscious because he was trained. You know, they're like, you've been trained against dream heists. I'm Mr. Charles, a psychological agent that, you know, you've trained yourself to summon if you feel like you're being heisted. And he's like, we're in a dream right now. They're trying to get information from the safe. Do you know anything? And they keep like playing him like this until like he's convinced that there is a safe with a will inside that's designed to break up the company, and he doesn't know why why his dad would want the company broken up. And they keep playing this all the way until the end, where like they reveal to him that his father's last words were that he was disappointed in him, not because he failed to be like him, but because he was trying to be like him. And his dad was trying to break up the company to free his son, you know, from basically trying to imitate his father and only finding success in being a repeat of him. And that the whole thing was a catharsis, that, you know, he was now free of the guilt that he felt from being a failure to his father. And then he wakes up, realizes that all of that was a dream. There was no will. His father's last words weren't that, but it plants the idea in his head that, like, maybe I should break up the company that my dad had, and I should stop trying to be like him. You know, it's like, it's a genius thing. Like, that.
But then as they're all sitting there, you just kind of hear him mumble. He's like, nah. like they're all just kind of sitting there together, just, nah.
It's like one of those dreams you just forget. You're like, I feel like there was a.
Yeah. So it's
pinwheel
like
or
completely
something.
forgot the entire
Like,
thing. Yeah,
Dad
basically,
hated it?
that's how it goes. He just goes like, guys, you will not believe what I just dreamt about.
They show him like thinking on what he just experienced, but they purposely never show him actually acting on it, so you don't know if he does break up the company. But it was like when you first hear about the heist, you think like, well, how are they gonna pull that off? Like, make guy think he should break a company up? Like that sounds really hard to do. Like,
Jedi mind trick. It would be so much easier.
Yeah, it's like how would you like convince, especially in a dream, because like nothing in a dream matters, right? So anything you try to do, he's just gonna wake up from and be like, he won't care. But if you do something like viscerally emotional like that, then it's gonna stick with him and like nag at him for a long time. Until he puts together that he was probably incepted, and they'll be like, "Oh, it was one of those dream heist things."
Man, I mean, like if you're in a world like that has that, I don't know if I'd ever trust myself.
Yeah, like any dream that you have would just instantly be written off. Just never base any action you have off something you experienced in a dream. Of course, then you have to ask yourself, like, am I doing this because I experienced something in a dream that's, like, guiding my actions, but I don't remember what it was? And then you'd be paranoid.
And the music, though, I mean, it really just kind of covers all the bases.
Yeah, I mean, again, people commonly regard it as it's like a perfectly written film. It's wholly original. They don't spend like more than 2 lines explaining the dream technology. They're just like the U.S. military developed this tech so that soldiers could train in, you know, life or death scenarios without actually having the risk of dying. And that's it. You just get the idea that these people are stealing technology from the U.S. military, and then I guess they also another difficulty that the film had to overcome was explaining the mechanics of dreams. Because, like I said, it'd be super easy to make a movie about dreams where it's just rando, like everything crazy is happening, there's no explanation. But Nolan was always fascinated with the mechanics of his dreams. Like I said, when you're like reading a book in a dream, the mind's coming up with what the book's saying and experiencing it like it's reading it for the first time, even though it's the thing that wrote the letters down. And they play off that where they're like, when you're in a dream, like you're just sitting there talking and you don't realize it, you don't know how you got there. So that's one mechanic, is if you don't realize how you got someplace, like that's the way dreams work.
Easy.
They had a bunch of other mechanics and stuff, and it's like, even if that's not 100% how dreams actually work, it makes it so that there's hard mechanics, so that as long as the film's operating under those mechanics, like nothing super crazy is going to happen. You'll understand what's going on.
Yeah.
Like time running differently in dreams, you know, you have a lot longer, the deeper you go in each level, the longer time seems, which is why when you're in limbo, you can be stuck there for decades, even if you were just in the real world asleep for an hour or two.
The movie kind of shows you that it's not really the type of movie that wants to bother explaining every little bit of science for why these things work.
Yeah.
Like time works differently, and it's just kind of like, well, you don't need to really say why.
But it's all stuff
film.
that the viewer intrinsically knows, because we've all had dreams, and we're like, yeah, that's true. Like you can fall asleep for 5 minutes.
Well, yeah,
and have a dream.
yeah. You could have like a whole adventure in your dreams, and then you're like, oops. Yeah, I had that happen.
Yeah, time does, like, your brain is running quicker when you're asleep, and there's definitely the feeling of, like, stuff happens in dreams that you don't notice it's weird until, like, someone points it out to you that it was weird, or you think about it later.
When you wake up and you're like, that made total sense, and then a second later you're like, well, actually,
yeah,
this doesn't really make much sense at all. Alucard, hi, I'm doing fine. Day 2 of my birthday. It's day 3 will be my actual birthday, which is on Tuesday.
But yeah, it was just super weird. Like, I can't think of anyone else coming with that idea. Like, I want to do a heist movie that takes place all in dreams, and then, like, doing it so cleanly that, like, the audience isn't, like, lost, and it's not like, what the hell was that movie?
I like dream things. I think the concept should be used more.
Yeah, and it let them do like cool vision, because that's the thing, it's like you have a heist movie, but since you're not in reality, like now weird stuff can happen. Like you're having a fist fight with someone in a hotel room that's spinning around, because you're in a second dream where in the higher level of the dream a car's spinning.
That's weird.
Yeah, it's like the weirdest thing. It's like, it makes sense that you're in a heist, but like you're also in a heist in like not reality.
And so like when the car is rolling, you know, rolling down the hill, and it does that
Yeah.
full, that's happening within like a few seconds. And well, he's having a whole goddamn
yeah.
fight scene in this.
And that's in another dream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's.
So it's going slower in the other, yeah.
And your
There's the
brain's
other
just
part where like
"Whoa."
they have to do the kick, right? That's another mechanic they talk about, is the kick that like wakes you up. You know, that
Oh,
feeling
yeah.
of falling.
Yeah.
And so that's how they get out of each layer of dreams. But in one of the levels, they're so deep. The van's driven off of a bridge, which is supposed to be one of the kicks, but there's no gravity in the car when it's in free fall, right? And so really deep in another layer, he's one of the guys that stayed behind has to wake everybody else up, but now there's no gravity, and so you can't do the kick because you can't make them feel like they're falling because now there's 0G. So he binds them all up and sticks them in an elevator and then puts C4 on the elevator and then blows the shafts that the elevator shoots up, and the momentum of the elevator shooting up artificially creates enough gravity to induce their bodies to feel like they're falling.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, yeah, that's a genius way. If you're like in 0G and you have to induce a feeling of falling, you would use momentum. Oh, the avalanche that they had in the snow place, that was also a practical effect. They did a controlled avalanche.
Scary. I didn't really recognize how scary avalanches were until I saw that video of the guy filming an avalanche from, several miles away, and it like literally catches up to him in such a short time. It felt unreal. And
I was gonna say, I always think it's like weird that he didn't think to run, but at the same time, even if he was running, that would not have helped.
Yeah, a lot of people were saying, "Why aren't you running?" And it's like he had to hide, and he got out alive. But like that was not something that you usually would escape from alive.
Yeah, plenty of people do not get out from avalanches.
That was.
But yeah, it does look like it could pass
he
forward.
got covered. It looked like It looked like it was in fast motion or in CG or something.
Yeah.
I mean, like as a kid, I thought avalanches were gonna be a scarier, bigger deal. Avalanches were everything.
Yeah, avalanches.
You know.
Same.
And quicksand, volcanoes, avalanches. Though I mean, like, I think avalanches are. It's probably more common than quicksand.
I was
go
gonna say, out of
skiing.
all three of those things, avalanches are the one that probably is the most.
Yeah.
I guess in the northern hemisphere, it's more of a threat.
I've learned things about like skiing and stuff that there's like there's like these things called I don't remember what they're called, ghost drops or something. It's when you're like skiing and you'll be skiing maybe by a tree, and because of the way the tree's like standing, the snow will not gather around the tree correctly, and it will create an illusion that there's a lot of snow there, but in reality there's only like very little, and there's a pocket that you can just fall right into, and it can.
I thought these were gonna be like a helpful thing, like like a.
No, this is
go
it's a
bag.
helpful thing, as in like you need to know that it's a thing. I don't remember what they're called. I don't think it's ghost drops, but it was.
Wow! If I wasn't gonna go skiing before.
Yeah, and then I saw something that was like it. It was a video of a guy, GoPro on. He survived, I guess. But this was so horrifying that I almost don't like to watch the video. And I'm not usually scared.
Yeah.
But he's skiing, and I guess he's like skiing in an area where there's a lot of glaciers, and there's like a lot of snow, and I don't know, something like that happens where he just falls right into a glacier, and it is massive, a huge gaping.
Oh yeah, glaciers
blue
are scary.
abyss that's just pitch black at the
Glaciers-
bottom, like it's CG.
Glaciers carve continents. Like
Yeah.
there are stars that you can see from space from glaciers moving across during the Ice Age.
And the gap is huge. I mean, I'm sure the GoPro has some fisheye going on, but even so, it's
I mean, there's
it's huge.
glaciers that are huge.
Yeah.
I mean, if the fall didn't kill him, it has to be not
No,
that.
what he managed to do was he was falling, but he managed to fall close enough to a wall that he could grab, skid down, stop on a ledge, and
Oh, so
I
he
guess
can
from
go
there
all
he
the
could
way.
probably manage to call for help in some way.
Okay.
But he managed to stop on a ledge. But still, but like, how are you that calm? How like he's just like, and I'm just gonna stop here. Like it's like he's speed running or a game or something.
I've done this. Ah, darn! I fell in the hole. Again.
No. I mean, I don't know. I'm not even afraid of that kind of stuff. But instinctually, I'm afraid of it. It's not like a specific phobia. It's just like, ugh.
Oh yeah, glaciers are like kaiju. Like they are continent-sized, and they break apart and kill. Like they are very dangerous.
Maybe all the world's billionaires have a collective fear of glaciers.
We should kill all
That's
the
why
glaciers,
they're
and then
accelerating
they won't.
climate change.
We can't fall down them
Yeah.
during our ski trips.
Exactly. This is a real plot that they have.
Rich people do love skiing.
Rich people do love skiing. And then there was another video I saw of a guy who did fall in a drift while he was skiing, because, I mean, snow drifts are very common, but he fell into a drift, I
There's
guess.
a lot of
And you know what? I think it might have been one of those tree drifts, because this might have been where I heard about it. I don't know what it's called, but, again,
I mean,
snow...
Ghost Drop sounds like a good name.
It does sound like a cool name, Ghost Drop. They should change it to that. But it's some kind of pocket that gathers by trees, and he fell right in one. And I think he was like face first, so his legs are sticking out. Or, I think like his gear was sticking out, but like a couple inches of gear. So this other skier noticed him, and the skier has a GoPro on as well. A lot of skiers do. I mean, I think it's good to report.
Yeah, I was gonna say if stuff like this happens, then yeah, sure, definitely.
And he's like, he legit finds this guy who's like, if he was just a little bit more covered by snow, he would never have been found. He would have frozen and died there. The guy digs him out. He has a tool in his pack. He has like a shovel that like folds out or something. It was crazy.
Yeah.
And he like,
I mean, that's probably essential gear to have when you're out there. If
He
not to rescue others, like
yeah.
you might have to dig yourself out.
he shovels the guy out, and a long time of saving him and talking to him to keep him. I think he like wanted to keep him lucid.
You always keep the target talking just to make sure that they're mentally active and not like going into the light, so to speak, depending on their medical state.
He got him out, and I think they're friends now.
I would
they're taking
imagine they're
pictures
probably
together.
not enemies.
They're probably not enemies. It's like The
My
Incredibles.
antagonist.
That happens in The Incredibles,
Abe does save him.
which was shockingly dark. Rewatching it as an adult, I was going, this isn't the actual movie, right? This is not how the movie goes.
This was a parody.
I don't know. Like, even watching it now, I'm going, I can't believe they actually went with this decision for the movie.
It was a more mature setting.
But certainly a mature direction. I mean, like, it's like, I sure do love Toy Story, I'm gonna watch The Incredibles. You start out and it's like, wow. I mean, that, I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying we're talking like The Boys or something, but I'm saying like
I was
not
gonna
something
say
you
like it was
expect
people
from
that wanted gritty superheroes had gritty superheroes before.
not something that you would expect from.
I mean,
from
Toy
Pixar.
Story had suicidal contemplation in it. Toys wanted to die. The audience wanted to die.
It was I mean, it was bold, and I guess it was okay because as a kid I had no idea what was going on. But I was a dumb kid.
Just let the man fall out the window.
Let him go.
What's so bad? What's going on? I mean, yeah, there's a bunch of people die in that film. And there's like corpses.
Yeah.
Gazer beam wasn't being so hot.
Probably one of the better Pixar films. I don't know how. I haven't seen them all.
Say so.
I haven't seen them all, so I I'd say The Incredibles is up there, WALL-E's up there. I'd probably put Cars up there. That's already
I don't know why I
three.
used to think people didn't like WALL-E.
What? Wait, no, hold on, back up.
I think it was probably just mom or someone
No,
in the
I
family.
know
WALL-E.
people love
And then I just thought WALL-E was universally regarded as one of the mid-tier Pixar films. Until like later, I'm like, oh, WALL-E's like Stitch, like WALL-E's everything.
Yeah.
I mean, Cars is another one where everyone seems, at least online, everyone seems to universally hate Cars. And so, like, we watched Cars recently just so I could see if there was something I was missing. I was like, nope, Cars is still a good, it's just like, feels like a good Pixar movie, like Finding Nemo or Monsters, Inc. I don't know why people are like, Cars suck.
No, Cars was great.
Oh yeah, Finding Nemo is another good one. I mean, culturally,
is.
Finding Nemo might have had the most impact.
Yes. I remember when it was coming out, we got those toys.
Yeah,
the McDonald's
I
toys.
think we collected the whole set of McDonald's.
We worked hard to get them all. We got like several the same.
Yes, because
that's what it was like going for McDonald's toys.
Yeah, now you can just buy sets on eBay.
I think eBay was a thing back then, but either way,
Well,
I mean,
it's easier now.
I'm pretty sure like I haven't done it in a while, but like you can just ask for a certain kind of toy and they might even like give it to you.
They might do that more now.
They did Pokemon cards last year, and because I got some for Jacob, and they had those available, and I asked for one because I was like, I'm gonna get a Happy Meal just so I can get this toy, even though I probably could have, I don't know, but I got one, and then I was given everyone's favorite Pokemon, Sylvester the Cat, because they were doing Space Jam.
Yeah, I was about to
either
say.
right before or right after. I think it was right before. Pretty sure. And I didn't realize until I got home, and I was like, I don't think this is a Pokemon. This is.
So people, I got you that Pokemon.
Sylvester the Cat. And so I was like, I'm gonna go back, the next day or whatever, maybe the day after the next day, and see if I can get some cards, but return this one. I tried to return it, but they were like, nah, keep Sylvester, and they were like, they handed me like 2 or 3 card cases. Like I asked for one, they gave me like 2 or 3. And that was nice. They were like, you collect these, and I was like, nah, it's not for me though. But I came for Sylvester. that's what I came for. But no,
I'm not some sort of baby like Pokemon cards. Was this your?
You think I'm a child?
Oh.
I came here for Sylvester the Cat.
I think in the past they probably didn't let you like say requesting specific toys because the idea was you got what you got and that would encourage you to try again. You know,
Maybe
like loot boxes, chicken nuggets.
We when we were collecting Beanie Baby Bears for like McDonald's anniversary,
That was another one.
I'm pretty sure we were able to ask for a specific one, but obviously you do have to buy the Happy Meal, I'm pretty sure. But I'm pretty sure you could
Well, then I
ask
thought
for a specific one if they had them in stock.
Okay, maybe they just didn't have them in stock. Is the thing.
Yeah.
I just don't know why you would ever get duplicates if you just request your outcome.
I don't know. I remember there being like at some points where we could just get a specific one. Nowadays, McDonald's toys are like all like tech. They are like they have a thing where they connect to an app, right? So it's like it connects to a tablet. Yeah. It's kind of like an Amiibo thing going on, maybe, or the app is able to control lights on the toy or something. It's like back in my day, we just had a switch or a button.
Yeah, toys had lights built in.
But I don't know. I'm not gonna. I mean, I'm not gonna say there was like a drop in quality for Happy Meal toys because I'm pretty sure they're kind of similar.
I remember when they had. I forget if this was just for new Disney movies coming out, or if this was like a whole set they did for classic Disney movies. But they had like the VHS. It was like a mini VHS cover, and you would open it, and then it would have like an action figure from the film. Like we had a Mulan one.
I don't remember these.
I can probably find pictures of it. So it was like a little mini. It was like even made of the VHS case plastic material. It was tiny. Let me see. McDonald's Disney VHS. I'm not actually typing.
I'm not actually typing. What are you doing, talking?
I just noticed. No, I was typing and then I looked at the search bar and noticed nothing was happening.
Oh.
That was just VHS. Toys. Here they are. Yes, they exist. Here is them.
Is this going to be via Discord or Facebook?
Facebook. Okay, so they don't have a Mulan. We got Mulan toys separately, but these were there. I think it was Lion King we had.
Huh. Yeah, maybe it kind of looks familiar. I always enjoyed chewing on VHS cases.
Yes.
I always enjoyed engaging in the recreational art of chewing on VHS cases.
The Simba down there, we did have the Lion King one.
Yeah, that Merlin one's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Hmm. I recently discovered the Spyro toy that I had. I thought it was from Burger King, but it was indeed McDonald's little Spyro game. Yeah, the little Game and Watch like ones.
I thought I had that, but
well, maybe, but I'm in possession of it.
Oh.
Currently, it is on my desk, right here.
Like the original one when we first got it, or you found you got another one online?
No, this is definitely original. I mean, this is just straight up. I mean, maybe it would still work if we would get. It's probably watch batteries, to be honest.
If you can replace the batteries at all, I mean, a lot of
maybe I don't know. It's got screws on the back. You can unscrew something. But you know. But the compactness of these games always amused me. The screen is so tiny. The screen is so small. I mean, just like it opens up. You're so used to like the DS these days, but it's just like this really tiny little screen. Yeah, I don't know what year this is though. I can't see a year attached to it.
Oh, it looks like they had a ton of these VHS tapes. Like, there's another one for Disney's Dinosaur. Like, they probably did like multiple runs with different films. Like when a new film came out, they probably added a new VHS because that was back when VHS was actually nothing.
It's amazing how fast Happy Meal toys are changing these days. I don't remember them changing so fast. Like, I go to McDonald's all the time, and I'm just like, okay, well, I guess it's a different toy now. I mean, it just seems to happen so quickly.
I'm sure. Guess it may be a side effect of the fact that media is like every 2 seconds. That's kind of this
so much stuff.
They even had Little Mermaid 2 as one of these cases.
They made a what?
The straight to VHS movies. Little Mermaid 2 got these McDonald's VHS toy cases. Yeah, I think the one Pixar film that feels odd that just kind of became super successful and then is never followed up on is Bug's Life.
I was gonna say that because I was recently checking out some footage from it, and I'm like, it's been a while since I've thought of Bug's Life.
Yeah, it was like very beloved when it came out. Like everyone.
Want to prove yourself?
It was like I think it was their second film after Toy Story because their mentality was. They had a whole bunch of stories that they wanted to tell, but they like waited for the technology to catch up. So they told the stories that would look good in that current version of CGI first. So they were like, okay, toys, Like, let's tell a story about toys because they made of plastic, and CGI looked plastic at the time.
Genius.
So they basically turned a weakness into a strength. They're like, if it already looks plastic, let's make everything plastic.
They did that with VeggieTales.
Kind of, yeah. And Bug's Life was the same kind of idea. Like, Bugs, you know, hard exoskeleton forms. It'll be super, you know, forgiving on the limitations. So they did Bug's Life. And then, like, as stuff got more advanced, and they're like, okay, we can do fur now. And they're like, let's do Monsters, Inc. now. So now we can do the proper, you know, we can do fuzzy monsters and stuff. So yeah, it was a very smart strategy to, like, wait until you could properly depict things in CGI versus going too far and making stuff look weird before you were ready to do it. But yeah, Bug's Life had, like, super successful, got a ride in the park that opened before the movie even did. They had a whole Bug's Life land in Disneyland that only went away when Avengers Campus ate it. And then ever since then, like, Bug's Life got one after credits joke in Toy Story 2 where they joked about making a sequel to Bug's Life, and then that was it. Then they just never talked. Then Bug's Life has never popped up. I think Princess Ada and Princess Dot have popped up occasionally in, like, Disney Princess lineups. Like, I've seen some enamel pins that had them in the lineup of Disney princesses. But other than, like, your obligatory kind of deep cut reference like that, for people to be like, it's, you know, they got even the deep cut princesses. I haven't really seen anything.
They sweep Bug's Life under the rug, or under their boots, because it's about class uprising.
That's true.
That's why they hide it.
It's a very Marxist film.
Yeah.
They do try to murder seize the means of productions and murder their usurpers.
I literally only recently saw a clip of it, and I was like, oh yeah, that's what this movie's about. You know, I completely forgot. And so that's what they want. That's what they want you to. If it's not Disney, then it's just big corporations, and Disney doesn't want to upset them. I don't know.
Yes.
But it's kind of like, I don't know. It's not like it looks bad or anything. It's got memorable music and.
Oh yeah, the soundtrack for Bug's Life. I forgot how good it was. All the Pixar soundtracks. I should look up if they all use the same composer, but they all have the same kind of musical.
Quite often, it's a big band thing going on.
Yeah, they have, like, big jazzy bands or like very, very smart to develop, like, an iconography. Like, even though each film is different, you have, like, a tone that unites them. The Pixar is a very weird, because, like, Pixar was started by Steve Jobs.
Oh yeah.
Pixar was an Apple product, a studio developed by Apple as they were developing CGI to tell stories, and then Disney purchased them. That was actually Disney's first partnership with Apple, and since then, Disney and Apple have actually been, like, big collaborators on stuff. For decades, there's always been fake rumors that Apple's going to buy Disney. Everyone's like rumors are swirling that Disney is up for sale for Apple, and it's a joke that it's been going on for like 40 years. But like the new Apple VR headset, the Vision Pro that's coming out is going to have an exclusive partnership with Disney Plus, where you can watch Disney Plus in a special app on it, which will put you in the environment of the setting. Like if you're watching Mandalorian, I don't know if you saw the Apple showcase, but like it'll make you like sitting in a speeder on Tatooine. So like you're sitting in the environment of Star Wars as you're watching the Star Wars content, and then doing that for different stuff. And then a bunch of like AR stuff, so like you can have a bunch of like Disneyland experiences in your home, sort of thing. But yeah, the idea was always that Apple handles the tech side of things, and then Disney handles the entertainment side of it. I mean, obviously at this point, Pixar is 100% a Disney property. Pixar has no connection to Apple. So. It looks like someone's texting. Oh. Are you guys still free? I was watching a movie.
What movie? What? He's like Inception. I'm watching Inception. I just got this idea to watch it.
I was gonna say, or this is just a dream finding the idea to watch Inception.
I learned that they don't really say this. Yeah, I found a random piece of paper in the new trial, because the new trial is about going into a guy's dream. It's pretty much Inception, but but the thing is, though, it's like you don't really get an explanation as to why the guy wanting to study a dream-related artifact is. You don't really need an answer. It's just he's a mage. But you find some papers in his dream where you can see his report where he needs to message the Mages Guild as to like to acquire the stone, because you don't just acquire a magic stone and study it. You probably need to be a specific rank. So he's making a plea. I don't know, what's a permission to get this thing, and he's like, I'd like to get this magic stone, so I can study. He wanted to study the art of dreams. He wanted to study what the difference was between, I think it was between falling asleep in a normal natural state and acquiring sleep and dreaming via an artificial means like a potion, I think, or a spell. So he wanted to just kind of like. I don't think people dream under anesthetic. But he noticed. I think he said he noticed differences between an artificial and natural sleep, and he wanted to like learn more about it by going via the. He knew the dangers of the stone too, because he talked about the danger within it and stuff. He's like, nah, I'm well protected. Apparently he wasn't, but he was like, nah, I got it. He even says like he's like, here, attach are my credentials so that you can reference these and. You know, but he's like, I'd very much like it. And they were like, okay, you know, you can have it. And then he gets it, and he fucks it all up. Think twice, I guess. But no, it was pretty cool that I was like, he's like the science of dreams and why. And apparently, there's a difference between a natural and an artificial dreaming state.
Well, I was gonna say in real life, I don't know if this is a wives' tale, but I'm pretty sure it's said that. When you're put to sleep artificially, like via anesthetic or anesthesia, you don't dream.
I don't remember dreaming when I was put.
Yeah,
anesthesia.
I mean, yeah, that checks out in my experience too. But yeah, it might be something connected to something like that. But did they ever say what the difference was that he was experiencing?
I probably had. Hold on, it was probably on clouds, maybe. So let me type in. I know he's talking to Shalador. Maybe not. Maybe I don't have it on clouds. I know I took a screenshot of it. So all I gotta do is look for screenshots that are purple. Because that's the entire trial is very purple. Ermina likes purple. Dang it, I think I had
so many colors.
What?
I said there's only so many colors.
No, that's Jitso Reef. Wait, no, after Jitso Reef I remember doing... Ooh, is this it? Right here. Yeah, I need the Dreamstone to complete my analysis of the differences between sleeping potions and falling asleep naturally. The biggest difference, I suspect, lies within the dreams produced by both states of unconsciousness. With enough practice, I believe I can train myself to recognize the dream states I fall into. This would be tremendously useful, as right now there's little distinction between the two, and intelligent minds throughout the ages have toiled on the problem of which one is more potent. And then he has references to said wizards, blah blah blah. And then after that he says, to finally put the question to rest, would give answers to many inquiries and insight into improvements made to future magics. As you can see by my attached references, I am one of the foremost experts in vicinage wards for Fenry spells and the fine art of research, which many lesser mages forego in favor of much flashier magical studies. I can't believe they actually greenlit this, but I've also studied the accounts of those who held the Dreamstone prior to this request. I have confirmed what each and every one of Ansul's victims did incorrectly, and I have a plan to avoid repeating their mistakes. Additionally, since I will be isolated during the course of my research, I will not be placing any unknowing persons in danger. It's simply not possible for me to fail in pursuit of this knowledge.
What could go wrong?
I literally think being isolated is just worse. You know, it's just much worse, because it's like if he was isolated, you know, and he I don't know how they found him, but apparently they did. It's like no one would have been able to come and help him because he was like in a paralyzed dream state. But I like doing the trial because, as someone that's been playing the game so long, they take you to older zones, probably because those are the zones that most players will feel nostalgic for. So it's like Orsinium in Alinor. And it's like, you go through them, but they feel different and weird, like you're in a dream, because you're like, this is the same place, but the people aren't here. The people I always hear talking the same lines, they ain't here. You know?
It's like liminal.
And so that was cool, but...
Steven hasn't responded to me. It might be one of those situations where someone's like, they text back finally and then they just go dark again. But I told him, the last message I left is that we would switch over to the group voice chat. So I'm just gonna switch to Gaming Den and see if he pops in eventually.
How long are we gonna... Wait, did he say what game he wanted to play? Sorry, I was responding to a text.
All he said was, how about now? I was watching a movie. And I said, yes, we'll switch over to the group VC. He hasn't said anything after that. And it's been 7 minutes now, so.
Okay.
But we can just go ahead and move this to the Gaming Den and just give him the option to pop in.
Alright.
Yeah, like that.
I am exhausted. My legs are killing me even if we filmed the scene right after the one on the couch.
It says he's gone back into Z mode, so he is now away from the computer again.
He fell asleep.
Or he's watching another movie.
I think I would dare say that Omega Mart's probably the most popular Meow Wolf in existence, because anytime I talk about it, people are like, "That sounds like Omega Mart," you know?
I think it's the most well-known one.
It's the most famous.
Well, I guess, yeah, that would be the definition, but on the internet, Omega Mart advertising is like everywhere versus, I couldn't tell you what the names of the other ones are.
It's really identifiable.
Is that the one in Vegas, you said?
Yeah, that's the one in Vegas.
Well, there you go.
The
That's
one in Santa Fe is Convergence Station, I think.
Yeah, the Vegas being so hot with travelers might be why they see more money in advertising it online, because like so many people go to Vegas anyway. If they've heard of Omega Mart, they're more likely to go to it versus like who's traveling with, you know.
Maybe, but the fact that Omega Mart has some branding to it and a very interesting...
I guess it's true. It sounds like a separate company.
Yeah,
right?
a lot of people think that it's a separate thing.
No one calls it Omega Mart Meow Wolf,
yeah,
or Meow Wolf Omega Mart. They just call it Omega Mart, like it's its own thing.
Well, that's what I mean, though. Because, like, when I talk about it, people are like, oh, it sounds like Omega Mart, because they think that it's, like, a different thing. But it's like, nah, Omega Mart is just a Meow Wolf.
I think that shows that they probably haven't been before, because I'm sure
Maybe
when
not.
you go to Omega Mart, it probably is very obvious.
Yeah, you'll definitely know. You'll be like, oh, it's kind of like when it's like only known as Skyrim, and you're like, oh, it's the Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim.
Yeah, I played a game like it.
But when are we getting Omega Mart 2?
Yeah. The Omega Mart franchise.
But yeah, the Meow Wolf Discord's great. People making theories. They're like fine. I think that it's probably supposed to be understood that the Meow Wolves are all like kind of like SCP events in the same universe, because they're like putting together hints that they find in each one.
It is cool that it's like a series, like, because when you say like, oh, I like this franchise or this series, it's always either like video game, book, or movie. Whereas like this is a series that it's like experiences, like art installations. So it's weird that it's like a franchise with it's I don't even know what to call them. You can't call them like chapters or books or episodes or movies.
They're fragments, really. They're just fragments of the story.
It's like a franchise with different fragments. So there's like an interconnectedness. It's just weird that it's like an experience versus like a movie.
Now we understood most of the story while we were there, but
it happened organically. They didn't have to like have a a rolling credits beforehand. You
Yeah.
know, we just kind of picked stuff up and pieced it together. I felt like they did a great job at letting you find out what you needed to know early. They put all that stuff early, and then like the stuff you find out later, you know, happens as you go deeper in it.
I mean, yeah, so we understood that, but like, the one thing that I didn't, because like I was also confused about like the family dynamic, like who all, what was the history behind the family?
I found notes, and this is why I'm glad I took a lot of pictures, like in that coloring book and on the web pages. I went back through and like read those, whereas in the moment I didn't have enough time to read them. So he was showing the jar with Gary around to people, and like one of them was his neighbor. And the interesting thing, this was confirmed in the chat room as well as the drawings when he's like testing who can see Gary and who can't. For some reason, this neighbor, who he draws as an older balding gentleman, can't see Gary but can hear him.
Right.
And it's never explained. He's
well-
like, my neighbor can hear him kind of, but can't see him, and he's the only adult
Mhm.
that can even acknowledge his presence.
Now I read on the wiki and started to learn more about this, and a lot of it we picked up, and a lot of it, you know, we missed, but I can kind of fill in a little bit of the gaps. So the family dynamic is actually that the house belongs to an older gentleman.
I noticed. Yeah, sorry, I don't want to interrupt. I noticed that the house is called I forget the last name, the something house.
Laverne.
Right? That was on.
No,
yeah, that was
his
on
last name
the-
is Laverne, and then
Yeah.
their last
Laverne.
name is. No, yeah, it was Laverne. Jared's last name was
Yeah.
Chukwa.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the thing is, I noticed the house when it was showing, when we went to that tablet that showed the anchor points, it was called the Laverne house, and I'm like, the family's last name wasn't Laverne, why is it called that? And I didn't know why the house was called a different name.
The house is the Laverne house. The owner of the house, Gordon, is the
Yeah, he's the one that can hear.
yeah, he's the older gentleman. He
That
used
might
to
be
be
my wife.
he used to be a jazz musician, right?
Okay.
He's getting older and losing his sight. He can't see.
Is that why there's all that music stuff?
Yeah, that's why that's why the
can't
piano's
see,
there.
So maybe he could see Gary if he had sight, but he just can't see.
Yeah, he can't see, but he can hear. But here, yeah, so
I
he plays. He was recording a lot of music in the 1990s. His big album was called "Moving Walls Beyond the Doors," which is the most metal name for a jazz album I've ever heard in my life. So then over time he's who's he married to? Yeah, he's married to Ruby, right? And I remember seeing this in one of the rooms, I think it was Carmen's room, that Ruby had passed away at some point recently.
Yes, they
And
had
so
memorials. Yeah.
She had passed away, and Gordon is being taken care of by his daughter, who's Carmen. So Carmen's taking care of him. So then the Fuquas move in to the house, I guess to kind of help out and keep the business going, because Ruby had a garden, and Carmen's keeping the garden business going with the Ruby brand. That's why you see all the stuff
We
everywhere.
saw that. Yeah. They were canning their own stuff.
Mm.
Yeah.
So the Fuquas are
I
living
know.
with the
Sure,
Lavernes
things about
together. And so the thing is, though, yeah. So Gordon's the only one that can really detect Gary, right? He can hear him. Interestingly enough, at least at some point during the experience, probably in Jared's notes, it is claimed. Hold on.
Yeah, I wish I took more pictures of the book.
Yeah, let me see here. Oh yeah, here we go. It's claimed
Yeah, sure.
that Happy Gary likes R&B and piano music.
Like, I remember reading that. Yeah,
Yeah.
Gary would react to music.
So there's got to be a link between the fact that Gary likes music and is artistic, and the fact that Gordon
Yeah, maybe
is
it was like
artistic himself.
Yes.
And it's probably people that are artistic and imaginative that are able to detect Gary.
Well, you get the vibe that the Fuqua family is like very religious, whereas the kid was like more upset. Like he loved oceanography.
He's very scientific.
Yeah, he liked science. He liked drawing. Obviously, he liked art.
He liked
and
mind
just-
tests where you build stuff.
Yeah. You don't see any like religious iconography in his room, so you kind of get the idea that he was probably feeling distant and different than the rest of his family.
At some point, I guess it's
I think
claimed
that's how the people laid out.
it's claimed that Gordon has some kind of illness. It's coming down with something, I don't know what, but they claim that he's coughing and stuff. and apparently Jared follows Happy Gary into the dimensional shift to attempt to find a cure to this. And That's why he goes. That's why he goes into it.
Yeah, and I theorized that the break was in his closet. One, because that's where in his room we see weird stuff first, and also when we see that kind of diorama showing the, where it shows him. It was in that room with that one-eyed nun-looking person. Those like tables, and it showed like little figures of him. It showed him following like a hole in his room opened up that he followed through. So I'm assuming where he went, his entry point started in his room.
I mean, we got the general gist, but
yeah, I mean, there were so many like videos to watch on phones and on TVs and stuff,
and there were a lot of people there, and
stuff like the computer. You can sit down for a bit, piece together what you of the information that you're able to get in that time, but like it would probably take hours to sit at that computer to get everything, and like you don't want to just sit there and take.
That's why I kind of wish it was more like a sleepover thing with like a few people, where you could like, start to put it together.
That's where something like the Halcyon removed that problem, because it's like we limit the experience, so now you're in this experience with a set number of people go. Like you don't have to worry about, like you can sit down at something in the Halcyon and be engaged with it for hours, because you know that like there's only so many people, like you're not really taking it up from someone else because everyone else is doing other stuff. Whereas this, it's like every 30 minutes a new group is coming through, so it kind of resets, and you don't want to like take away from someone else might have less time to be there than you do.
It's almost like I'd really just pay bigger bucks just to get it for myself.
Yeah, you would want to do the Halcyon, where you spend $5,000 and you sleep in the house for 2 days.
Star Wars Holocron on Twitter today was posting about the Halcyon. They were posting about how like the only time between The Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker where Kylo and Rey meet is aboard the Halcyon. They post a picture of it. These guys are going, "Is that canon?" Everyone is saying, they're like going, "Wait, that's canon?"
I mean, that's how they talk when they meet. Like they're, they talk like it was the last time they saw each other was in the throne room, which I thought was really cool. That like they don't just like have a frivolous conversation. Like they're literally picking up where they last left off in The Last Jedi.
Comments on Star Wars things aren't fun. Just
comment.
I mean, you can't bring up the Halcyon at all.
The Halcyon in particular, everyone just wants to be a snark thing. Where it's like, imagine people talking about Meow Wolf like that. That's how it feels. Where if someone was like, "Oh my God, you actually did the Meow Wolf thing," that's how it feels. And it's like, okay, like, how many times have you gone? Like, then you can complain about it. Because like, I haven't heard anybody who's actually been on the Halcyon complaining about the Halcyon. It's just a bunch of people who are snarky about not getting to go. But yeah, it very much was like that, where it's like you can tell it's a handcrafted experience. If you see something, like there's just so much stuff where it's like, can I pick this up and just do this with? And it's like, okay, I guess I can. If there's an actor over there, it's like, can I just go up to them and talk to them? And like, it's like that, except like, imagine the Meow Wolf thing if it was like that. Like you're sleeping there. Yeah. They have food, like you're eating there, and like you're locked in this experience for 2 days. Like imagine how quickly your mind would forget the outside world, and you're like, okay, I'm in the story of this, and like you eventually just like role play for 45 hours. That on top of the fact that they drop you off in Galaxy's Edge, which just adds to it. Like on the second day, then you go to a whole different like Star Wars entire land. Yeah, it's very. I don't want to see comments from anybody. Anyone who hasn't gone trying to talk about it is, they're just going to say dumb stuff.
I didn't really particularly mind that Meow Wolf didn't have characters, personally.
I kind of thought about that.
I think I preferred it without, because...
They did have the cast... Well, I call every employee a cast member now. They had the employees... Like, there was that one guy who was, like, kind of going around weird, and he was, like, looking at the walls with a magnifying glass. I did kind of like that they had their employees acting like they were also on a weird journey. But yeah, I was thinking about, like, would that have added anything if they hired actors who permanently play the roles of the family members? And I do think it is probably better to just uncover the story through video clips and not have to... They'd be swamped. Everyone
They
would
would
be
be
going...
swamped, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, yeah. Again, on the Halcyon, that's fine. You can have Ray, because there's only like
Oh, did
40
Drizzy call
people
me old, Enchantress?
that are going to be around Ray at any given time. Probably, actually, that's an exaggeration. Like, when we were with Ray, it felt like maybe like 20 people. Whereas, you know, in this experience, there was like 20 people on that first floor alone. Like, it would be very hard with those tight spaces to have characters of interest to talk to. Then you got to deal with the actors would have to be there for however many hours a day it's open for 5 days, 7 days a week actually. I think it's open. So you would have to recast actors, and then the video clips of characters wouldn't look like their character in real life, and it would kind of be a mess.
This is better to introduce the lore via those the video clips and just keep it at that. It makes it a lot simpler.
Yeah.
It's just so busy. It's crazy busy.
Yeah. The Halcyon did it so that since the characters who's playing a character, the actor would rotate, they would make sure that if there's any videos or pictures of that character on the trip, that what you're seeing matches that actor that you have on that trip, so that there's no like disconnect of like, wait, that wasn't what Wraith looked like when I talked to him this morning. But again, this experience was also like, it was very good for like what it costs. Like, you could do this many times over versus the Halcyon, which is like top of the line storytelling experience. I felt like it came very close considering that it was a lot cheaper to get into.
Was there a whole lot of mystery element to the Halcyon?
On the Halcyon? Absolutely. Halcyon literally starts like you're just on a normal cruise. And if you don't know anything about the story, you know, then yeah, it's everything is bespoke. You uncover stuff as you uncover it. Completely, you know, you uncover whatever you uncover, right? If you're not going to try to work out any mysteries, you're not going to come up with answers for stuff. There's stuff on the data pad. That's another thing, is your phone. Like, Meow Wolf really didn't... That's something that I guess they could do. They could add, like, an app that
I heard something about the fact that they did. Somewhere.
Maybe we should look into that.
Yeah, because I was looking on Reddit, and they said they had some kind of... They said some kind of phone thing. They're like, they said you're gonna want to bring your phone, and I was like, how?
Maybe that's for another one of the.
I don't know. They were talking about Grapevine.
Okay.
So I don't know.
That seems like a no-brainer, right? To include like a phone element to the experience. But yes, Halcyon very much had moments of like you uncovering things that you feel like you're the only one that's experiencing it. I mean, obviously, it's the same thing where then you go on the Reddit and it's like then everyone's talking about how they also did the same thing. Like in Meow Wolf, I felt like, oh, I uncovered that, you know, the family is clearly gardening and then has a canning business, and it's like, that felt like something I uncovered, but it's like, okay, obviously, like, 1,000 people are. Like, I thought we were some of the only people that knew what Happy Gary was, right? Because, like, one of the cast members, or one of the employees told us, like, oh, look out for Happy Gary. And, like, since then, I was like, okay, so there is a thing called Happy Gary. Let's try to uncover what that is. And I thought, like, it kind of felt like we were the only ones that were, like, clued in on this. And then when we find Happy Gary, like, it was obvious everyone in that room knew who Happy Gary was.
However,
like, okay,
we could have absolutely missed finding him.
Yeah, that was.
We would have totally missed that.
Yeah, I felt like that was another thing we did on the Halcyon too, where like we would have moments that felt like, oh, that was supposed to happen, and then I go on the Reddit later and find out exactly how rare of a thing it was, and like, oh my god, we almost missed something. Like everyone's like, oh my god, that was there the whole time. I missed that, and I was like, oh, like most people don't see this.
Was that guy an employee or was he a guest?
He was a guest. I actually have
a
picture of him. He just happened to be in one of the pictures I took.
He really made it better. I mean, like,
everyone like knew. Again, I thought like I was the only one who really was following the story from the beginning after that cast member told us what a Happy Gary was.
Okay, Jector, thanks so much for being here.
It seemed like everyone was just as into
wishes. And by that I mean thank you for calling me old.
And yeah, that's another thing that was on the Halcyon too, is like other guests having experiences there that are made better not just because of the cast members, but other guests that are also into it saying things like that make you feel It's more immersive if like everyone is trying to be immersive and stuff.
It's a collective experience. It's a shared experience.
Yeah. And I think something to look forward to is I've heard that actual cruises are the same way, not just the Halcyon. People say since you're on a boat and there's only a set number of people, like 1,000 people or so, you're gonna run into the same people eventually, and like you're gonna like everyone will start to get a feel for who's who on the ship. Just like we did on the Halcyon, we kind of like got a feel. Okay, this person's this person's acting this way, this person's, in terms of the other guests. So.
No, you really
yeah, that's a very I like experiences like that where you're kind of closed in with a set number of people, and after a while you all sort of get a feel for each other, even if it's like unintentionally. And then you just kind of gravitate towards the other people that are trying to get the most out of it.
I liked the hub room a lot.
Yeah, I felt like everyone in like the room, like there was people where you were on the computer that were like interested in what you were uncovering on the computer. Like everyone was there with the same kind of, at least the people I was paying attention to were all there with the same kind of intrigue and trying to uncover the mystery.
Of course, I mean, like maybe the wiki for the real Unreal information has only been out for a couple weeks, so I don't know if there's any additional information they have about maybe how this event might have ended that no one's uncovered. But so far,
maybe
really
again,
no
I thought I saw a video
ending.
clip of him coming out in the piano room, breaking back into reality, and his family welcoming him back.
Now, see, if that's a thing that someone will have to find that and put it on the wiki, because the wiki doesn't have anything.
That's why everything on Wikipedia about the Halcyon feels so incomplete, because it's like, I know this is a thing. Like, I saw this thing. Why isn't this on the wiki? And it's like, oh, because whoever wrote this wiki page didn't see that thing or hear that thing, so it's just not on the wiki.
Well, then, I mean, you can put it on, but it's like, do you need a reference or something to do it?
I took pictures of planets on the map that only exist on the Halcyon map. Like, they're not on any other maps, and it's like, when this thing closes, is this just going to be lost media? Like, these Star Wars planets will never be referenced in anything ever again, I'm sure, if no one ever knows they exist.
There needs to be a collective effort before it ends to just grab everything.
Everyone, trust me, that's archiving efforts are well underway. People are trying to 3D scan every room so they can build it in VR.
What? Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
People are like, once this thing is done, like, we are going to raise it like Frankenstein from the dead in one way or another. I don't know how far any collective effort will go, but individual people are trying. I would assume it's no one's going to get very far unless they all kind of pool their efforts together. And even then, obviously, you're never going to get the... You can make a VR walkthrough, which will be better than nothing, but it's not going to be the same as like having the crew walking around and, being able to talk to people. It will just make an interesting VR chat world, they're not going to get the screens to, be perfect representations, because, you'd have to have the original source files for the videos and the music and all this stuff.
Do you think that such an experience is replicatable at a cheaper budget, or with a cheaper entry fee?
No, the general consensus is no. Every professional I've talked to has said, like, this thing was running, like, the money that you're putting into it is going everywhere. Like, they are not overcharging for it. The fact that it's as good as it is because they're charging that much for it. If they could charge less for it and make it still profitable, that's what they would have done. They would have just lowered the price if their issue was that people think it's too expensive. They basically made it as cheap as they possibly could with it running at the quality that it was. So it's like, yeah, you're paying to be in an immersive movie for 2 days. Imagine how much that's going to cost, and it's like, okay, that makes sense. That's how much I would expect to cost to be in an immersive movie for 2 days. So yeah, that's not... Yeah. You can get, like... You can still get meaningful... immersive experiences in other cheaper ways, but it's never gonna be. You're always gonna like be wanting, because again, we slept there. There was like a room that we got to sleep in. Like you can take a shower in Star Wars, and then you leave and you can go to the restaurant on the ship anytime you want and just pick up food that they have on a buffet line. And it's like that kind of freedom to role play however you want while you're on vacation is different than Meow Wolf, where it's like, you know, you're free to go around and pick up stuff, but like, you're not gonna be eating there or sleeping there or like fully getting to play a character. So yeah, it's kind of trade-offs in that regard. You know, you can say like, well, yeah, you can go LARP in the forest for free, but
LARP in the forest.
yeah, it's like, okay, is that really gonna carry the same weight as, you know?
An adventurer after my own heart. You like to work on your own, and I have time. I look forward.
The Ascendant? They tell me you brought the Nords.
I mean, a lot of the elements, minus the role-playing as a Star Wars, will be present on the actual cruise. Like, you're sleeping there, you get to wake up and just go get food whenever you want. Like, that sort of stuff is typical of any cruise.
I mean, yeah. I mean, like, I look forward to that, but also I look forward to not having an I mean, like, I kind of want to chill on the boat and not have to figure out a story, personally. So when we do go on a cruise, I think I'm going to enjoy not being pushed around.
Yeah, no one was pushing you around the Halcyon. Everything was at your own pace.
But if you miss, I would be like, God, I'm gonna miss lore, man. I'm gonna miss lore.
Yeah, I went in wanting to get as much out of it as I possibly could, and I honestly feel like, even though I only went down, you know, specific branches of the quote-unquote lore tree, because you can't do them all at the same time, just because of how time works, I feel like I got the most out of those branches as I could.
Yeah, I just personally myself might feel a little rushed. You might not.
I went in. I'm like, I want to pay attention to charting. Like, I like maps of the galaxy, so I want to pay attention to navigation. I want to watch art, and I love that they had a map in our room charting the course to see where you were at, where you were going, like what the itinerary is. That's why I was taking pictures every time the screen changed, like in the archive. So like that was a big part of my experience, and it's like that wasn't just me playing a character that I enjoyed that. That was legitimately an aspect of Star Wars lore that I liked that they played into. But it's really good to go in and not like work yourself up over like, oh, I'm gonna miss stuff. So you're focusing on the fact that like, oh, the people that ate dinner before me got a different side of the story than I'm gonna get in the second season. It's like, yeah, but you're gonna get a part of the story that they didn't get. It's like just, it's kind of like watching a movie, right? When people complain like, oh, this didn't happen in the movie the way I wanted it. It's like, or deal with the stuff as it comes up for you in your adventure. You are canon for 48 hours, and anything you do is canon in your story.
Still remain.
So don't focus on trying to live
to my order and report all
yeah.
that has happened.
But like,
Until we meet again.
the best way to experience the Halcyon is not to try to do everything that there is to do. Just do, you know, the stuff that is organically happening or that you want to do. So there wasn't ever a moment where like we felt super pressured to like, oh, we gotta like, you know, no one was pulling us around to do stuff. I mean, if we were on missions with Wraith, I could definitely see that, him like giving us orders for stuff to do. But if that's not your speed, you don't do that. You know, you can still roleplay a character. That just means like that's the name you provide when someone says, "What's your name?" and "What planet are you from?" That's not a very difficult, you know, thing to roleplay. And you could just say your name's Kyle Berthold, you know.
Yeah, no.
A lot of people say if they don't, when they ask like, oh, what, you know, where's home for you? What's your home planet? And if you don't have a planet picked up. No, well, people say if you want to still roleplay but you don't pick up the home planet, just say the region you're from. Like, oh, I'm from the Outer Rim, you know. Just say that.
I would totally pick a planet. I mean, like, if I had a chance, I'd be like, I'm gonna go in depth with this
you
shit.
Don't want. You said like it sounds exhausting to roleplay. So
No, not roleplay. Roleplaying's fun. It would be. Okay. It would be like you're given an hour with this book with information in it that you really love, like, and it's just like start the stopwatch. You know, here we go, and that's how I feel.
I never felt like that at all. It really does feel like you're on a cruise in Star Wars. Go, you know. It never felt like I gotta read this really quick or I'm gonna miss it. And a lot of stuff was me taking a picture of something and going like, I'll review this later when I get home. Like there's notes on our bed that I still have here in my little Star Wars lockbox that like I didn't read all the way through because I'm like I will have time to review that information when I get home. You know, I can translate this Arabesh later, sort of thing. And it's like you can spend time doing like reading stuff if it feels like that's important to the story. But if it's just like an information panel on a wall, like, and you just want to move on to something else, then yeah, you can just take a picture. Like I translated panels in real time if they were in Arabesh, just because I taught myself how to read Arabesh before we left. But like, if you have to decode things a letter at a time, then yeah, you might want to just take a picture and then decode that in your bunk later that night when you have time to, you know, pull up the translator.
I'm pretty good at reading Daedric, but there's still some letters I get confused. But I'm pretty good. When you're like reading something and it's like you read like it's like a word with like 9 letters and you have 8 letters and you're like, oh, but what's this 9th one? You can put it together probably, you know. You
That's
like,
exactly
like,
how Arabesh is. It's like this says, well, you know, it ends in ing, and the first part is, you know, this. Then okay, that's probably a G.
Yeah, that's just kind of how I do my translation. And then I'm like, oh wait a minute, this is totally a G.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say if it's ing at the end, then you're like, okay, that last letter is a G, so this one in the middle is a G. You know, there's also that sort of association. Yeah, people say that learning how to read Arabesh on the Halcyon like helps you out in certain quests. Like there was heist quest with Wraith, where like if you can read something, people are like expected to pull out their phone to translate a certain thing in the mission. But if you can just read it right off the bat, like Wraith will like pick you to do everything from that moment on. So they'll be like, okay, this person like knows how to read like the most basic thing possible. But really, like, the whole thing is supposed to be a cruise that, like, an adventure's happening around you, but if you really just want to go for the Star Wars cruise, you don't have to engage in any of the like, plots going on. You can literally show up for dinner, you know, they have activities, cruise-style activities for you to do.
Well, obviously,
like,
I'm never gonna go. But
I'm just giving you an idea for, like, how you would play out.
I definitely, there would be no scenario where I wouldn't do anything because my problem would be that I would be like, I'm gonna miss. If I don't do anything, then I miss everything, right? Obviously, I would try to get as much as I can, but it's also like I'm also missing. You know, it's like people. It's like people dropping like $100 bills, and it's like you can only grab so many, right? As humanly possible, but you're gonna miss some.
I guess, but like, I can't say I have that much like FOMO over everything. It's like, oh, we didn't get to play Hollow Sabacc in the bar. It's like I have a Sabacc deck at home. Like I can play Sabacc at home. I didn't go there to play Sabacc. You know, some people did.
I didn't
They're
come
like,
here to play Sabacc.
But they, you know, but playing Sabacc could unlock story things. Like I know there's a lot of stuff in the Smuggler storyline that involves the Hollow Sabacc table. And everyone's bridge training is different. You know, there's always a different story beat that's happening, and that all depends on when you're scheduled to do it. Like, you don't even pick that out. You're just kind of, the cruise itinerary breaks up people into groups, and when your group does bridge training, that's when you do bridge training for your story. So, some things are just out of your hands. You just can't, you know, everyone's going to experience something different regardless of what your path is, and that's sort of what I mean where, like, you just kind of take the story as it happens. It's like when you're watching a movie, like, oh, this is the part where the First Order takes over the bridge as I'm doing bridge training. Whereas when I do bridge training, you know, we might be trying to, you know, get to a certain point so we can relay coordinates out of a blockade or something. It's, you know, you don't really find out about the stuff you didn't do until, like, you go on social media later and hear about other people's stories anyway.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, but if you're, like, actually a character in the Star Wars, they don't usually find out. it's like they don't usually find out what's happening at the same time. They're just on their own adventure.
You know, if you're doing something with Chewbacca in engineering on Deck 4, like, you just kind of know in your head, okay, something could be going on in the atrium right now. But that's not what you're doing.
Yeah.
What you're doing is, you know, helping Chewbacca in engineering.
I saw someone say something like, it's like, when Fighter Flight is happening in Rebels, like Narkina 5 is happening in Andor or something.
Yeah.
Just like totally different things are happening, and they'll never know about it.
Yeah.
But
that's the thing is, another thing is, that's what other passengers are good for, is, like, we were in the atrium a lot, and we witnessed things like the First Order rolling down banners, And like other guests came to us and they're like, when did they install? Like, why are their First Order banners flying?
It's
and like
Empire Day. Wait.
they were doing something else in another part of the ship, and we got to tell them like, oh, this happened. Like the captain came out, and then Lieutenant Croy did this, and so they missed something, but they still got to find out about it from us because we were there for it. As it's just because the ship's so big, and like it's really mind-boggling. Like there's got to be 8,000 things going on every second. I have no idea how they do it, but the only way to like not have FOMO about like, oh, I didn't get to do this because I was doing this. It's like,
Don't think about it.
Well, it's also, well, you were doing that, other people weren't. Like when other people were doing their stuff, like they weren't experiencing what you were experiencing.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about your experience, not about the experiences that you didn't experience. If that makes sense.
This sounds mature. I'm too greedy. I'm just like, I want it all. I want every little fraction. But I mean, like, I get it would be much worse if it would be horrible if you couldn't read about things that also happened.
Well, even though the wiki doesn't have a ton of stuff, people have recorded every inch of this thing. Like, if you're like, oh, I didn't get to see what the heist storyline was like.
Mm-hmm.
Go on YouTube and type up like heist storyline, and obviously the fact that it's a live action play, it's gonna play out differently every time. Like when Wraith was teasing me about filming the bridge the bridge when we were on the bridge with him. Like that's not something I could put on Wikipedia. Like, and then Wraith chastises this one guest for filming.
This
like,
one guest, and here's his page. He
Yeah.
is canon.
So like if you look up a video, like the lines are not like there's not like a script they're gonna stick to every time. Like you can't be like, oh, this is exactly what it would have been like when I was there. Like if you went there, sure, it would have been a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
So you can get the gist of like these are the story beats. Like okay, they're trying to do a heist to procure this crystal for Gaia, stuff like that.
Now, can these quests go horribly? I mean, it always seems to come to a climax. Like that experience that you had at the very end of that climax. Can that change? The long video you showed us.
The one of the holocron.
The finale, like the final engagement.
Now the finale is the payoff of everybody's storyline.
Yeah.
So that's why stuff was happening, like Sammy taking out the Stormtrooper outfit. We had no idea that Stormtrooper was Sammy, but people that helped Sammy get that armor knew that was Sammy, right?
Yeah.
So that's like a big payoff for them. They're like, yeah. Whereas we're just like, oh my god. So that all plays out more or less. That's the set in stone. Like this is the canonical finale for the Halcyon. Rey fights Kylo. Lieutenant Croy is nearly killed, and then has to give up his hunt for trying to prove that the Halcyon is fueling the Resistance. Stuff like that. That all happens the same way, and that's why guests aren't like actively participating in that. The guests aren't changing that story. The one thing that does change every time is Lieutenant Croy calling out all the people that helped the First Order and like giving customized shoutouts, based on his experience with those guests. Like the moment with little Jamie going to lose his little mind because he's so excited about all the secrets. That is something that only happened on our voyage because Jamie was only on our voyage. So that is one element of the finale that is different for everybody. But like, what in particular do you think would play out differently?
I don't know. I was just thinking it's like what if someone didn't help Rey do this thing? Could she, like?
Would Kylo kill Rey?
No, not really saying that.
No, it's all sort of it's funneled into that canonical ending because like that has to canonically happen. Rey has to get the holocron to help restart the Jedi Order, which I helped her get. So she's gonna let me be in the Order. I mean, that's sort of lets people have a emotional connection to the finale. Like the fact that we helped Rey, like we first got Rey on the ship and got her up to speed, and then like getting her to tell her about the Saja and like what their mantra means, and then like having that happen during the fight and that mantra helping her defeat Kylo, like having that connection by me going down the Jedi plotline on the ship. That affected how I experienced the finale. I was hyped when stuff was happening with Rey and the holocron. Other people were hyped when, you know, Sammy was undercover and Chewbacca showed up. Then other people were hyped when Lieutenant Croy was giving his speech. So, you know, everybody going down the different plot routes was getting a payoff for their experience in that moment. So that's why they kind of have to keep it the same finale every time. There's never going to be a finale where, like, oh, we didn't help Rey get the holocron, so she doesn't have the holocron in the fight. You know?
Yeah.
Because, like, if I didn't help Rey get the holocron, other crew members did. Like, we were not the only ones, you know, helping for
So it's an event that has to happen. It's a story point.
Yeah, well, it's mostly that, again, like, we were scanning, we went down to the 2 and went to Savi's workshop to help bring that holocron from the Jedi Temple up to the Halcyon. But if we didn't do that, there would have been another guest that did that, right? Like, there was a bunch of people in that holocron room that all did the same thing on the 2. So, like, there wouldn't be, like, a story break of, like, unless, like, absolutely no one did the Jedi path on the Halcyon. Which, in that event, you know, they might have some accommodations if no one did anything.
No one wants to help.
No one helped Rey.
We're tired. We're busy.
That is the hardest one to get into. So it did have less people in it. But I think the finale would still play out the same way. And if she had a holocron, you would just assume that Rey got a holocron somehow. You just didn't see. I mean, that's how everyone else experienced it. If we were helping Sammy and the Resistance, Rey would just randomly show up with a holocron, right? And we would be like, well, what's going on? Why's Rey got a holocron? I knew why Rey had a holocron, but I didn't know why Sammy was in Stormtrooper armor. And then other people knew why Sammy was in Stormtrooper armor, but they didn't know why Rey had a holocron. So, it's just like when we were in Meow Wolf, and you were like, we picked up that note, and we were reading about, you know, Jared had gone missing, and we, like, pieced that together, and then that helps us know what's going on later in the story. But if someone missed all that, and then, like, they uncover something way later, they'll be like, wait, what's going on?
Yeah, like if I didn't see anything about this creature named Happy Gary, I'd be like, okay, so this is some interdimensional creature. You get that vibe, right? He's weird. Yeah. And then instead, I might have skipped to going to Carmen's room or whatever and started hearing that he was missing and seeing the Instagram selfie videos and being like, he's gone. I would have been like, was he kidnapped or something? Like, I would have felt a little bit more uncomfortable.
Yeah. Like, I keep thinking about, like, how would my experience in the Halcyon have changed if, like, we didn't meet Rey? Like, she would have just shown up at that finale, and, like, all those, like, hype moments that were, like, built up because, like, we were personally interacting with her, like, an hour before that would have just been missing. It would have still been cool to see Rey fighting there, but, like, we canonically had just helped Rey, and so, like, your stake in the fight is emotionally. That's, like, the kind of thing that makes the Halcyon hard to market, or, like, that's why all the trolls online can't, like, emotionally connect with it. Because, like, the whole thing is that you're integrated in the story so fully that it becomes an emotional thing for you, which is why, you know, people get really emotionally worked up when it's over and they have to leave and go back to the real world because they felt like they just made friends with characters that they had watched movies. Like, you feel like you just became Rey's friend, or, like, friends with the different people working on the ship, or even the other guests. And then when it's over, it's like a movie just ended, or like a book just ended that you were living through, and you were like, oh yeah, I gotta go back now. But then the people online are just like, haha, who could have seen this failing? High five. It's like, oh, yeah, I gotta live here now.
I gotta live in the real world
with these people. There is always the consolation that Galaxy's Edge will stay open. It's still, you know, a nice getaway. You can still, like, interact with characters. Like, Rey is still there to interact with the Galaxy's Edge, but it's much more like a quick, you know, you don't get to, like, sit there and talk with her and, like, go on an adventure with her. It's more, you know, you know, like, we've chatted with Rey in Galaxy's Edge and gotten pictures and stuff, but, you know, you want to let them move on so they can go meet other people. You don't want to, like, take up their time or, like, follow them around. Whereas on the Halcyon, you're like, in the moment with them. Like it's just you and them, and you're like experiencing more intimate moments. And yeah, and like okay, let's say they ask you to get involved. Like Ray was like, "Hey, can you help me?" And like,
Sorry,
what
I'm
are you gonna do?
antisocial.
You're gonna say like, "No, I hated you in Rise of Skywalker."
Man, I don't know. I find it hard to put myself in other people's shoes. Like how people, would people react that way? Do you think in any scenario? Like trolling really hard.
I would. It would suck if you got like a.
It would
sequel.
suck so bad. That's what I mean.
Like trying to spoil everything. Like, hey, Ray.
Like imagine. But it's like.
I have to think that no one would spend that much money just for an epic long troll jumps on the sequel. Like, Star Wars Theory was bragging about how he would never go to this thing, and like he was laughing that it was closed. He was like, "This fucking stupid thing. I'd never do that." And it's like, good. Like, thank God. Like, please do not go. Do not ruin
Please
this
do
trip,
not
whatever.
go. Do not be here yet.
Yeah, like your attitude is a blessing for everyone who does have the blessing to go.
It's weird that I used to watch that guy.
I
don't remember him being that way. How long has he been this way?
I can't say. I always heard
I started feeling. I mean, I want to say like it started with the Mando season 2 finale with the whole Pablo stuff. That's when I started hearing about it.
Oh, I knew about him being an asshole before that. I mean, obviously,
I didn't.
I was before that. People were like, yeah, this guy clearly is only in it for like Luke and all the crazy stuff. Like, I want to see Darth Maul fight Darth Vader.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay, you got any other opinions? Like maybe some well thought out? No? Okay.
You just want to see like a Super Smash scenario.
Yeah, it's like that's not a Star Wars theory. That's like the most.
Right, what theories does he make though?
Maybe you know, if the world between worlds let Anakin travel to the future, maybe Balin. Shrug.
Maybe Balin shrug.
You shared that video with me where he was theorizing. There was the one time I saw him theorizing, like maybe he. Just like that kind of attitude, like I'm just asking questions. Are you?
They released character bios for Ahsoka.
Okay. Today, yeah. I was gonna say I'll see him on the leak Reddit tomorrow, then probably. But Balin straight up says Anakin spoke highly of Luke.
Yep.
The second trailer, so it's like, okay, so he's not Anakin.
No.
God, it was so close. I was so convinced. Star Wars Theory had some compelling points when he said, "Shrug."
There's a certain type of genre of human being where they like being the instigator, arrogant underdog where it's like they feel happier the more they piss people off. I don't know how you explain this kind of person.
The narrative that Lucasfilm hates him.
Yeah, which is weird though because I would be so sad.
I would want to die.
I pretty much. I didn't want to be overdramatic.
On Earth, we despise.
It sounds. I didn't want to be overdramatic. It sounds kind of stupid, but I would be pretty upset with myself.
Like you made yourself a target of ire. Like it's like Lucasfilm doesn't know any other fan exists by name except you, and they hate.
And they hate you.
I mean, granted, Lucasfilm does not acknowledge his existence in any official capacity, but.
I mean, you just know that
whenever they make new
Pablo,
media, you can read between the lines them saying "F you, Star Wars Theory."
Pablo knows about him.
Unfortunately, I'm sure for Pablo's mental stress levels. Oh yeah, Pablo's been dealing with trolls long before Star Wars Theory, though. He just views Star Wars Theory as like next to the long line of grifters. He regales stories of like, yeah, this also happened in 1999.
Yeah.
Just like, yeah, this sort of stuff I'm used to.
Yeah, because he's like you guys probably don't remember this, but like here's some screenshots of the forums in 1999.
Yeah.
And I'm like, bro, how long have you had to deal with this, man?
Yeah, well, it's also like, how long are these people going to keep this up? Like, you've been doing this since 1999. Just maybe change your perspective. Like, maybe that's the problem.
but there. I mean, like it's like the kind of thrill that people get when they can be a positive reinforcement or an educational reinforcement. They get that by being a negative, and that's obviously
Here's the
sad.
thing. They're doing it as Star Wars fans, right? Like they're professing to love the franchise so much that it makes them hate anything the franchise does. My experience with the franchise has been so religiously fulfilling because I've positively engaged with it. Like positively engaging with the sequels and positively engaging with the Halcyon, like allowed stuff to build upon it. So where like I actually got to live in Star Wars and interact in that space and have like Nirvana levels of like wish fulfillment that they're never gonna get because they're still mad that they haven't remade Episode 5 again. And it's like they're just sitting there and they're not experiencing like these worlds of like gratification of them as a fan that they could have had if they had just turned their attitude around and thought about it positively. And like they could be having a great time right now. Like it's the best time to be a Star Wars fan. Like you can attain levels of immersion and fandom. Like if you just sit there and complain like, oh, they should have themed Galaxy's Edge off the original trilogy. It's like, or you could enjoy the fact that they themed it off this era, and if you like actually learned to like this era, you would then enjoy being in Galaxy's Edge.
I mean, you could make the argument that they just don't like that kind of thing. Like, either don't like their choices they made, or something like that.
But then they're missing out on so much because
Well, okay.
they're like choosing to be so negative about everything.
Yes, and I do think that it's not that they can't like feel that way about some story decisions, but I feel like they're not allowing themselves to even think about certain choices. They just go, I don't like it. It makes me feel bad.
I just keep thinking about like what my level of fandom would be if like that was my attitude, and thinking of all the stuff I would have missed out on.
Well, it's kind of like
still mad
about like me with Ninjago. I just left. I don't know why they don't just leave.
I guess you could say, yeah, if they made a Ninjago hotel, would you like care that you missed out on it, or would you like ever realize that alternate universe?
I would be surprised if they don't have a Ninjago hotel somewhere in Legoland. I mean, Ninjago's had so much stuff. A movie, like I'm talking like a big budget theater movie and like all this stuff.
I feel like that's different.
I'm just not.
Quality.
And it's like if other people are into it, okay. But in my opinion, it just had a foundation and it went in a total wild direction, which sounds weird to be so critical of a.
It's like probably more complicated than this.
I think it's the same vibe.
Ninjago felt like it completely changed directions, whereas Star Wars still feels consistently like Star Wars.
Well, yeah, it did.
So
it did take.
It does feel more weird hearing people's.
But like
arguments.
other people. The thing is, so it all comes down to other people who would say actually Star Wars did that exact same 180. People would tell you that. You just disagree.
But people would say like, oh, when did it go bad? And they're like, oh, when they did this.
Well, they did that. It's like when Disney got it. They would go like, and then they would go like, because obviously.
They'll say like, oh, everything changed in the prequels.
Yeah, it might be kind of silly, but that's how they see it.
I still think like that if viewing an alternate universe version of myself, where if I went down that path, I would be a more miserable fan than the version of myself now, where I've like positively engaged with it.
Well, yeah.
And it's rewarded me for it. Like you get what you put into it, and by engaging with it so positively, I've been like, it's the best time to be a fan, and so to see so many miserable fans, it feels like I feel sorry for them, because it's like they could be having a great time right now with like all the stuff, all the possible things to engage with, but like if they just say, oh, I hate everything, they're not gonna know like what it would have been like to actually like experience the stuff.
I mean, yeah, I guess we could go to an example of like there's things where like there's things in ESO where I would have preferred them go in a different direction, and I would have like preferred like okay, do we have to have this theme or motif for an entire year? Like,
yeah, but imagine like if then everything they do after that point becomes demonized. And then like the franchise blows up. They start making Elder Scrolls TV shows. They make an immersive theme park land. But you started hating it way before that when they made this one choice, and now you just refuse to positively engage with any of it. That's robbing yourself of potentially amazing experiences set in that world because you missed before they did this one choice.
It depends what the choice is. Like,
I guess, but given what people complain about with Star Wars, it's like, honestly, like, you never really liked Star Wars in the first place if you think that it's now changed and lost its way. You know, I feel like anyone that liked the original trilogy would love the Halcyon. If, you know, provided, you know, it does help to see the sequel so you can tell, like, the time era you're in just for contextual who these characters are.
There seem to be some older people there.
Oh, lots of older people. Again, we met a guy looked super young and said his dad took him to see episode 4 when he was 7. And, like, we met him on the last night and he was, like, crying, talking.
Yeah.
He was, like, distraught that he would never get to go back. And it's like, I think about him and it's like, that is a Star Wars fan. That is someone who's been with this franchise for so long, and I'm standing with him in an atrium in Star Wars.
In a Star Wars
like,
atrium.
In, like, we're characters, but obviously he's dropped the facade to talk to me about how this has changed his life, and he's talking about, like, how he never thought this moment would come, and, like, the connection he had with his dad over it. And that, like, this was, like, it's literally like a religious experience. Like, going to heaven. And it's like, yeah, that's who this is made for. Like, a troll on Reddit who's like, heard her, it's closing, like, I can't wait to, you know, celebrate. And it's like, that's not an actual Star Wars fan, that's someone that has, like,
skill issue.
You know, I don't want to say anything too vulgar. Someone who does not positively
Someone who has
improve.
problems, someone who might need a little bit of introspection.
Yeah, again, it's like the people that have nothing is good anymore syndrome, where like anything comes out. Like I showed that one, people were talking about great VR, on a VR Reddit, someone was talking about like, what's the greatest VR story you've experienced? And everyone's sharing all these amazing, like, super great narrative VR stories. And there's that one guy who's like, honestly, I've never played any VR game that I gave 2 shits about the story. And like someone was like, yeah, not just VR, even 2D games. Like, I've never played a game that held my attention. Like, the only stories you get are, like, big in terms of character development, like, plot stuff. And I'm like, every game you've ever played, you feel like was mediocre.
The only one I truly had fun with was Pong when I was a child.
I don't even know, like, these guys sound like the younger, you know, that seems to be the more...
It's probably birthed from that, like, overly critique YouTube culture where like things aren't good enough.
Straight up talking about like characters and like the plot thing, like they go in depth about the criteria that needs to be met so it's not mid.
So that it's not mid. Yeah, that,
he's like any game I play has mid story, mid characters.
We don't let ourselves enjoy things anymore. I think
I called it nothing is good syndrome. It's like it's a mental state that paints you predetermine the outcome, and so it's how you view everything.
I think a big problem of it is that these people have problems in their lives, and they expect a fictional universe to kind of completely alleviate that, maybe. And it's like, if it doesn't do it, it's not the fact that they have no idea how to deal with their personal problems. It's the fact that the franchise is not good anymore. I literally think it's a personal issue for a lot of people.
To say every game you've ever played has a horrible story and not good characters.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like it just doesn't do it for me. I'm just think of it though. They're saying I'm not happy. It's just ain't doing it for me. I'm not happy because
do it. It's
well,
like it makes
probably not because they're not a happy person.
That's the sort of thing.
The game won't make them happy.
When everyone complains about like all the TV shows now suck, and like they just every time something comes out they say it sucks. It's like, well, what would be good? Like what do you like to watch? It's like I imagine like what would you actually enjoy? Like, it seems like you just wouldn't enjoy anything at this point.
I enjoy watching YouTube critiques of other...
Yeah, I enjoy nostalgia critique. Well, yeah, it did kind of... That's why I blame CinemaSins for this entire pivot.
A lot of people do.
Yeah.
It's becoming more and more obvious.
Yeah, I thought it was obvious from the beginning, but yeah, it's the internet... angry nerd, angry video game nerd, which I never watched, but apparently painted video game discourse through the lens of angry white guy yells about game that sucks, which then every YouTuber copied. And so the stick was you're watching hours of content about how everything sucks. And then when something comes out, you just wait for the YouTube video on it. You like a movie is announced, and you're like, I know this will get a nostalgia critic review, who will then destroy it. And so it paints the idea that it is worthy of destruction before you even see it. Because, like, that's how media goes. A thing is announced, and then angry white guy yells about it.
Just like, I need to see angry white guys mad about anything. Who wants to see this? They're like, wait a minute, I'm an angry white guy.
Well, it's also masking, like, pseudo-intellectual, like, superiority.
Yeah.
Like, I can deconstruct this in 1,000 ways on how it fails and, you know, fundamental storytelling. And so you know all the ways to make a good show, and it makes you think, like, no one's ever done it before. 'Cause it's like, there's always a way to critique anything.
Charged up. Then we're ready to go.
Yeah, but if you go into it waiting for the CinemaSins video, or, like, trying to guess what the CinemaSins video is going to point out, like, you're not going to be enjoying it. You're just trying to find ways for a little sin ding counter to go off.
I mean, that's why Cinema Wins came out.
Yeah,
because
it was much more like, obviously a less popular concept.
Yeah.
But CinemaSins literally critiqued The Hobbit for like a bunch of dumb stuff, like the weird stuff. Like he was literally just joking and sounded drunk, and it's like, okay, people are taking you seriously. I can tell you're not taking this seriously, but people will legitimately think these are complaints. He's had to retract certain things, like, guys, I was just joking. I don't really think this was a bad thing.
Nice with that.
I mean, this kind of mass hate wave thing happens a lot, and I think the most recent was there's a game that recently came out, and it's an indie game, and I think they took, God, I want to say a decade making this game, because I remember seeing the concept like a decade ago. Where
I can tell you, it'll be funny if it fails, so I hope it.
Yeah, because I mean, like, people probably know how long this has been in development, because I'm pretty sure this is the same development group. But it's that game where, like, you pick up a picture, and you see something, and you look in a direction.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
So it's this game, and it's a pretty fun puzzle game. It's kind of a. It doesn't look like it's super...
I went to the Steam discussions and saw a bunch of weird stuff.
Weird stuff.
Complaints.
Oh.
Yeah.
It might be birthed from the origin point, because I think I'm about to discuss Ground Zero here.
Okay. Okay.
So there, I don't remember what this game was called. I don't know if you do. Shout out to it.
I just thought a perspective or something.
Yeah, the idea is just ancient, but I mean, like, for just.
Well, it's kind of like Paraliminal does a lot of that.
Yeah. But basically, the idea was, I'm guessing, very, very, very early in the game, you're in this, floating void. Obviously, it's a very non-serious looking game. It looks very arcadey, and
I know the
you take this picture, you look in a specific direction, you click the picture, and the picture that you're looking at becomes reality in front of you, and you're able to see it in 3 dimensions when you move. And the narrator, this lady, she goes like, she makes a comment about, like, did you just shift reality or something like that? And this clip of her saying that became famous from Vinesauce, I believe.
Oh no,
I think it was. And it was an incredibly famous YouTube channel, insanely famous. Like, we're talking probably in the very top 1%. Very well watched. So they're playing it, right. She says that, and without a word, the player opens up the menu, searches for voice acting, takes the volume all the way down, and then proceeds to continue playing the game. Everyone laughs, saying, "Oh my God, yeah, that's true." And
this is why all the comments
goes
on the Steam forum are about how much they hate the voice actress.
This is ground zero for those comments.
Okay, I thought that was so weird. I watched the trailer. I'm like, oh, this sounds pleasant.
Yeah.
And then everyone was saying that. I'm like, why is this why did this comment get copied and pasted.
They got it from a famous YouTuber.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's always the vibe I get. If I see something go rampant like that, I'm like, this is a TikTok, isn't it? And then I check, like, yeah, this was a TikTok.
So it became a massive hate wave, to the point where people were doing quote tweets and saying, this is the issue with the video game industry, this is why no one can take your game seriously anymore because your voice acting is shit. Everyone's saying these things, and I'm like, guys, it's a goddamn arcadey puzzle game. Chill your fucking attitude. You just sit there and enjoy it. You're not playing God of War or something with a super serious story. Just have fun.
Because people were talking about, like, you'll uncover something and she'll be like, was that a photocopier? And, like, people are like, you're the fucking protagonist. You just uncovered the photocopier. Why are you talking to yourself saying, is that a photocopier? And I saw the explanation is, the narrator who's talking is not you.
Yeah, no,
that is someone seeing stuff through your eyes. So as you're doing stuff, it makes sense for them to, as a third party or as a second party, comment on it because they are asking you. They're not talking to themselves. That would be a dumb thing to say to yourself, which admittedly would still not make it a bad game. Like lots of games have a protagonist that says self-obvious things to themselves.
It's definitely not worth. I mean, especially knowing specifically how long
I
this
saw
development group has been making this game.
Those batshit, like multiple complaint threads about the cat, and people talking about cat lovers, Tumblr heads who go crazy about anything in a cat, pandering towards the like, oh, this is just the woke. Everyone who's woke loves cats in games, and oh, they made you pet the cat. Of course they did.
Wait, there's a cat.
There's like a wavy interdimensional looking cat in the game.
Okay.
Which they're like, everyone's like, you know, when you see like a cute sidekick in a movie and you're like, this is the cute sidekick, like everyone jumped on that, like, this is the cat they had to put in because this is a game.
No one got pissed at Hi-Fi Rush's fun cat companion.
No one got pissed at the seal in Team Fortress 2. It's like, obviously they're targeting. That's the thing, is games like this get targeted campaigns from 4chan and alt-right sources. I mean, it's on a different level. That's what happened with the Star Wars prequels, was the targeted 4chan woke, anti-woke campaigns. When the higher profile your project is, the more likely you are to be targeted by mass collective. Come on, guys, let's band together. We're more powerful, you know, if we do a hate train.
They need something to fight. It's a problem. They're always looking for someone to fight. It's like, get a punching bag. I don't know. Does it hurt your hands?
Well, again, it's the higher profile of the media they're attacking. Like, imagine taking on Star Wars. Like, that's successful. Everyone knows Star Wars. It's a huge media franchise, and I helped fight it. I helped take it down, and they went broke.
Why not? Then why do they join? Like, why? I guess I could see why they join alt-right groups is because they're kind of becoming less popular these days. So
they legitimately think, like, again, with the Halcyon, like, I've seen thousands of people use the get woke, go broke moniker because they're like, Star Wars is woke, and now they're going broke. So they
Star Wars is going broke. No one likes Star Wars anymore.
Well, that's the thing, is they legitimately think the Halcyon is closing because of them. Like, their campaigns worked, and now Star Wars... I mean, Mom even said that's Grandma is online so much, that's what she thinks. She's like, did you hear Disney's not doing so well? They might have to close soon because, like, it seems no one...
Disney's closing? Just Disney?
Yeah, because there's... the narrative is that no one's going to their parks anymore. That like all the parks are empty. No one, like, they went woke with all their films, and now no one wants to.
2 people went to Disneyland yesterday.
Yeah, no, that is legitimately a joke, and like people will show pictures of like, I am in Disney World right now, and like it's packed. Why is Fox News? Because Fox News spread that no one's going to Disney parks anymore because all their woke Little Mermaid films made everyone reschedule their family vacations, because that's totally what people would do. So yeah, the narrative right now is that Disney is financially failing and all their parks are about to close, and so you just have to wait for months until they forget they ever said that when it doesn't happen. But yeah, Mom was talking about, like, she didn't mention that we even went on the Halcyon because Grandma's so much talking about how Star Wars is failing, because obviously, you know, she says Grandma doesn't really like Disney since they bought Star Wars, and she doesn't, you know, she views Star Wars as like a rival. So like she's emotionally. It's just like the the people on 4chan. They're emotionally invested in the narrative being correct. So they assume it is correct because that makes them feel happy that I heard that any day now this is gonna collapse, and then when it doesn't, they've already moved on to something else. It's the same thing with the Doomcock saying Disney's gonna retcon the sequels because they failed so bad, and it's like everyone lost their minds about that, how it worked, their campaigns to get them to retcon the sequels worked, and it's like
We're not
it's been
done.
years. It's obvious at this point that was fake, never gonna happen, and he's still a big enough person on the platform to where he can now have fights with Star Wars Theory. I was like, how is he still a thing? Why are people still watching him when his prediction? I mean, obviously he gets to do revisionist history and say well, they were gonna do that, but then Kathleen Kennedy came in with a magic spell.
I think it's kind of obvious. I mean, I've talked to people who are interested in things like, being the instigator and conspiracist, and they've just straight up told me it's funny to see this level of self-awareness, and eventually, to my knowledge, they broke out of it because they had this level of self-awareness and it was not sustainable. But they were like, it excites me. It excites me being part of a group where,
Well, again,
it's a thing. It's a thing where it's it's a movement and it gives you feelings, and it's maybe it's not even really something you truly believe in, right? As the vibe that I think they kind of communicated to me. It's maybe it's not something I really even think much about, but it's something that gives you a feeling. It's kind of so at that point it's gonna happen with people who don't really have a lot of introspection about why they enjoy something or the consequences that it'll have.
Tale as old as time.
And eventually, to my knowledge, at least one of them broke out of it, but because I was like, if you know this, how long can you truly think this?
Forever. There's always going to be new material to go on.
But if you have this level of self-awareness, it's like, how long can you think this way?
They never said it was a bad thing.
Well, I think this person was smart enough to know that it was it definitely didn't sound great, especially saying that aloud. It just didn't sound great. Being if it's true, if it's not, but it's fun. It always gets on my nerves as someone that prefers knowledge.
Yeah, but see, that's fulfilling for them. Whereas for me, I get fulfillment from positively engaging with stuff and getting the intended enjoyment that the creators have put into it. It's supposed to be experienced this way. Whereas other people, it's just quicker to kind of just the people fast forward through stuff or skip cutscene because they just want to make fun of the game. People engage with everything like that. They just won't be looking around, all the detail put into stuff by the creators. They're just there to make a quick meme off of it. And it's because that's instant gratification, right? The TikTok video only has to be 15 seconds. That's the whole point, is to get as much endorphins out of it as you can as quickly as possible, and then move on to the next thing.
It's just it's a cheap react. I mean, for me, I'm the kind of person who's going to be Googling, for me, I was I Googled, what was it? Why I loved Dial of Destiny, seeing if I'm going to find a YouTube video on it, because it's I would prefer to see someone's positive reaction over, something like CinemaSins or whatnot. And I was like, maybe I'll find one. I found one, and when I listened to it, I was like, oh wow, I like this movie more than I thought I did, just because of the rather thoughtful, reoccurring themes and details I didn't notice. And it's I feel like I got more about the movie than if I was just making stupid jokes about the movie.
Yeah. Well, again, it's all about how long something takes, and it's the same thing with conspiracy theorists. Conspiracy theorists take a topic that's very complex. To fully understand it would take a long time. The conspiracy theory takes 2 seconds to get. Government lie. You're in trouble. Help fight. That.
Be part of the resistance.
Yeah, real simple. 5G bad. Government hate you. Join us. That's the fact that it's so popular is because it's simple. Understanding why Dial of Destiny is good requires you to think about the film, watch, videos to uncover certain elements you didn't even notice the first time. Whereas to sit there and be like, remember when Disney fucking ruined Indiana Jones like they did the sequels, and then like crack open a beer and laugh with the boys about it? Takes 30 seconds, and you get a lot of endorphins from that, and the boys love.
A certain kind of person gets a lot of endorphins from that.
Yeah, but we all have the same brain, just with different experiences, so it's very easy to see why people in so much media comes out use the media for social points. Talking about how much you also hated new thing helps your friends understand he like us, and then they invite you to the barbecue because you make jokes about the latest Star Wars show. That's people are just living their lives, and the media is there to help make their lives be a funny thing to laugh at. It takes a long time to positively people that like me digging into all the lore. I know, like I said, there's people in Star Wars forums constantly complaining about stuff, and I'm like, yeah, but that's the thing. They're like, oh, if only they would recanonize the Sith species, that was so cool, and now it's not a thing anymore, and it just added so much to the Sith as a religion. And it took. I was curious. I was like, you would think by now they would have recanonized the Sith species. So I looked it up, and it was like, oh yeah, 2020, the Sith species were recanonized in a Dr. Aphra comic. Here's someone 3 years later bitching about how they wish that they were canon. It's like, if you just, if you really liked it. Whenever I think of something like that, where I'm like, oh, I wish this was a thing, I check, and I'm like, is it? And, I would not think to make a rant about it online before checking to see if, I was actually accurate in what I was mad about. But that takes so long, and it's just so easy to just kind of get pissed about it. But, it's, I'm like, does that make me a better fan? That I'm actually, I don't flip out about stuff first, I actually try to engage with it.
I would dare say that people at the helm of the storytelling would probably prefer your approach over...
Well, yeah, it obviously makes their job easier. Or just, be patient. Just because no one said the Sith aren't canon doesn't mean they're not. They just haven't canonized them yet, It took them 6 years to canonize them, but they did it eventually. I still see that with people talking about the Rakatan Empire. They're like, oh my god, the Rakatan, all that history is gone, and it's like they talked about the Rakata in Andor, a TV show that you should have been watching.
Who didn't watch Andor? What the heck?
Most people.
It's the best show.
It's frustrating to watch, and that's even worse because at least people who are just making jokes about the prequels, you get the vibe. They're never really, it's funny. They like to make the Jar Jar Binks jokes. It's funny surface level criticisms. It's the people that are you can tell they passionately love Star Wars. They played the shit out of Old Republic, and they miss the Rakata. All they want is the Rakata to be canon. And they've been canon since, Disney bought it. The Rakata were canonized in 2014, the same year Disney bought the franchise. And all these years, they've done nothing but bitch about how they're not canon. Not once did they think to look up, maybe they are?
12.
I think... Well, yeah, they made Force Awakens in 14, you're right. 2012.
I guess they made Force Awakens in 14, but they released it in 15. And I think they bought, Disney bought them in 12.
Okay, you're right. I'm getting my timeline. The point is, they started releasing media in 2014. That's when Rebels came out. That's, when the new canon timeline started. And first, right off the bat, Rakata, the planet was canonized, the species have been canonized, the events around them have been canonized, Andor straight up talks about how the Rakata were he uses the Sky Kyber and the conflict around the Rakata as a juxtaposition to the Empire. This was also an empire that had an iron grip on the galaxy, and they were overthrown. That piece of history is a parallel to what's happening now. The Rakatan could be overthrown, and if they can fall, the Empire can fall. That sort of thing. So it's
kind of silly.
Okay, they are terrifying though. They are cannibalistic, fully carnivorous, and very deadly. And they're the whole reason why humans are the most populous species across the galaxy. They provide explanation. They use humans as a slave labor force. Therefore, humans became a super popular. Anywhere the Rakatan Empire went, there was tons of humans to work as a slave labor force. And when the Rakatans fall, all those humans are left over, and that's why there's zillions of humans compared to every other species. But yeah, I was just gonna say these people's experience with Star Wars is constantly like through the filter of like, oh, this is wrong with it, and like it never was. Like their complaint is invalidated. They're living in a self-perpetuated state of anguish. You know, it'd be like if I was upset that Rom Koda wasn't canon. You know, and I 2 seconds like, okay, he was canonized in the Kenobi TV show. Like moving on now. Like stop.
Well, he probably isn't blind though.
You don't know that.
Well,
and
maybe
yeah,
not,
I could shift complaints to, oh, he's not the same character, but you get the idea. Like people saying that they miss a certain element.
I mean, like, again, yeah, Kanan has a lot of that in him, but like Kanan's distrust for troopers was not during the war, where Koda's was.
Right at the end, he liked troopers.
Yeah, he liked troopers, and then I mean, you can. It's understandable. It definitely really is. Is there any point where Kanan finds out about the chip? Because he claims the chips. He's like, they say chips did it. You know.
He talks with Rex.
Yeah, but that's the thing though. When he in the Bad Batch, he gets chased down, you know, and then he gets away, right, with his life. Next time you see him though interact with a clone on TV is when he's talking with Rex and he's talking with Ezra about the stuff. Is that when he learns about this inhibitor chip? Because if I recall correctly, he acts like he already knew about that beforehand. Because he's talking with Ezra, and he's like, they say this.
You're forgetting that episode of Bad Batch where he runs away from the troopers. He then encounters troopers again in the comics.
Okay,
he has that friend that actually overcomes the. You remember that was? The whole
I remember that now. Yeah, that's right.
And overcame the inhibition, so he did know that the chips were. He knew that his friend was not doing this purposely. This was mind control. So yeah, he did know.
Dang, and he's still so prejudiced. Rude.
It's not.
Man.
Hey, what were you gonna say before I interrupted you with the?
I was gonna say, do you think that there could be any form? Do you think that they could adjust and release any form of the Yuzong Vong that would be liked by both people who think that they wouldn't work in canon, and then they merge them to make them work in canon, and by people who are like huge fans of the Yuzong Vong, because it's just kind of like finding a happy middle ground where you don't upset the original fans, and then you don't upset the people who are like, this doesn't work in canon.
Exactly. So you have 3 camps of fans that would come into contact with that. You have by far the 99% of people that have no clue what a Yuzong Vong is.
Yep. Not at all.
Yeah, they're good. You could introduce the Yuzong Vong in any capacity, and they would be on board as, you know, this is just, they'd understand this is a new thing.
Yeah.
Second percentage are the people that knew the Yuzong Vong in Legends and hated them. Like, they just want, they're open to the idea of the Yuzong Vong, but they hate the attributes of them, like being cut off by the Force. And then you get, obviously, the people that loved everything in Legends, and they'll only be happy if Legends is done correctly. They're the only people that are ever going to get pissed off if the Yuzong Vong are brought back into canon. The other camps, you know, obviously you're fine with the bulk of people that don't know about the Yuzong Vong at all. And for the other people, all you have to do is, you know, take what Lucas was going to do in the Clone Wars, because people will love that. If you just do Lucas's version of the Yuzong Vong, where he's like, I'm going to take what worked with them and throw out the rest. And then everywhere on YouTube, people will be like, this was taken from the canceled Clone Wars Season 6 episode where they were going to do this. And people love to spread that little fun fact around that this was Lucas's version of the Yuzong Vong that they have now canonized in, I don't know, Bad Batch Season 3. That would make the most people happy. It would make the Clone Wars fans happy that, you know, we get to see a version of them that was going to be in Clone Wars, but then was canceled. And then everyone else will be on board, you know, just because they just want to see what this new Star Wars race is about. So really, you would get a small fraction of people that would hate anything that isn't just bringing Mara Jade back, you know, everything in Legends word for word. Which,
I mean, like,
you
just be changing up a little bit. You just be like, and they're not cut off from the Force. I mean,
but people are like, oh, that was the most important thing about them.
I like the organic stuff. That's pretty cool.
I would say I prefer them not being canon. One, because yeah, their whole point was that they were cut off from the Force. I don't really see a point in bringing them back if you don't have that attribute, and I don't think that attribute. Another element is, you know, well, it was cool to have a race that all used organic technology. It was very ugly designed. A lot of people hate the lack of effort put into making Yuuzhan Vong stuff look cool. It was all very, as it didn't look. If people complain about like stuff that looks Star Wars and stuff that doesn't, it looked very out of place. And the
But they were out of the galaxy.
Yeah, that was another element people didn't like. You know, let's not like go too sci-fi with this. Let's not worry about like, ooh, is there like a Star Trek galaxy out there? It's like the whole point of Star Wars is that it's the galaxy. They even have more reasons for why no one's in the galaxy. It's like a barrier. So, you know, there's just so much baggage with Yuuzhan Vong. The thing is, they were gonna put them in Clone Wars because at that point, like Yuuzhan Vong were like quote unquote canon. Like Legends was supposedly canon, so it made sense. Now that that's no longer the case, they don't have the Yuuzhan Vong, because the idea was that this was a setup, like it was going to be Obi-Wan and Anakin encountering a scout ship, and then it was understood this is then when the new Jedi Order, Luke's new Jedi Order is attacked by the Yuuzhan Vong, that was the main armada that this was a scout ship for. But now that there's no Yuuzhan Vong after Episode 6, it's like, well, now we don't have to tease them at all, because there's nothing to tease, they're not a thing. And I think it should probably stay that way.
So do you think that there's going to be a replacement with this Grist thing?
The Grist? Yeah, the Grist functionally. I mean, technically the Grist are actually a fill-in for something from the Thrawn trilogy, not the Yuuzhan Vong. It was another faction. Because the Grist are like intelligent, you know, they have like individuals that plot and scheme, they're very intelligent. And they're kind of Timothy Zahn's fill-in for another faction he had in the old Thrawn trilogy that he's kind of reworking with this. They're not actually supposed to be a Yuuzhan Vong replacement, though they do functionally form as a threat for the Chiss Ascendancy. They do kind of fill that void that the Vong took out. And I do think that everything the Vong played story-wise can just be filled in with other, you know, you can find other explanations. It's kind of like how Star Wars Explained actually had a video recently on if he thinks Mara Jade will ever be canon. Because, like, he admits there's so many ways that you could have a character named Mara Jade show up, but so much about her would be so different that it's like, just take the stuff about her story and give it to other people, and it just works so much better at this point. So just do that
like
with
her
the Vong.
being married to Luke Skywalker.
No, that's an element that just wouldn't happen. And it's
Yeah.
like, you know, you can make her an Inquisitor, or like the Emperor's Hand is a role. There are other Emperor's Hands in canon, so like you could still have her be the Emperor's Hand. But it's like so much has been canonized that contradicts her original story that she's never going to be the same Mara Jade, and it's like then there's no point. It's the only reason people want the Vong or Mara Jade to be canon is because it feels weird that small things from Legends like Jackson the Rabbit are canon, but the Vong aren't. It's like the Vong and Mara Jade are like the two big things. It's like we got Thrawn, we got even Darth Revan, the Rakatan Empire, and it's like all these things, all these huge things from Legends have been canonized, and it just kind of feels weird that Mara Jade and Kyle Katarn and the Vong aren't in any way. Like even things like Starkiller's Sith Stalker armor got a cameo in Andor. It's like you can at least give like a little cameo to like a Vong artifact, maybe. You know, I feel like that's the kind of the craziest stuff from Legends can be referenced in like little tiny things here and there. That opens up a huge door, though. The second that you have like an item in Luthen's shop that's like reported to be extragalactic material from a bioorganic ship, then everyone's just going to be like, the Vong are coming. When they're teasing the Vong, when will the Vong get here? And then it becomes more than just an Easter egg in a random show.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of sets the fan expectations, and then they'll be disappointed when it's never followed up on. Because like every little thing in a reference book, like the most hardcore Star Wars fans know. That's why like people were they liked that they explained why Cassian Andor's homeworld wasn't Fest, even though it was reported to be Fest, because like they put that in the show because they know every little fact in the lore book is gonna get like a ton of people knowing about it. So you got to be careful with what you make a little tiny Easter egg of, because people will assume stuff is a hint of what's to come.
Yeah, they overthink. I do that.
Yeah, I mean, but it's cool to see that the show actually had to take that into account, that a random line in a couple reference books, like I have the reference book that says Cassian Andor's homeworld is Fest, and it's like that book is the sole reason why they had to have that line in there. So many shows wouldn't even do that. They would just be like, oh, get over it. Like, I didn't know the book existed, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, if a reference book even slightly teases the Vong, every piece of media like has to be conscious now that fans will have caught wind of that. Despite the fact that fans still complain that Revan's not canon, so it's an odd mix of like the hardcore fans will know
the Sith
about
fleet
it.
is named after Revan, but it turns out that Revan was just one Sith Lord's
what,
pet.
I will say
dog.
that whole thing of like the battalions named after Sith Lords, sure, that's where Revan was first canonized. He has since now popped up. The Rise of the Red Blade, which goes over an Inquisitor, like it's like a biography of one of the Inquisitors, goes way more in depth on how the Inquisitorius works. Straight up does give a bunch of details about Darth Revan in canon. Like they finally pulled off a bit of that band-aid. So
But
yeah, Darth Revan is not just a name anymore.
It has, Revan being a very Elder Scrolls-like character in terms of, you know, what choices you make and what gender you can choose. How does that
Legends
work?
had a novel. The idea was that they have the games where you role play, you make Revan whoever you want, but a book came out to fully canonize, like, this book is what actually happens.
Okay.
They did the same thing with Force Unleashed, because so many versions of the Force Unleashed came out. It's like, wait, did Starkiller actually fight a Gungan named Cleef on Cloud
Yeah, that's
City?
right, yeah, because the PSP version is different.
That didn't, yeah, it's like, that didn't happen in the Xbox version, but it happened in the
so
PS2.
cool, though.
Yeah, it was weird. It was like, it was so weird, because it's like, wait, so he's not even canon in Legends, because he's not in the book, but he was in the PS2 version.
Canon in Legends. Your Legends,
Yeah.
Legends.
Yeah, a lot of things are Legends. Interestingly enough, Dave Filoni's original idea for Rebels, no, not Rebels, Clone Wars. His original idea for Clone Wars was going to be Rebels. Like his idea for Rebels, where it's like a crew in a, this is like the Millennium Falcon, but not really, and this is like Han, Luke, and Chewie, but not really. That was going to be Clone Wars. He was going to have a crew in a ship, and it was going to be this crew going on adventures while the Clone Wars happens around them. Their idea was that they didn't want to have big stars like Anakin. They didn't want to focus on like the movie characters. Kind of like Rebels doesn't really. It focuses on new characters with the Civil War going on around them, and then they kind of get tied into it later. In Dave Filoni's original idea, though, in this crew, their Chewbacca villain was going to be like the muscle of the crew was going to be like a tough Gungan like Cleef.
Ooh, cool.
I forget what his name was, but that was basically the general idea. That was going to be like a big gnarled, like, oh, Gungans are so silly, except when you meet this one that you're terrified of.
I never had any issue with Gungans, to be honest.
No, I never had it. It gets
People
tiresome.
overreact about the entire thing. And by overreact, I mean I don't see them any different from
It's the
Wookiees.
it's the most surface level joke. You know, it's like, oh, it's... Yeah, I mean, there's that level of comedy in everything, where it's like, oh, really? Like, daring today, aren't we?
Oh, a Gungan joke.
I love seeing when people, like, make a comment that they think is clever on Reddit, just gets downloaded, like, the comment underneath them is daring today, aren't we?
Oh, look, a Darth Jar Jar reference. Aren't you just
Yeah,
a
it's
genius?
stuff like that. It's like... marvelous. But no, yeah, Gungans are obviously just... It's like, I mean, people make fun of Ewoks too. It's been happening since.
I mean, Cleef just made him cooler. I wish he was canon really bad.
Yeah. That's the sort of thing, like, would you write a 3-paragraph rage post, or would you, like, go on Wikipedia and maybe check to see if he's canonized? Like, I remember the Mandalorian you fight on Cloud City with the, that Mandalorian war droid, which I thought, like, Basilisk was a huge thing in Legends. I thought it was, like, a one thing he had, and, like, yeah, now I That's one of the things I'll check on Wikipedia periodically, and I'll be like, have they made Basilisk canon yet? And it's like, if they haven't, I don't rage about it. I assume, like, they're probably canon, they just haven't mentioned them anywhere, and then you just wait for them to mention them. Like, obviously, somewhere in the galaxy, Cleef or a Gungan similar to Cleef is probably operating in a similar manner. Like, that's one of the, like, you hate headcanons, but it's like, you can have a headcanon that Cleef is out there, and it's fine. Cleef,
he doesn't betray anything, you know?
It's not like Kyle Katarn, where it's like, oh, that might mess things up. Or I guess Mara Jade. People who say they have a headcanon that Mara Jade is out there, that might be like, okay, maybe, you know, rein in your...
Yeah, I encounter some headcanons like that. I personally don't... I mean, I get that... I guess I prefer the term theory over headcanon or whatever.
Well, it's more just like... the creators have been very open about this, where they're like, if you had a really... like, a planet you loved from Legends, and we haven't mentioned it yet, like, just go ahead and tell yourself if it's out there. They're like, well, it'll probably pop up eventually. Like, we're not treating these things as, like, totally out of the question. But if, like, that's the part of Star Wars that made you happy and you're sad that it's gone, like, just don't have that be gone in your head. Just say that, you know, you can write a story where, you know, Din goes to that planet. Because it's like, it's probably out there. We just haven't talked about it yet. There's a whole lot of planets.
Or we'll blow it up. Who knows?
Yeah, or we'll feature it and then destroy it.
It's been featured. Hooray! I mean...
as the target for our new super.
People are just like people watching The Force Awakens are like, did they just say Hosnian Prime? That sounds like the coolest planet ever. I'm gonna write a bunch of fan fictions.
The second that as the laser's coming in, they're like, oh my god, that building's my favorite.
This just looks like such a cool planet.
Like, getting attached to it as quickly as possible as the lasers.
Now that's not really possible with Hosnian Prime, but Kijimi was just fucking unfair.
Now see, that's the sort of thing where, like, okay, you get upset about it, and even Hosnian Prime, I was like, that's so cool. Like, now what? Like, will I never see Hosnian Prime again? The backfill media, like, they flesh it out after the fact. It's classic Star Wars. You plant a seed for a cool idea, and even though it's gone in the film, like, you can then have a ton of media about it after the fact. And I am sure that that's why they made Kijimi one of the planets in Star Wars Outlaws. Because everyone who was like, Kijimi was like one of the best parts of Rise of Skywalker. It's like, yeah, like,
I guess it
took it away, but like,
I guess it feels too sudden for me to feel anything.
The planet existed for thousands of years before it got blown up.
I'm just thousands, yeah. I'm thousands, yeah.
You just happened to see it right before it got blown up. Like, the planet had history before that. You know, they could blow up Tatooine right now, and if you didn't see Tatooine except in the one episode of Mandalorian where they blow it up, you would assume like, oh well, that planet's gone.
But it's kind of like having a character show up in a movie and they get sniped in like a 1 second shot, and you're like, God, that guy looks so cool. I want to know more about him. And then it's like, oh no, don't worry, we got more stuff about him in a comic that shows his past. So it's like, well, I'm just feeling more and more angry that you died so unceremoniously and suddenly and disrespectfully.
The thing about Kijimi, I mean, think about Alderaan.
I know that. That's why they keep doing this, is because of Alderaan.
Yeah, but you don't even get to see the surface of Alderaan.
I know that.
But every time we go to Alderaan, I'm never like, this just makes me so much more mad it's exploded. Every planet's gonna die eventually. You just happen to catch these ones, like, right at the end. The planet has still, like, as a location for things to happen, still has value. You just have to tell stories that happened before it gets.
I think these things feel just a little. It feels weird to say, but it's a little less shocking after Alderaan. It's horrible, but it's just kind of with Alderaan, it was like, oh my god, this could happen.
It's kind of like witnessing someone get shot in front of you, and then like the 10th time it happens, you're like, okay, like it's so bad, but like the shock's gone. But yeah, if you're comparing planet deaths to people deaths, the only bad thing is that moving forward, you can't have Kijimi. Like, you can't have any Kijimi-related stuff happen in the new Jedi Order movie, like, after Episode 9. But anything before Episode 9 is fair game to happen on Kijimi, which is most of the timeline. Like, Kijimi exists during the High Republic, Kijimi exists during the Galactic Civil War, the Clone Wars, Kijimi exists. Like a planet getting destroyed at the tail end of the First Order conflict is, yeah, it's the planet's gone, which is bad for future people in the galaxy. But most of the Star Wars stories take place before Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, I guess I would prefer. Hold on, give me a second.
You know, I will say, the destruction of Kijimi does mark the first time that they use a super weapon to destroy a planet that they actually showed you before they destroyed the planet.
Yeah, I guess it's. I mean, I am upset. Good job.
Yeah,
I mean,
because
Hazian, they did show you the surface, but as it was being
and
destroyed.
you're like, oh, we've seen this 1,000 times. Technically, it is only the 3rd time. You know, second Death Star never blew anything up.
11 times, as a matter of fact.
Well, the thing is, like, there was the Death Star and Starkiller Base. That's it. Those, like, people that complain about oversaturation of super weapons apparently count to 4 and think that that's a lot.
Just so Circular Base and the Sith fleet all have planet-destroying weapons. Yeah, I mean, like, it kind of just. What I would have preferred is I would have preferred Starkiller Base to be a growing threat throughout the movies, and then had Hosnian Prime be a planet they go to over the course of maybe these movies, and maybe even have characters on the planet during its destruction in the 3rd film.
Good. Sounds good. Unfortunately, the predictability of that event transpiring as they set up Hosnian Prime and Starkiller Base makes that untenable for a long-form story.
Not really?
I would
prefer very much having a we're against the clock thing happen over the course of movies.
Knowing that Starkiller Base is going to blow up a planet eventually and having to
How do
wait
you know that?
6 years because it's a planet killer. They're gonna show the planet killer kill a planet.
Well, I mean, like it's like we don't want a repeat of the Death Star. Not again. Like have that be a big thing. We don't want that to happen again. It already happened with Alderaan. We can't have it happen with an entire system. That would be bad. We have a chance to stop it now. We didn't have a chance. Well, I mean, I guess they did. They knew about it, but it's like we couldn't stop it before.
The whole point is that the Starkiller Base destroying that entire system, not just one planet, is that it cripples the New Republic, thus setting the stage for the
I mean, like it felt more like a political move than absolute genocide at that point.
It was both. It was their announcement. You know, the First Order was a conspiracy thing. Like, sure, there's a First Order. Yeah.
Also, it wasn't only one planet headquarters. They blew up the entire system.
Hosnian system had, you know, the other planets had populations on them, but once again, the whole thing was done as a political move, not a, you know, most casualties. I mean, it took out the entire Navy, essentially, so any Navy those docking stations at the other planets are also gone.
Alderaan's destruction was very quick, and you don't really feel I think the panic that you could really make happen if they capitalized on it for like a long brewing fear over the course of a few movies. Because I mean, it's like, well, what are you afraid of? I mean, I wish there was an end game where it's like think about fucking Thanos. You know, it's like God, I'm so worried about him getting all the Infinity Stones, because if he does, then half of everyone's dead. That's what we're trying to stop. And then it happens. And do you remember feeling so absolutely gutted that it actually happened?
One, you shouldn't just replicate that, but two, that's one guy's conquest to achieve a goal versus a huge mechanized station that took a long time to build and is literally just going to be fired. Like, people just fire cannons. You're not going to have like a race against the clock as one guy pulls a lever to make it happen.
You're like, think about it as if you know, over time. Hold on.
When the Emperor makes a plan, like the closest thing you're going to get to a Thanos snap in Star Wars is Order 66.
Yes, but Order 66 is famous and talked about way more than the Starkiller Base.
Order 66 was not originally that huge buildup of like dread of it about to happen, because it literally dropped out of the blue.
Yeah, I know that.
Episode 5 with no knowledge, it's like, what the fuck is that? Like, why are they doing?
Order 66 had a massive impact because it affected characters that you were already well aware
Yeah.
of. But it's like Hosnian was people thought it was Coruscant. I mean,
Yeah, again, watch episode 5 or episode 3 and pretend like you don't know that the clones have an inhibitor chip, or pretend you don't know what Order 66 is. There, even with the Death Star is kind of built up in that it's a planet killer, you know what it can do, and then it does it. Order 66, the first time you hear about it is when it's happening. There's no teaser that Order 66 is a thing. There's no slow burn. It's everyone's going about their business, and this random thing happens with no setup, which is,
I felt something with Order 66.
But the thing is, that's because they've now written media that makes it impactful, which they've also done.
I mean, it's literally like the most influential event in Star Wars canon. I mean, like, maybe you could say Alderaan is, but like Order 66, in my opinion, is the most influential single event in Star Wars canon that I
The
can think
destruction
of.
of Alderaan didn't affect the galaxy as much as Order 66. Order 66 changed the dynamic because the Jedi are gone.
And I get that, like, they literally blew up the New Republic, so it's like, okay, well, they're not affecting us anymore. But it didn't have the same punch as seeing the characters that you spent so long loving being affected by this massive event. It was just kind of like, these planets are gone that you didn't really know about,
But there's also been a ton of, like structure built after the fact to, like, add history to the Hosnian system. And the Aftermath books that came out before the film did heavily feature the Hosnian system, as talking about it. So, yeah, if you were a fan and, like, you were in knowing, like, the setup for what this era is all about, that was a big moment. Star Wars Resistance famously features the destruction of the Hosnian system from the perspective of someone who actually lived on Hosnian Prime.
And had family there, despite the fact that they weren't there.
Yeah.
Thank goodness.
Well, there have been other characters who either have lost their lives or lost people that they knew in the Hosnian destruction system, because Hosnian Prime was an accumulopolis. Like, it was a city planet.
There were a few people there.
Yeah, it's not as big as Coruscant in terms of number of life forms, but it is like if Coruscant was blown up effectively by a cannon.
Yes, but I feel like
they could have. Was that it was supposed to be Coruscant.
They could have taken advantage of the fact that they weren't starting from scratch like they were with A New Hope. A New Hope was literally starting Star Wars from scratch.
You're asking for the movie tone to shift. The whole movie wasn't about the destruction of, like, the political system falling. It's about these individual characters whose lives have a totally different frame of reference. Like, Rey isn't from anywhere in the galaxy, just like Luke getting off Tatooine. She grew up on a desert planet. She doesn't know anything about, New York City getting bombed. She just sees a city getting bombed.
Making an end game out of like First Order wipes. Maybe even meeting in the middle and having it happen during the middle film would have been good.
Maybe the whole thing about the middle film was that it completely subverted the expectations for where it's going.
Yes.
So you're asking the middle film to just pay off what the first film did, which doesn't.
I'd like to see I'd like to see a setup. I'd like to see a possibility that the heroes could actually be successful in stopping a planet killer before we get another Alderaan replication, which would be horrifying because everyone.
It just happens like it was going to anyway.
No, see, you're just assuming that everyone thinks that it's going to happen. But
what I'm worried, well, yeah, I mean everyone would.
But I mean, like, The Force Awakens was. If you're worried about like, but it would be too predictable. The Force Awakens was already pretty damn predictable, with a couple exceptions. It was. I mean, like, we pretty much just went through the motions. People say it was like Episode 4 all over again. It already went through the motions. Let's just at least spice it up a bit.
Yeah, but
that's what I would.
Having to wait 3 more years or 2 more years for the.
I would have loved to be talking about Hosnian Prime. I mean, like, I get it was in the books, but I would have preferred if the general audience had the idea of the Hosnian system for quite some time, so that they could be like, "Holy shit, that just got destroyed."
Yeah, the whole point. I guess you're misinterpreting it as that was supposed to be like an oh shit thing.
It's literally the biggest genocide in the history, probably, of the entire canon.
The whole point, though, is that it's to show you what it does, and so when you understand. Okay, this thing needs to be taken out.
But I mean, like, but it's just so
That
many
was-
people but to use to like.
Well, it also serves the function, like I said, to now set the stage of the New Republic is now gone.
Well, yeah,
Like,
I get that. I get that.
So,
So
this
maybe put it in the
territory,
middle
I think-
movie instead of the last one because you wanna get
The
but
whole
like
point is like if there was a line in an apocalypse movie about how this whole thing started because Washington D.C. was nuked. You don't need to see the nuking of Washington D.C. You don't need to know who the president was. You just get the idea of now the U.S. is now run by Nazis because they nuked Washington D.C.
the middle of oh god, someone's gonna make an alternate universe January 6th movie based on that. I swear. They're just gonna call it 1/6. But the thing is, the middle Star Wars movies gotta be like depressing. The middle Star Wars movie usually, I mean, like Empire Strikes Back is kind of depressing with some hope. Yeah,
Yeah.
They did that. They did that well with The Last Jedi. But I would have liked to have this feeling of like we have no more Republic on our side because it's gone. The planet that we spent so long, maybe even on or discussing in The Force Awakens, the hope that we had is gone now. They destroyed it.
People would see that coming though if they set it up as like
look,
everything.
stop saying people are seeing it coming because people saw a lot coming and it happened.
You set it up as everything's going to be fine as nothing bad happens to Hosnian Prime. You know, that's okay. Something bad's going to happen to Hosnian Prime.
Well,
also, the second film is supposed to be dark and depressing. The Empire Strikes Back is dark and depressing, not from a galactic standpoint. I mean, sure, the Rebel Alliance is in a worse place, but it's the whole reason people say it's darker and ends sadder is because of what happens to the individual characters.
I'm not saying you can't mix this with a character struggle.
What I'm saying though is that
you
the destruction
definitely
of the planet is not supposed to be like a like no one's caring about the planet. People are caring about who Rey, Finn, and Poe are. No one's talking about Hosnian Prime as a character that they're going to be.
And in my opinion, that's bad storytelling, or at least not as what I would prefer.
I'm saying no one would. You would never be able to portray a planet in the way as you would a character.
People literally talk. The audience is talking about the destruction of Hosnian Prime as in like I don't care about this
why
place.
The snap work in Avengers Endgame is because you're seeing characters that you watch their movies. You know, for a long time you were with the characters. They die.
Yes.
You're not too. No planets are getting blown up. You know, you're not even that. People aren't really emotionally affected that half the universe is gone. They're emotionally affected that Black Panther turned to dust or Spider-Man turned to dust. So it really is just showing that it's only bad if your individual characters are suffering. No one's really going to care if you spent 3 movies building up Hosnian Prime as like the sparkling beacon of hope and then destroying it later.
I don't agree with that. I think that you could even combine the two.
I'm just saying that it makes sense from the narrative perspective to focus spending your time. Every minute of screen time is valuable. They're spending the story on what is happening to the characters. Our characters being hit by super lasers. You know, like Finn almost was in Last Jedi. A destruction of a planet affects the political landscape and changes how your factions are going to be able to operate.
Do you think he would have made it? Do you think he would have actually stopped that laser, or was that bullshit?
Judging by how I understand that laser worked,
he seemed to claim that it could happen.
On one hand, he did have insider knowledge, being a former stormtrooper. On the other hand, I have to believe that given the state of heat at which it was charging up, he would probably just be slagged by the time he entered the barrel.
Maybe. I guess. His vehicle was melting, yes, but it didn't go off until like 5 minutes after he was already knocked out.
He did seem confident it would work, kind of like, you know, shooting a torpedo into the exhaust shaft. Like, he knew that this was a weak point. I think, given the information we're provided in the film, you are supposed to believe that, yes, if he had been allowed to continue his trajectory, the laser would have been blown up, thus saving, you know, the resistance from having their defenses breached. But also, they would have lost a great asset in, you know, him.
Yeah, but a lot of people died in the ensuing combat. In the ensuing Battle of Crate, a lot of people died.
Yeah, but that's not how they should have won. They shouldn't win by like people, you know. I guess no one tried to stop Holdo from sacrificing herself.
Yeah.
I guess it made more sense because like there is a way to get out of that without Finn dying. Like he did not have to do that.
Sure, and he was important in the events that happen in the next movie, I guess.
Yeah, well, I think it's more. I mean, obviously Rose did it because she loved him. Like that makes the most sense that she.
Yeah,
did not
but
want
I feel like if that story point didn't occur, then the fandom would have treated her much differently.
Would they, or would they have just found something else to complain about?
Maybe, but I feel like that's what everyone holds on to.
Yeah, that was obviously again the surface level easiest thing to complain about, but people were complaining about like the moment she showed up, so I don't really think it was just because of that. And again, it's all nonsense stuff. Like you could replace her with a male character or someone else, and people would have been fine with her anti-horse racing message. Yeah,
maybe.
People would have complained about it less, most likely.
I mean, a big complaint people have is how Finn's treated in the second film, but I don't necessarily see his character.
A logical arc in like he's not like he's a stormtrooper that left the First Order, but that doesn't mean he's gonna die for the Resistance, right? He's like, I wanted to get out of the First Order, I didn't sign up for all this, and by the end of the film, he is willing to die for the Resistance, which is not a place he was in.
But I guess people feel like he was already at that point, and at the beginning of the movie, to have him want to abandon the Resistance during the chase, they're like, well, what are you doing now? Like, what's up with this? Like, why are you leaving?
Well, that's a misunderstanding. At no point in The Force Awakens does he sign up to join the Resistance. He's, he's in this. He's helping Rey in The Force Awakens.
Yeah,
but he's not like about to give his life for the political cause. He just wants out of the First Order.
It's kind of like
he just wants to be left alone.
Kanan, to be honest. Kanan starts out that way.
Yeah, he just wants to, he was just in an army. Like the last thing he wants is be conscripted as another grunt in another army. Like, oh, I'm gonna, now be a stormtrooper for the Resistance. Yeah, I mean, misinterpretations of media is always going to make it easier to tear it apart. If you don't understand something, then you can find all sorts of ways that it doesn't work in your head. But yeah, on the topic of how Planet Killer should be utilized, I also really hope that Avengers Endgame and Infinity War have not destroyed media in that now everyone expects everything to follow the same act structure or emotional feelings that the Snap had. It's like, yes, that worked for that film. That does not mean that every franchise should now be crafting how they can have their Snap moment. Like, okay, we need to now have our Snap moment, so we will build this up and have this payoff. Very hard to do. Obviously, the MCU took a lot of interconnected movies to do it. The Snap means nothing if you didn't just watch 22 films with all these different characters that are disappearing, right? If the Snap happened, if you just watch Infinity War, and you haven't seen any of the other films, the Snap is about as effective as the destruction of Alderaan, right? Let's face it, no one cares about everyone getting dusted if you do not know who Spider-Man is. You didn't watch Homecoming. So yeah, it takes a lot of time to build up to a moment like that, and like that was always meant to be their end game, for lack of a better word. Whereas the Star Wars movies are more interested in telling a fairy tale about multiple characters, going through character development, like having individual stories happening to them. It's not like leading up to one big moment. The MCU has so many characters that they cannot have the kind of narrative that
put it in the second movie then.
If it makes you feel better, I don't know how much you know about the High Republic, but the High Republic did have a Snap moment, very similar to what
I think I heard about something like that. I heard Explain talking about it, I think.
Yeah, if you want that to be a thing somewhere in Star Wars, just to know that Star Wars had a moment like that, where they like built up something super big, and you're like, this is great, nothing bad will ever happen now, and then like trying to stop the thing from happening, and then it happens anyway. That happened in High Republic.
Yeah, that's a.
So.
I think that's a good way to.
And that's a good
lot of
place
people
to
aren't brave enough to pull that off.
Well, the High Republic is an even better place to have it, because the High Republic is when everything's like at its peak. It's like nothing compared to now. Like everything's great, and then like a Thanos like butt pops up, and it's like, oh no, not now, and like and then having all the efforts to thwart it fail, and then having that directly do what like leads into the Jedi Order falling, you know, and how we find them at the start of the Clone Wars. It's like imagine if like the Thanos snap, an event like the Thanos snap is what led the Jedi being in the state they're in you know, Episode 1 and onwards. It's like that. Like if they had just stopped that thing from happening, like things might not have started to snowball again.
I think the story arc went pretty good tonight. I've been pretty excited to get to that story arc.
I was about to say, like, you've seen it before.
No, I mean, like,
I
think
episode successfully concluded.
I think like, I'm doing like audience reactions, maybe.
A good chunk of us have all seen it before,
Sure.
like
the
Anthony.
majority. But I mean, like, it's important, right? And it goes places that you don't really expect. You're like, okay, well, we're just gonna do the motions, right? Things are gonna go back to the way.
Next year, for the crazy adventures.
But it doesn't go that way, and it feels like it could. At the end, you're like, okay, well, let's go.
Yeah,
back.
they very easily could have made this just another footnote where people are like, "Oh, remember that one episode where Ahsoka was framed for murder?"
Mm-hmm. And it's like, oh, okay, so she got cleared, and in any other TV show, and it's like. And
Yeah,
she doesn't go back. She won't go back. And
now, on one hand, they did have to narratively do that because they wrote themselves into a corner with her not being present in episode 3.
Yeah,
so,
but it's
I'm always like, yeah, I know. You're like, you want to give them kudos for good writing, but then you also realize that if episode 3 wasn't a movie, they probably would have just kept her in the order. Like, they literally only made that choice out of necessity, and it's like, it's great. Like, a lot of this is a thing about creativity, is some of the best things come out of limitations. Like, when you are limited by certain constraints, you get creative and you come up with unique, thoughtful solutions. Whereas if you have all the freedom,
satisfying about it.
Yeah, if they had all the freedom in the world to do whatever they wanted with Ahsoka, like what Dave Filoni has now, it gets more worrying. You're like,
it does get a little bit worrying. But...
Yeah, it's like, at least when you're like, oh, what are they gonna do? She can't be in episode 3. How are they gonna fix this?
Like, is she in danger, dude? What's gonna happen?
Yeah, are they gonna execute her for murder?
Yeah. But I mean, they also combine that with literally making everything seem more realistic for why Anakin just can't stand being part of this order anymore.
Yeah, they always set up Ahsoka to be, let's use this Padawan as something that, you know, kind of develops Anakin's fall from grace, to kind of get into his head of like, here's just another thing that, you know, tore him apart. You know, like, it made sense within the films, just watching episode 2 and then 3, like, you could understand how he became the way he did. Some people are still just like, okay, well, it would probably realistically take a whole lot for someone to snap and murder their entire society that they've grown up in.
Yeah, I feel like I'm just getting, like, the notes or something.
Yeah, and it's like, you can assume other stuff probably happened to this guy, and the Clone Wars was just kind of filling that. Like, here is the other stuff that happened to this guy. Because, yeah, he's like, he's not mad at, like, well, he's mad at some individual Jedi, but he just becomes increasingly upset and angry at the entire institution, to the point where, like, if he's instructed to, like, we're gonna tear this thing down and build something better, you can see him being like, yeah, it's about time.
I like how he's like, Barris, I can't believe you would do this, and he just pretty much just accepts it.
Yeah, I mean, he is reluctant at first. He is not happy about what he's doing. But then he, like, resolves himself, and, like, you can see him justifying it, and see the necessity, you know, because he's had lines in the Clone Wars where he's like, yeah, I think things should probably be different than the way they are.
But I mean, there's a lot of reoccurring themes in the Clone Wars where it's like you start to see the Jedi as less of a just rescue force and a lot more like, oh wait, hold on, we can't do that because the Senate.
Yeah,
we got
rules.
We got rules, regulations.
Now where everyone's tired of the Jedi hate, they're like, oh, is this just gonna be another piece of media that critiques the Jedi and makes them look like
Jedi haters?
Yeah, I've seen that a lot, where people are like, oh great, another piece of media that makes us see the Jedi from a different perspective. You know, I mean, if you're tired of that, and you just want to see the Jedi at their height and be
High Republic.
Like, go read the High Republic. Yeah, it's like, this is not the era where the Jedi are not having they're having a hard time right now.
Like, do you think Anakin turned on them because everything was hunky-dory or something?
Well, people point out, if Anakin had been discovered in the High Republic, nothing would go wrong. Like, they would have saved his mother instantly. They would have been like, of course. Like, yeah, your mom should not be a slave. We're going to Tatooine right now. Like, the High Republic Jedi would have, it's like comical. We'll point out, like what Anakin's journey would have been if it took place during the High Republic instead. They'd be like, you know, he wouldn't have to hide his marriage to a senator. They'd be like, yeah, it's fine as long as, you know, within moderation. You know, you can
Does
have a
Yoda think about that? I mean, he was around for Revolt. Does he think? He's like, back in the day, things would have been handled differently. I mean, he's still in charge.
Yoda reflects in solemn, you know, in that way. If you live 900 years, you think about how things a long time ago wouldn't have happened the way that they do now. Yeah, I'm sure on Dagobah he probably has a lot of time to think about how like things got
hyper nostalgic.
Yeah, I mean they've had comics and like stories about just focusing on Yoda, you know, alone on Dagobah with nothing to do but think about how things could have been different, and how he has 2 lightsabers.
I didn't know he had 2 lightsabers. Are they both green?
No, that's the whole thing of like he lost his lightsaber in the fight with Sidious, but then Luke has his lightsaber, and they had a reference book showing that Luke. Remember they had the crate? There was a reference book that showed Yoda had a box with his lightsaber in it on Dagobah, even though there was a lightsaber that Masamune threw in that incinerator to celebrate the fall of the Jedi.
Yeah.
On Darth Vader comic.
Right.
And so, the implication being like, okay, I guess Yoda had 2 lightsabers. One he lost in the fight with Sidious, and another one that he had somewhere and was able to keep with him on Dagobah. And the one he kept with him on Dagobah in the crate from that reference book is the one that Luke had, which was in the same crate in The Mandalorian. Which is cool because, like, it's that reference book came out a long time before The Mandalorian, and yeah, it's
every Jedi should have some spares.
Yeah, it's like that's not uncommon. Multiple, like Jedi, a lot of Jedis have multiple lightsabers out there. And another thing, I forget if Pablo Hidalgo pointed this out or one of the other story group, but they pointed it out like Yoda's lived 900 years. You think the guy doesn't have like more than 1 lightsaber somewhere? But yeah, even though he lost his lightsaber, he still had a lightsaber on Dagobah.
I noticed that, what was his name? The Padawan, he was training the Padawans, he's like the librarian.
Yeah.
I noticed that he has a white one. How did he get the white one?
No, Tara Sanube's lightsaber, despite frequently being identified as white by fans, on the wiki is identified as very, very light cyan blue.
Oh, wow. Okay.
He has the lightest blue possible, but it is still labeled as blue. It is not pure white. Ahsoka in Rebels, Ahsoka is still labeled as the first white lightsabers we see. Tara Sanube's lightsaber was shown in the Lightsaber Lost episode, where Ahsoka loses her lightsaber and goes around with him to investigate what happened to it. And he pulls out that lightsaber out of his cane. He has a lightsaber cane, and he uses it to fend off the bounty hunter that took Ahsoka's lightsaber. That was the first time you saw his lightsaber. It was not in that episode.
Yeah, okay, but I forgot that. So,
okay.
But I mean, like, it must be insanely light blue. I've never seen a lightsaber like it.
Yeah, you can look at it. I thought it was white too. He is also unique in that he has a lightsaber cane, which is cool. And then yeah, they also had the kid from the Youngling arc.
Yes.
I don't know why none of them helped. They all just kind of stood there with activated lightsabers and watched.
I mean, like, it must have been a pretty big shock. It's the last thing you expect is for Anakin. There's 2 Jedi to be fighting each other.
You also don't want to interfere with, you know, the Temple Guard for stepping in.
I mean, that's Anakin. I'm surprised she lasted that long against the guy. Like,
yeah, I'm pretty sure they also thought he had it covered. Also, yeah, one of the 2 Temple Guards that rode up with Ahsoka on the platform when she was talking to the Jedi Council, one of them was the Grand Inquisitor.
Yeah, I was like, oh, he's in the Clone Wars style.
I don't know which one he was.
He's got to be one of them.
He's the one. That's someone should take a poll. Like, you think he's the one on the left or the one on the right?
He's watching the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, you got to that episode in Rebels where they showed the Grand Inquisitor in his Jedi Temple garb, right?
Yeah, that was like season 1, right?
Yeah, that was like that was like super weird because even like the other Inquisitors are seeing them, they're like, what the fuck? Yeah, I thought that was cool. I think that was season 2 because they have the fifth brother. I mean, they all die on Malachor at the end of season 2.
Say what?
The fifth brother and I forget her name, the one sister that has the droid.
Yeah.
They die at the end of season 2, and they were the two that showed up when the Grand Inquisitor was in the Jedi Temple, or the vision of him. So I think that happened in season 2.
Oh yeah, it was weird when they could see him. They're like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, they were like,
that was weird.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I thought it was just like a vision that only Kanan could see. Yeah, it was. I don't know what's going on with that, because at the same time that the Grand Inquisitor is a ghost with his light side version, there's also a tormented dark side version that's constantly on fire.
Yep.
That also pops up.
Yep.
And it's like, so which one is his spirit? Like, is he getting to be like a happy angel ghost, or is he in hell?
Maybe the light side version is just a fabrication of what he was when he was on the light side.
It could be. It is kind of interesting to see like that, that he like split in death. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously the way the spirits work in Star Wars are all mystical. I don't think it's probably his actual consciousness, just given that he's not surviving after death, just like the echo of himself is.
Now there was the name for the Inquisitor in Ahsoka was dropped.
Yeah.
And then Marok. They also gave a little bit of a bio.
Oh yeah, I only knew the name, but I haven't read those bios.
The bio doesn't say much, but it just says that he used to be an Inquisitor that worked for the Empire. Now he's more of a mercenary for Elsbeth, I think.
People wondered how that was going to work, given the fall of the Empire.
Yeah.
They didn't know if that was going to be a flashback with her fighting an Inquisitor.
Now, people say that he looks suspiciously close to an Inquisitor that we already know.
Yeah, the Django Jumper.
The eighth brother.
Yeah. Who died? He did die on Malachor.
He fell. Now, Star Wars Explained believes that he could have survived that because you don't see his body. You just see him fall.
Django Jumpers are called Django Jumpers for a reason. They can survive for falling.
The hell is Django Jumpers?
Django Jumpers, actually the species that stole Ahsoka's lightsaber in Lightsaber Lost was a Django Jumper.
Oh, I see. I'm on Wikipedia.
Brilliant Django Jumper is the name of the species, and he was a version of that. They were famous for their athleticism and being able to obviously jump. So, yeah, it's possible that the fall might not have killed him. His armor looks the same, but that kind of armor, a lot of Inquisitors have a lot of similar armor.
I mean, he has had encounters with Ahsoka before, so maybe.
Yeah, I think she's the one that split his lightsaber and made him not fly away.
Yeah, so maybe it's like, oh, it's you.
Could be, but is that really a grounds for a rivalry? You're the one that made me fall from that great height that one time.
Maybe I've seen worse.
The thing is, like, I think his physiology looks different. I think the fingers are wrong. Granted, what they've done with pikes in Star Wars has been confusing with, like, okay, do we really care if they have 3 fingers or 5 when we transition to live action? But I am tempted to believe that the similarities in the helmet really only extend to the fact that he's got, like, kind of a knight's-looking helmet with slats on the front. It's not the exact same style, and the rest of the armor looks different. It's not hard to believe that that's just a similar looking helmet, and that's it.
I mean, like, how many Inquisitors do we know? 1, 2, 3, 4. And don't they change depending on if one dies or what?
Yeah, I don't know if. I mean, I haven't read Rise of the Red Blade. Supposedly that goes more in depth in how Inquisitors work. I don't know if when slots become vacant, if they get filled by others. Like when if Reva became the Grand Inquisitor, would then Third Sister go to someone else? I mean, probably. Eventually, if the Inquisitorius goes on long enough, you would have to have a new one, unless you just leave that role vacant.
He's like, I was the second brother, and then I was...
Yeah, I was promoted a third.
I keep changing.
Yeah, we don't know how many of them there were. Obviously, everyone always thinks when a new Inquisitor shows up, it's someone familiar. Everyone thought that one Miri Allen, that one I was talking about with the droid, that one female one was Barriss Offee, because they're both Miri Allen.
Yeah.
People even thought this one Morok was Barriss Offee. They probably still do. Or Ezra. Everyone was like, "Oh, it's clearly Ezra."
Yeah,
Just
at this point, people don't think so because it's like, well, he used to be an Inquisitor, so yeah.
Well, yeah, I think that probably laid it to rest. But I mean, people thought that Kylo Ren was Luke in the Force Awakens trailer. They're like, "That's obviously Luke with that crossguard lightsaber." Like, well, what happened to him?
Ah, man, that nostalgia.
Yeah, anytime there's a mysterious dark side and you don't know their identity, everyone's gonna either think it's Barriss Offee or someone else. It is weird that they haven't done anything with Barriss Offee, despite Dave Filoni flat out addressing it, saying, "You haven't seen her or anything because I'm waiting." He's like, "I have an idea, and you'll see it when it happens." And now we've got a whole Ahsoka TV show, and she's still nowhere to decide. It's like, when's your idea gonna happen? Like, it makes sense. Like, everyone's like, obviously she'd be Inquisitor candidate, right? Like, Palpatine's got, like, a Jedi who clearly wants to kill other Jedi in custody when the Empire forms, and he's just making Inquisitors. Like, she should be the first. Like, she should be the Grand Inquisitor. So, yeah, that's why every time a Inquisitor shows up, like, it makes sense that, like, everyone's like, this is it. This is the Dave Filoni thing he was talking about.
What's the last thing we know about Barriss Offee? I mean, like...
You just saw it.
That's what I was gonna say. It's like, that's it?
Yeah. Yep, and when asked about it in I don't know when it was. I want to say 2017, but that honestly feels too recent. A while ago, Dave Filoni was asked when a continuation of that story will happen, and yeah, all he said, and he refuses to make further comment on it, is that he has a plan. But, you know, the Zilla Beast finally got continuation after I had given up hope, so... I don't know, it's weird, because everyone thinks if something doesn't get touched on again for so long that they must have forgotten about it. Which is how I felt with the Zilla Beast. It's like, okay, at this point, they probably don't remember or care that Palpatine had a line about cloning it. It's like, okay, like, we got bigger fish to fry. But, you know, if you're in need of a giant monster, and you remember that was a line, you know, it's nice that they actually, you know, they probably didn't have a role for a giant monster and then make that connection. They probably went out of their way to, like, they were like, probably made it a big thing, like, we are finally going to address, you know, in the story group writing scripts for Bad Batch, they were probably like, we're gonna have to do something with the Zilla Beast here. Which is probably how Barriss Offee is gonna play out. They're probably going to, they definitely have it on a, you know, a sticky note somewhere.
Like, Barriss what? Who?
But it's like, if it doesn't happen at this point, the Ahsoka series, right? If it's not going to happen in the Ahsoka series, like, are we going to continue Barriss Offee's story without Ahsoka? Like, I don't want to think that Barriss Offee's only interesting if she's interacting with Ahsoka, and obviously they would have a rivalry.
Yeah.
So, like, I would be interested with the Barriss Offee story, even if it's disconnected from Ahsoka, but I feel like it just makes the most sense now that she's, like, they kind of made her, like, Ahsoka's main antagonist in the final act and then never touched her.
I mean, like, you think she'd be like, thank you for opening my eyes.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like, they set it up like this is Ahsoka's best friend, and then became her worst enemy. Right? And that's like a classic setup for like a main villain, and then they never touched on it. But at this point, and now it's too predictable for a main villain. If Barriss Offee was the main villain of the Ahsoka series, it would be kind of like it would be more like a finally moment, more than like an interesting villain.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's kind of like at the end game, you know, with Iron Man. It's like we knew this was coming, you know.
Right.
And it makes story sense, and it's kind of.
It would have been a lot
satisfying
wilder
in
if
a way.
Star-Lord jumped in.
It would be wild, but it just
It
feels
would be more
like.
Yeah, and that's mostly the meta aspect of it. You're like, Robert Downey Jr. Iron Man is the one doing this because Robert Downey Jr. has been at this the longest, and they need to let him go. In the universe, you know, it makes sense because he also kind of was the start of this. But it is, that happens a lot in films where you'll see like, okay, this is a big moment that's happening for a completely out of universe reason.
I mean, I definitely out of universe is kind of why it happened, but also thematically in
If they thought they could make 15 more Iron Man movies, he would not have been the one snapping.
I mean, thematically, it also makes sense considering the themes of the entire Infinity Saga and how he reacts to his rivalry and comparisons and contrasts with Thanos himself. I mean, there was a lot more to it than just, oh, he's got to go, like Han Solo or something.
Yeah, it wasn't cheap like that. And yeah, the Han Solo thing, again, same thing. They didn't, I mean, granted.
But it also served a story purpose.
They did bring Han Solo back. I don't think they had to kill Han Solo in Episode 7. They could have had him in all 3 films.
If Harrison Ford was like, hot dog, put me in more Star Wars till I die, then they would have kept him.
They put him in 2 out of the 3. So
they managed.
They could have done the 3rd. They could have done 3 for 3 if they would have tried. But his death did greatly progress making the villain more interesting than he would have been otherwise in a lot of people's eyes. But yeah, and similarly, there's probably a way you could make Barasafi the main villain in the Ahsoka series and have it be more interesting than just like finally a continuation of their. I don't even really know what would be interesting at this point. Like, set me up for murdering them one time. That really sucked. We were friends, you know. Like, you gotta have more than that. Because they don't really have a personal beef. Like, she just was used Ahsoka in a horrible way.
I don't know. She
is that really galactic ending consequences?
It could all be rooted back to like, if you hadn't have done that, guess who wouldn't have left Anakin? Guess who would have still been with him? And none of this shit would have happened. You know, it could be seen that way.
Yeah. Again, I'm not the story writer, but yeah. Yeah, they would have to tie it to something more consequential than just like, wow, that was almost really bad. How you almost got me arrested and executed.
I think that it would definitely have something to do with Anakin. I mean, he even got Baylan referencing Anakin in the actual trailer. I think that's gonna.
And
be a big
Anakin,
deal.
you know, was the one that nearly beat Barasafi to death.
Yeah.
It is also possible that they'll just never do anything with Barasafi. I mean, it still sucks that all the Ventress content after that one scene is relegated to, admittedly, what's supposed to be an amazing novel, but still a novel.
At least you do get a satisfying character development arc with her in the Clone Wars.
Yeah, and the novel fully picks up and expounds on that as well. I think it was 12 episodes was going to be Dark Disciple. I think it was going to be 3-4 episode arcs. So it was huge. So yeah, that book's very long. That's where Ord Mantell was originally first supposed to appear. They had all the animatics for that, and then they recycled that for, you know, being Sid's base in operations and Bad Batch. A lot of stuff, yeah, was recycled.
I think it was also a map in Renegade Squadron.
Yeah, I don't think that's, you know, they didn't take the model from Renegade Squadron. The model for Bad Batch was built upon what they had worked on for Dark Disciple in Clone Wars.
You know, I love the Seleucamine map for Squadron. I think
weirdly enough, yeah, I was looking that up recently, and yeah, I think it was. Even in Legends, that's basically all there is to Seleucamine.
Wow.
There's some lines about it, there's some depictions of it in a comic, but most of the stuff you see if you type in Seleucamine into Google Images is going to be from that. Canon hasn't touched on it at all. But yeah, the whole gist is that it was a race of giants lived there, and when the Hutts tried to get the giants to work for them and the giants refused, the Hutts then contacted a religious order of droids on a neighboring planet, and then hired those droids to wipe the giants out when the giants were extinct. And during the genocide, they built huge graves and memorials to their fallen, and their whole planet just became a giant graveyard planet. And then they convinced the droids to become nihilistic and destroy their home planet as like the end of their religion to kill themselves.
What?
Yeah, the whole planet, they like triggered the core and incinerated the whole surface of the planet and wiped themselves out. You should just look up Seleucami and then look up the giant race, and then look up the droids that killed them. It's all legends again. Canon just says Seleucami is a planet. Oh, also, it is past 2 o'clock. I have to head off. I don't want to be off too much longer. Alright, we probably won't be playing with Steven.
Probably not. I forgot we were in that voice channel.
He's been offline the whole time.
I swear, what was the last thing he even said?
He literally just said, "Are you guys still free?" And
what the heck?
He does. Yeah.
I don't get it.
I was gonna say I'm gonna start bad mouthing him the second I do it. He pops in the chat.
Yeah, that's how it works.
There's been times with D&D where we've had trouble with communicating with certain people like that because they'll say something and you're like, okay, you're free. We can talk about this now. And then like even if you respond to them immediately, there's just nothing after that.
Yeah, I've had people where like I respond immediately and it's just like they're like, hey, you here? And I'm like, yeah, I'm here, like the same second. And it's kind of like
that's
like,
what
I ain't.
Yeah. He said, hey, you guys still free? And I said, yeah. It's just gone.
I don't get it. But,
anyway,
hey, I don't know if you guys want to play during a weekday.
I might.
Maybe.
If I'm free. Yeah, we can definitely play Vermintide if that's what you want.
I mean, yeah, sometimes after I get my ESO stuff done, I wouldn't mind having a little bit of a change.
Okay. Yeah, I'll see what weekdays I'm free. It'll probably be around 11 or 12 if you're free during that time.
Maybe. I mean, well, okay, actually, I don't know. Maybe I would have to get an early start because I usually start my stream at 11:30. So I don't know. But I mean, like,
you could just stream a different game.
Maybe. I mean, well, I would be streaming earlier. I mean, like, a good point would be like, because like on Fridays I start at like 10:20. It's the earliest I start because
okay.
I get dinner at McDonald's.
Oh. Are you saying like you want to start before you stream, or that's when you would want to start?
I would want to get my ESO stuff done and then stream whatever.
And then do it after. Okay.
Because I mean, like today we started at 9, right? Imagine that, but like me starting at around 10 instead, because I get home at 10, like 10.
Okay.
10.
And you said what day was that you do that?
I mean, Fridays is when I usually. I mean, like.
I guess that's technically a weekday.
Yes, that is technically a weekday, but I don't know.
We'll see. I mean, again, tonight might not have been the best night for Steven anyway, because he said Nikki has work in the morning, so he wouldn't really be able to talk in voice chat. He'd just kind of have to whisper.
Yeah,
so
sometimes it's very hard to hear him.
Get it offline.
I try to like max out my Discord to max, and then put you on like really low, and put him on high because it's hard to listen.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, during the week if she's not working would be better, but yeah. I guess it would probably just make more sense if you just said when you were free, since I'm gonna be free most afternoon at night.
I think the earliest I'd be done, if we're not talking Friday, the earliest I would be done probably with like ESO probably like 12:30.
Yeah, that only gives me about an hour and a half, but I guess an hour of gaming is better than not
Yeah, I
gaming.
mean, like, it's a weekday thing. It's better than, I mean, like, I wouldn't mind probably company, because it's usually, it's usually just me for, 3 hours during the weekdays.
Okay. Well, I'll talk to Steven and see if I don't know what his work schedule looks like since he does freelance construction stuff, but yeah, we'll try to make it work for a weekday.
Okay.
Alright. Well, good night for now.
Night. Bye.
Bye.
I'm gonna guess that's Olivia. Ah, yeah. I'm getting good at this.
Because I'm a potato.
I would have totally known it was you if you did potato, but I guessed before potato. I didn't see the potato.
Just keep knocking them down. That's how we stay in business.
I've nothing managed to find precisely what I
Yeah,
asked
if
for.
you skip forward her dialogue, she continues.
I hope you cleaned those teeth up. Disgusting creatures, those Dremnikin. Here is the reward we
She's
discussed.
still in my ears. I cannot detect the patat. I mean, no, if I heard a patat, I would have been like, it's absolutely you 100,000%. But Teldos doesn't do that as much as he does in Nernroot. So I would have still been questioning at the Nernroot. Let's decon. Purple. Yeah, same to you. Let's see here. Let's do. Is it clothing? I didn't know. I don't remember if it's heavy or not. Whoa. A lot of stuff. That's a sell. The next weeklies are going to be rough, I think, guys. I mean, they're going to be rough for me and my family, at least. The new weeklies are apparently, I mean, they're not out yet, but Benevolent Bodine can get them beforehand. So, I believe it's due, if I'm wrong, do 3 trials, which I guess can be easy. I can probably get that done. That's probably what I'm going to do. Do 2 arenas, if you want to do, like, Dragon Star twice or something. Maybe Black Rose, if you know it well enough. 2 arenas. Or it's like pickpocket like 150 people or something. Let me see if I can pickpocket 125 items from people. So, yeah, I'm probably gonna end up doing 3 trials next weekend. I could see myself doing that. But it's pretty rough. I mean, like, for, like, mom and dad who don't do these things, I don't know what they're gonna do. I might be able to bring them into trials during the weekend. Like, do some Aetherian Archive, or maybe even get them to BS a Sanity's Edge. That's really hopeful thinking. I don't know. I mean, like, I had trouble in Sanity's Edge on normal. But if you're just a DPS on Sanity's Edge, you just hit stuff, right? You're just playing normal, you hit stuff, watch where you're standing. But it can be so hard. I mean, like, I remember doing the anti-mage or whatever in the throne room. It took forever. God, like 15 minutes or something. $50, 20 minutes. Anyway, I'm gonna be swapping to do some Overwatch for a little bit. Thank you guys so much for being here for the ESO portion of the stream. Give me a bit. Oh god. My head is not quite on the pillow. There we go. Yeah, I mean, turning the volume a bit. It probably won't be very long, but I'll do something. Waiting for it to load. There you go. Sorry. I didn't have Twitter muted.
Arriving at Watchpoint Gibraltar.
Okay, making sure volume levels are good. We have an Ana, or sorry, yeah, no, we might have an Ana. We have a Widow. Honestly, like, how is she gonna get any healing? She's gonna be jumping around. I mean, I guess I could go Ana for it. Maybe it'd be better if I go Weave.
Do not move.
Yeah.
I will not leave a broken world behind.
Does that say water? Water? Nerd.
3, 2, 1. Attack commence.
I'm just kidding, you guys should drink water. Oh shit. Already got a good snipe. He's out in the open too. Holy shit. Go tail! Taking some tail. Oh my god, a triple! Tail, you deserve this. Good god, what the fuck? Who are you? Rick versus I'm not Rick. See if I was Weave, this would help. But I didn't choose Weave. Oh! Nice! Good job. Reaper's in here. Everyone can see you, man. He thought he was being sneaky.
Thank you.
Aww. Oh my god.
Merci. You're welcome.
Ah. Ah, come on, man. That was focused. That was on purpose. I dare say he killed me on purpose.
You'll have to try harder than that.
Oh yeah, they changed the stuff. Wow, that's right. Hey, let's use this new path. It was weird. It's like suddenly having a new path in your house.
The dragon consume you.
I have you. Keep fighting.
No one can hide from my sight.
Oh boy.
Why have we stopped?
Nanoboost is ready to deploy.
I don't know who to give it to. Like, maybe Orisa? Ooh, hey, nice shot.
Come to my position.
Whoa, pick us from the back line. Here we go, here we go. They did not see it coming. No nano this fight. Do not need it. Sound barrier did not need that either, I don't think. But hey, it's a good buff. It's a buffer. Alright, and gotcha. shit, maybe I don't. Come on, come on. Ah shit, that's awesome. Nice javelin. Lucky in. That could be a problem for our Widow if he focuses her. Obviously sees her as a threat, so. Have fun.
Get in there.
Okay, that was a failure right there. That was the dumbest move this whole round, I'm sorry. They lost their... hold on. Oh, okay, that was a very quick Deadeye. He knew he was being pressured because of his positioning. There's the tumbleweed. From above, from above, from above. Oh, nice shot once again from tail. Dude. Who the fuck is that? What the heck? Not surprised. Oh my god, wait, are Tails and Paws in a group? Oh my god, they are. Why are furries so good at this game? Yep. They're definitely together. The CPS duo though, man. Oh, that's set a friend request. I haven't done that in years. No.
Amid discord, we will find tranquility.
My home and native land.
Bonjour. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
Oh great. New Queen Street. And I'm playing Zen. Fun! I wasn't paying attention. This is why I hate this map. You want to try again? I'm reloading now! I had to reload! Damn it, I could have had it! He was right there! He's right in front of me.
True strength does not always lie in victory.
Well done. Let's keep it up. Inbound with cargo.
Well, that was fun to watch. Not really.
The cycle begins anew. Over here.
We need to put a
No
stop
one
to
can
their
hide
push.
from my sight.
Nanotech minutes.
Nice, good job. He's next. Keep going, keep going, keep going. We got this. Sorry, Weave.
Mr. Robot. Death is musical today.
Following directions.
Soon, the lead will be ours.
Come on, just reach it, buddy. You can do it. Just reach it. I didn't even notice who's checkered. Reach it.
Enemy over there.
Oh my God. Someone's moving him. That could be a big mistake. And we're good. We're good. Let's make a big change. I'm expecting annihilation soon. Potential Deadeye? Oh shit. I pressed Q right as I died. I should just put that on a t-shirt. I say it so much. I pressed Q right as I died.
Repetition is the path to mastery.
Ugh. Let's hold on.
Stop them all.
The enemy's pushing. Let's take care of them.
No, we got a touch, guys. Nope, they surpassed us. We're so slow now. I mean, like, I knew we were. Could have.
The enemy has pushed past us.
I think you could have done something right there. Come on, let's go. Okay, well at least they use this. At least they use a support ultimate because I used mine. So we gotta win this fight. Okay, so they're using annihilation. He has no support. If you can get him down, this could come out on top.
True strength.
Just gotta kill him. Perfect. Okay.
The
Man.
robot is ours now.
This could be positive. This could be a
No
good
one
thing.
can hide
They use
from my
Coalescence, they
sight.
use Annihilation. I don't need to worry about using my Transcendence to cancel out Annihilation because I used it earlier. So I was kind of worried about that I didn't use it to cover Annihilation. But we need to all group up. And I'm so slow. Come on, man. There's just so much damage being put here. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. God, I just feel like anyone's everywhere. He's going after me specifically, dude. Why? Ramatra, we were friends! No one's keeping them in check. God, I hate this goddamn map. You just walk right through walls, is what it feels like.
A reminder that life is never easy.
Why am I doing this to myself?
in their way.
I'm sure you spotted a hostile Sojourn. You were out in enemy territory where none of us are. I don't know why you're over there, and then Monkey decided to go back there by himself as well. You were going to die, Sojourn, I swear to God. Oh my God. Someone's gotta push the bot. Gotta push the bot.
The robot is coming with us. Let's go.
I know it's here. Ah. Alright, they might have Annihilation again. I'm holding on the trance. Okay, no, they're using Coalescence. I'd rather use it to cover Coalescence. Giving your targets, making them a lot easier to take out with the Discord Orb. Ramatra, buddy! He's down. You really need to hurry.
Steady. We're almost there.
It's right there. Come on. Come on. They're gonna, yeah, they're probably gonna come from up there. Maybe even around here. I don't really see them using the long route. Come on, dude. Okay, he's gonna be using Primal Rage. Ah, my God, no, he's gotta do butt scratch. No! Fuck. Guys, guys, guys. You're leaving the... God damn bot. Ugh. You left both bots, me and Treadweather. Weather and Treadweather. You left us both, and now look where we are. Pushing way too far ahead. Okay, that's it. I gotta leave. They have a Tracer. Things are about to get significantly worse for me. Ramatra in the back line, because he can just do that here. Monkey in the front did not get the healing that he needed because we were being chased by Tank in the back, which means that both tanks are down. And there's a Tracer. I am so dead. We do have a break now against the Tracer. Tracer was taken out by Bob, but we lost both DPS to Cass and then back.
Does not always lie in victory.
Yeah. He probably has Deadeye. I don't know the last time he used it. Maybe I didn't notice. Full spawn's in. Can be in a second. There it goes. Annihilation. And I just let it end. I should have held on to Trance for Annihilation. I just did not want that Sojourn to die. I considered the fight too important. Just let it end.
We must stop their barricade.
Do we though?
Overtime.
Plus we.
Stay out of my way.
Did you say something like there's no shame in asking for help when I kill Ramatra? Alright, let's make this count. What do we got?
Thank you.
Not looking good. Oh, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, bro. I didn't notice that he was dying. I'm sorry. Rip.
Play of the game.
You cannot escape me. Surrender to my will. This ends.
Yeah, she was having a blast.
Now entering King's Row.
Fun! Wow, I wonder why I'm the backfill, huh?
Any cost.
There's just a different kind of feeling when you pop into the game and you hear team kill. Alright, well. Here goes something. And y'all see what I can get with it. I mean, I don't even have a full team, you know, like, look, everyone's leaving. It's probably, it's like a whole new team except for the DPS, except for, Sojourn. It's an entirely new team. People are just coming in, leaving. Look at this shit. This is garbage, man. People should just fucking stay and learn to goddamn lose. Grow up. Just wasting my time.
Play of the game.
Surrender to my will.
I can't believe so many people would feel that way. I've never done that. All my years of playing this game. All of my years of playing this game consistently, again, not putting this game down to like, oh, I'm on an Overwatch binge, you know, I've been playing this game a lot. You know, since 2017, because when I bought it, but I played it in 16 first. Never done that in my life. Never just left a game because we're losing.
Welcome to Ishvarat's. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Let's go with Lightweaver.
Spend every moment growing into who
I'm sure I have more emotes for him too. I need to set those after this game. That's what I'm gonna be doing.
Why I stay greedy? You were not the only thing I lost.
I never heard that line.
5, 4, 3, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
Sombra in the back line.
An enemy! That should do it.
Ghost Dragon, huh? More like back to Spawn Dragon, alright? That was a cleanup.
We have surpassed the other team.
Yeah, they don't have anything on the board. Guys, supports in the back line, need your help. Bro. Don't take me yet. Okay, now you can take me. And we gotta wait. Sombra in the back, guys. No, we got gone! Oh, dude, it got caught on the arch. No, look at me set it down, look. The arch inclines, it curves, so it hit like the height before I thought it would.
A familiar sting of failure.
Look at everything go, like everything's just going downhill now. Annihilation's in, everything's falling apart because of a goddamn arch. I have a problem with that arch now. It's my enemy.
Surrender to my will.
I'm letting you guys put the joke together in your heads.
The robot could use our guidance. Up and at him.
Oh shit. We gotta keep looking out for her. No room to really put tree? Shit, I should have put tree. Well, EMP's out, so I'm putting in tree. I cannot believe the Moira and the Sombra are getting so much value out of just poking at us in the backline. Cutter is in. Oh my god, I completely flopped that. I'm sorry. Oh, there we go. I'm so close. I pulled him away right as the end. It was like 0 HP, and he was mad, I think. But Ramattra did die, so all's well that ends well. Okay, there's gotta be a reason she wanted her alive. In fact, the fact that she just used Liz. Hi. Welcome to my perch. No! No, he pulled me down! Shit, man. God, that Eileen is just so powerful. Ah, man, he pulled me down. Guys, don't get involved. I can only do so much. You're in a hallway with these people. Leave. It's like the ending of Rogue One. You are not gonna survive that. I don't have grip. There we go. Somehow, I don't know what that was. Okay, Blade is in. Shatter is in. Oh, immediately 2 kills with the Blade. Good follow.
Lone rose gets plucked.
Lone rose gets plucked. I never heard him say that. Okay, she's a little bit obvious now. She's kind of losing her subtlety. I know I'm watching you, Kenji. You know what I need, though? I need you to kill the Sombra. Someone. I mean, the Hanzo can easily seek her out with the Sonic. EMP is in, I'm about to die.
Life protects life.
Fuck.
He took the robot. You're better off with me.
We don't stand a chance, bro. We might as well just die, because we're old charge. That's all we are. See ya. You wanna chase me down? Please don't. Life Weaver used to be like so. He would only like do healing in under specific circumstances. He didn't do this much. Like he didn't do nearly this much. And he like never got to do any chance to do damage because he couldn't do any damage. He didn't really have an opening. They altered him though. Dude, take this! I guess everything he did was just healing. It never felt like you got a break because you weren't doing enough. That was it. Because like you were just like putting your all into all these plays, just constantly pumping out healing to everyone. It just never felt like enough. And so you were just doing it constantly, exhausting yourself and not even really getting high on the board. And then like you never found any opening because of that to do any damage, because you know what opening do you have? You're always going to find someone that needs heals. Yeah, sorrow fitting name. Ah, are you kidding me? Blade is in, Coalescence is in. Gotta cover Genji, gotta cover Genji. It's kind of like a repeat of what we did last time, except this time is an EMP. She's really focusing on me. Okay. We are in the lead, so that's good. Just gotta hold on to this. We have 2 ultimates, that's pretty much it. Doesn't look like we're really on the way to getting the other ones. We're gonna have Dragon and Tree. Luckily we're gonna be going to a place with a massive opening, so I don't really feel that bad putting down Tree. It's not like it's blocking anything. Sombra's probably somewhere behind me. Oh my god, Moira wiped her off the map. We don't have to worry about her during this fight, which is huge. Dragon Strike is in. And someone on our right, Moira. Okay. I'm putting this in to battle their Valkyrie. Nice, good job, Genji. Moira in the back. Attempted res. Genji got it though. I'm sorry, you were low. You were low, bro. I'm sorry. I need to pull you out of there. Good job, Moira kill. Sombra's still in the back. She's still probably firing an EMP. Coalescence is in. Wall. Annihilation, because we're reaching the end of the clock, so basically we need to power him down. If he's not burned down, we have a problem. Oh god. Okay, he is taken out. Oh my god, this is really hard. Hanzo might be our... no, he's not in the Blizz though. Hanzo and Rein, perfect. This is perfect. Took her right down. Who's touching? Who's touching? Someone's touching! Out of nowhere, the Sombra. Of course, she was invisible. I didn't see her. But she went down into victory. Ooh. That annihilation was scary. But I mean, like, at that point, he wasn't really getting any healing. He was kind of alone, so you just gotta focus him so hard. Yeah, he's like not happy. He's like, oh, my annihilation. Okay, well, they're just being rude to each other now. At least people are saying uninstall these days instead of what I used to see a lot. Okay, so like I said, I'm gonna do... I'm gonna do, no, weave. Yeah, I've got stuff here. I keep forgetting. I kind of like, resigned myself to thinking, oh, these heroes have, nothing when they come out, right? You need to buy it all in the store or wait for battle passes. But no, they do give you, just like in the olden days, they give you a series of emotes that you could buy, and it's pretty good. Also, some basic colors, you know, if you want. So, I mean, like, yeah, they cost credits, but like credits are really easy to get. I mean, I've got so many of these credits. Just don't spend coins. Do not spend coins on these. Don't spend coins. Oh my god. Coins are, you know, like the crowns, right? And this is, and this, so like coins are like ESO crowns, and these credits are like ESO gold, pretty much. So yeah, I'm just gonna. Oh wait, no, what? No, I want to do this here. Perfect. There we go. Now I've got something. Yeah, I mean, like, so yeah, they come with like skins, little basic recolors with like names based on their characters. So I need to remember that. Wow. Well, you know what? This was a pretty good match.
It just needed a push.
It was a fun match. I don't really feel like I did much in this match, but oh yeah, poor Weave. Could've sworn I meleeed him to death there, but it didn't say I did. Let's see what I got on my Weave play. I mean, I had some pretty good, just elevating myself to get out of the range of the Sombra plays. How long is this battle pass left? Let me see. No. 10 days. Yeah. Man, there's no way. Oh well. I thought I had something there though. I feel like they gotta get more EXP. I feel like I got more than usual and I'm still struggling a little bit. What do they have for... Okay, no, I think I looked through these. Maybe? No, it doesn't look familiar to me. But I do have this one, which is obviously the best, so... And Ramatra, I have Void Accelerator set as his main, right? Yes, and Trident is secondary. I did it with Kiriko. Okay, I think that's all. We're gonna be getting a new hero with. I don't think we're getting a new hero next season, are we? We might be. They keep saying like they're like hero map, and this one we didn't get anything. And I thought that we were gonna be getting a map with a new game mode this next season, but I'm also hearing about the new hero, and I'm confused about if we're going to be getting a new hero with this next season. I don't remember. This is Season 5, so let's see what we got for Season 6. Okay, yeah, we are getting a new... Okay, wow. Yeah, no, we're getting everything. Everything with Season 6. We're getting new support hero, hero mastery system, at least a bit of it. PvE story missions, and the Flashpoint mode. It is going to be huge, apparently. That is a lot of content. Wow, that's a lot of stuff. I thought the support hero was going to be 7 and not 6. So that's something to look forward to. That's a lot of stuff. But for now, I'm rating you guys to Lost Foxy. Just played some ESO. Thank you guys so much for being here. It's appreciated. Thank you for being here for my my birthday stream, because it's on the weekend, even though my actual birthday stream will be on Tuesday, but I probably won't actually do it. I mean, like, I'll probably just have a normal stream. It'll just be on my birthday. But, because I did everything this weekend, you know. We did all the fun stuff this weekend. It was great. But, there will be a stream on Tuesday, obviously, though. It'll probably just be like a normal lore fact and whatnot. I am told, though, that I have gifts waiting for me on Tuesday, and then a gift for me on Thursday or Friday, somewhere around there. So can't wait for that. Let's see, because the first is Tuesday, second is Thursday, is Wednesday, and that it'd be Thursday is the third. So something. I mean, I don't know. I'm in the dark. But I'll probably like reserve showing my gifts for like, because I did get some gifts today. I reserve showing my gifts maybe on my birthday, or maybe I'll do it on my next stream when I've got more time alone and I'm not like in a voice call with someone. Because I was in the voice call for like the majority of the stream. So I'm gonna be sending you guys to Lost Foxy. Thank you so much for being here. Let me get the music, or the music is ready. Now, actually, we'll swap it to the previous music, just to end it on a relaxing note. Thank you, everyone, for watching. I will see you next time.